This handsome young man dressed like a corporate CEO is none other than our protagonist, Kang Ju-hyun. Just 3 seconds ago, he kicked the bucket, only to be resurrected inside the body of a fluffy cotton ball. While he was still completely clueless about what was going on, a deer-headed weirdo suddenly popped out of nowhere to explain that they were going to become storytellers working for some damn company. Right after that, this horned freak handed them a mission that had to be completed within an hour, warning that failure would mean immediate deletion. But hilariously enough, even after 59 full minutes had ticked away, Kang Ju-hyun still hadn't managed to finish the assignment. All of this dated back to about an hour ago in a completely ruined landscape where someone's inner monologue began to play. My mother always said that no matter how hard life gets, I should dream big because if I keep chasing my aspirations, one day I'll wake up and become the main character of my own life. And I had foolishly believed her. Right as he thought this, Kang Ju-hyun coughed up a massive mouthful of blood and muttered under his breath, "Is this really where I'm going to die?" After that, he gazed helplessly at the severe wound across his stomach, which had been inflicted by a cursed demonic spear and couldn't be healed by holy herbs or restorative spells. Maybe a celestial elixir could do the trick, but there was no way in hell he actually owned one. Well, actually, maybe he did. But the moment Kang Ju-hyun thought of that, approaching footsteps suddenly echoed right in front of him, followed closely by the appearance of a group, led by an overwhelmingly handsome and domineering young man. The second he spotted this group, Kang Ju-hyun called out, "Hey, Choi Do-jun." But before he could even finish his sentence, Choi Do-jun responded coldly, "I could have easily taken him down if you hadn't interfered." "Ah, I suppose you're right," Kang Ju-hyun said with a smile. That smile left Choi Do-jun puzzled, prompting him to ask, "What's so funny?" Hearing that, Kang Ju-hyun smiled back and replied, "It's just that you said exactly what I expected you to say." Saying this, he mentally mocked himself for working his fingers to the bone just to reach this point, even teaming up with this lunatic purely to survive. Yet unbelievable as it was, he was about to die just for saving him, Kang Ju-hyun thought as he glanced over at a man in the distance. At that very moment, that man was still cheerfully pulling someone into a tight embrace. Wrapping up his thoughts, he looked right at Choi Do-jun and asked, "You still have one bottle of celestial elixir left, right?" "That's right," Choi Do-jun replied coldly. "And you're definitely not going to use it on me, are you, Choi Do-jun?" Hearing this, Choi Do-jun proceeded to pull the vial of elixir from his inventory and explained, "An elixir's value is infinite, so I'm saving it for myself. You simply aren't worth me using it on you." Those words made Kang Ju-hyun burst into a bitter, mocking laugh. "Worth it, huh? What a truly pathetic and rotten world this is." This world was constantly being watched over by the holy spirits, who were supreme, higher-dimensional entities of the heavens. They treated human lives as mere entertainment, throwing trials and rewards at people on a whim. Finding this bastard's ruthless personality amusing, they naturally couldn't care less about a nobody like him. Because truth be told, nobody had ever given a damn about him in the first place. Thinking this far, Kang Ju-hyun couldn't help letting loose a string of curses. "A damn world, damn spirits, and fuck you too," he snapped, glaring straight at Choi Do-jun, which caused the pink-haired girl standing nearby to chime in with a whine. "Aren't you being way too rude?" And just as she was about to start lecturing him further, Choi Do-jun raised a hand to stop her. "Enough. Kang Ju-hyun, let me ask you something. Why on earth did you pull that stunt? You've always just provided info and watched the fights from the sidelines, so why intervene in this battle now?" Hearing that, Kang Ju-hyun let out a couple of dry laughs and answered, "I was just too damn tired of dragging you along through this life anymore, so I guess this is my limit." Choi Do-jun seemed to understand a little bit after hearing that, but he still thought it was a waste. "So you did all that just to save a bunch of ordinary extras." But right as Choi Do-jun reached that point, he suddenly cut himself off because everyone simultaneously sensed a presence and whipped around toward the rear. Hovering midair behind them right now was a figure entirely concealed beneath a hooded cloak. And the moment they saw them, everyone instantly recognized a storyteller. Those neutral intermediaries and detached outsiders who had led humanity straight toward the apocalypse and sold out the human race to the holy spirits. They were creatures scouring the world purely for amusement, utterly indifferent to how many people had to die for it. Just like right now, upon seeing that Choi Do-jun's group had somehow survived, the newcomer didn't hesitate to shower them with praise. "How absolutely wonderful. You lot managed to survive far longer than expected, and we're eagerly looking forward to the next trial because the finale is getting very close now, so do your best." With that parting remark, the storyteller vanished into thin air, and upon watching him bounce, Kang Ju-hyun turned back to Choi Do-jun and said, "Go on, Choi Do-jun, hurry the hell up and get lost with your pathetic little lackeys." That remark instantly infuriated the pink-haired girl, who shrieked, "What did you just call us? Lackeys?" "Don't pay him any mind," the blue-haired girl hastily advised her teammate. Shifting focus back to Choi Do-jun, he continued to fix Kang Ju-hyun with a deeply contemplative and judgmental stare, which prompted Kang Ju-hyun to tease, "What's the matter? Suddenly feeling sad that I'm about to kick the bucket? Or were you actually planning to use that elixir on me or something?" And after hearing those words, Choi Do-jun immediately turned around and walked away alongside his companions. Seeing them leave, Kang Ju-hyun tilted his head back toward the sky and muttered under his breath, "Goodbye." Right after uttering those words, his eyes bulged wide as he coughed up another massive mouthful of blood. He had lost count of how many times he'd coughed up blood today, and as the darkness crept in, Kang Ju-hyun's mind began to wander. In the end, I completely failed at becoming the main character, both in this fantastical world and throughout my own life. I was never a protagonist. I was nothing more than an extra, someone who had no choice but to trail behind the dazzling halo of the main character. Lost in those thoughts, he collapsed flat onto the ground, reaching a hand up toward the sky as if trying to grasp something out of reach. If I'm given just one more chance, if I can somehow undo all these heavy regrets, then I'll climb higher than anyone else, soaring so high that I'll never have to feel jealous of another soul again. Only then could I finally feel proud of who I am, because that's the kind of life I truly want to live. That is the life I've always longed for. Those marked the final words of Kang Ju-hyun before his vision faded into total, consuming blackness. As luck would have it, the heavens actually seemed to have heard Kang Ju-hyun's desperate prayer, granting him yet another shot at life as murmurs suddenly began ringing in his ears, causing Kang Ju-hyun to slowly snap his eyes open. "What the hell? Where am I right now? Am I still alive? No way, that's completely impossible. I'm damn sure I got impaled straight through by a cursed demonic spear, so there's zero chance I survived," he thought to himself, before his gaze drifted down to his own tiny, stubby hands in utter shock. "Huh, what is this?" Hastily jerking his head up to look straight ahead, he blinked wide in absolute bewilderment. According to his current line of sight, everything right in front of him was just a bunch of cute cotton balls, and Kang Ju-hyun himself had somehow turned into one of them, sending his brain into a chaotic tailspin. What the hell is going on? What even are these things? While he was still trying to wrap his head around it, a voice suddenly echoed out, "Looks like you're all finally here." Pure reflex made Kang Ju-hyun snap his head toward the source of the sound, jolting him slightly. Standing before him was a bizarre figure clad in a sharp suit, topped with the skeletal skull of a deer for a head. Drawing from his past experiences, Kang Ju-hyun instantly recognized this as another storyteller, though this guy looked entirely different from the one who had monitored humanity's apocalypse. Addressing the gathered crowd of fluff balls, the deer-headed entity casually explained, "I will briefly explain your current situation. You are going to become storytellers, working for the Celestial Corporation. You are here to prove your personal capabilities." That explanation, if you could even call that ultra-short, contextless summary an explanation, truly made Kang Ju-hyun's head swell to massive proportions. Just 3 seconds ago, he had kicked the bucket only to be reincarnated inside the body of a cotton puff. And before he could even figure out what the hell was happening, a deer head suddenly appeared out of nowhere, announcing they were going to work as storytellers for some goddamn company, moving so fast that his head still felt entirely up in the clouds. Immediately after, the two-horned weirdo waved his hand and conjured a swirling spatial portal right beneath their feet, scaring the absolute daylight out of the cotton ball brethren. And in the next instant, the whole lot of them tumbled headfirst into the spatial gateway, while the storyteller above casually called out their farewells. "Now then, show us what you've got." Back to Kang Ju-hyun, who felt like his soul was literally about to leave his body. "Are we out in outer space right now? Is this bastard trying to wipe us all out?" Fortunately for him, a notification window suddenly popped up right in front of his face, activating the blessing of Genesis. Following the appearance of that system notification, an invisible wave of protective energy instantly enveloped all the little cotton balls to shield them. Thanks to that unexpected save, they were suddenly able to breathe just fine while floating weightlessly through the vacuum of space. Right after that, a mission prompt materialized in the air. "Initial tutorial mission. You are now a storyteller. Storytellers are entities tasked with presenting compelling narratives to the holy spirits. To accomplish this, you must select a target to sign your very first contract with. Succeed and you will be promoted to a full-time employee. Fail and you die. Time limit, 1 hour. Reading through that ridiculous assignment made him want to plant his foot right square in the quest giver's face. What kind of sick joke is this? Slap a 1 hour time limit on us right after dumping us into this insane situation without a single word of warning. And what's this bullshit about dying if I fail? What kind of trashy mission is this? Just as those irritated thoughts crossed his mind, Kang Ju-hyun caught sight of something dead ahead that left him momentarily stunned. Oh, that's Earth. But Earth had been completely destroyed several years ago. So how on earth could this be? Operating his brain at 100% capacity, Kang Ju-hyun scrambled to piece things together. I'm damn sure I died, but somehow I got reborn as a storyteller. Did I just get sent back to the past? What the hell is actually happening here? Forget it, I have no clue what's really going on. But right now, I need to laser focus on this damn mission. If this really is the past, then this timeline must be right before Earth's destruction, which should also mean the collectors are currently active. Even before the apocalypse officially hit, life on this planet was already far from normal, with dimensional gates popping up everywhere and monsters pouring out in swarms. The so-called collectors were the ones hunting down and slaying those beasts. It seemed he had to pick one among the unsigned collectors, but something felt off. Collectors were supposed to sign contracts with storytellers in order to receive sponsorship points from the Holy Spirits to grow stronger, meaning any normal collector should be dying to sign with a storyteller. It was supposed to be a mutually beneficial relationship, so wasn't this mission way too easy? Thinking this, he stretched out his tiny stubby hand and tapped the acceptance button on the floating screen. Next, Kang Ju-hyun began scanning the tactical map to pick a landing zone. Let's see here, I'll drop into Seoul, South Korea. But a minor hiccup immediately arose because his arms were way too short to reach the screen. Man, hitting this UI is a pain in the ass with these stubby-ass arms. Do I not even have fingers? Even winter gloves have a designated thumb pouch. If I ever track down the bastard who designed this interface, he better watch his back. As if it actually heard Kang Ju-hyun's inner complaints, his entire body suddenly started glowing brightly as a distinct physical transformation took place. Meanwhile, back with the deer-headed manager, he was observing the various trainee storytellers and thinking to himself, most of these guys haven't even figured out their current situation yet. Looks like this batch is going to be pretty damn boring. But right at that moment, his gaze drifted toward a specific monitor, causing him to jolt in surprise. According to his view, Kang Ju-hyun's fluffy cotton ball form was rapidly morphing into the physique of a handsome corporate CEO. Even Kang Ju-hyun himself, the person undergoing the sudden change, was completely baffled by what had just happened. I suddenly transformed. Did it change because I wished for it? Whatever, that doesn't matter right now, he thought, using his newly formed human hands to tap selections on the interface. In the blink of an eye, he vanished right before the astonished eyes of the remaining cotton ball trainees. Did you guys see that? He totally changed his appearance. How is that even possible? Shocked gasps echoed through the space, and even the deer-headed boss stared with his jaw dropped. He changed his appearance already. Normally, it takes a newly born storyteller 2 to 4 weeks just to achieve physical manifestation. Yet it took him a mere 3 minutes. How the hell is that possible? Well, looks like this mission might actually stop being so damn boring after all. The deer-headed man mused with an amused grin. Shifting back to Kang Ju-hyun, he had successfully materialized right in Seoul, South Korea. To be more precise, he had appeared right inside the Collectors Association, a place that in his original timeline had been completely blasted to ashes when the apocalypse kicked off. But that was just a fleeting thought for now, as he needed to focus on tracking down his target collector first. With that in mind, Kang Ju-hyun hastily returned his attention to checking the map. Various green and red dots dotted his interface, with red representing individuals who had already signed contracts and green marking those who were still completely uncontracted. If Kang Ju-hyun understood the underlying mechanics of this quest correctly, his choice of partner was everything. If he wound up binding with a useless, talentless hack of a collector, he'd never capture the Holy Spirit's attention, translating to 0 points. To put it in simple modern terms, storytellers were essentially live streamers, while the main characters acted as the streamers' subjects, broadcasting combat footage for the viewing pleasure of the Holy Spirits who would then drop donations if they liked the show. I've got a seriously steep hurdle to clear here, Kang Ju-hyun muttered to himself, right as a security guard stepped up behind him and barked. Hey, who the hell are you? Are you a collector? Kang Ju-hyun glanced back and replied indifferently. I'm just looking for someone, so stop wasting my time. Assuming the intruder wasn't a registered collector, the guard snapped. Don't you know unauthorized civilians aren't allowed in here? As he aggressively grabbed for Kang Ju-hyun's shoulder. But in the next split second, a sudden bolt of lightning blasted the guard backward, serving as a protective mechanism built into the Genesis system to prevent rookie streaming entities from getting backstabbed by locals. Picking himself up, the dazed guard suddenly realized what had just happened and stammered out, "Wait, could you possibly be a storyteller?" "Spot on," Kang Ju-hyun answered casually. Terrified, the guard stammered profusely, "I'm so sorry I mistook you for a normal human. Please forgive me," before practically scrambling away in panic. Watching him bolt, Kang Ju-hyun offered a cold smirk, realizing that being treated with such fearful reverence only made the reality of his time travel trip sink in even deeper. "Ah, whatever," he muttered, turning on his heel to walk out of the association building. Right around then, he noticed that his system interface had started displaying the names and ages of random pedestrians walking past him up ahead. Names and ages. That kind of info wasn't going to do squat for completing his current assignment. It wasn't like he could just grab random collectors off the street and ambush them with interviews. This was getting genuinely frustrating, he thought as he waved his hand to dismiss the system display. But right at that instant, Kang Ju-hyun spotted something bizarre floating up ahead. Following his line of sight, an open book was hovering midair directly above people's heads. Naturally, this piqued his curiosity. What the hell are those books? Can the normal people around here seriously not see those things? It looked like these floating books weren't standard features generated by the Genesis system, which meant this had to be his own unique, exclusive skill. Moving quickly, he checked the remaining countdown timer and did a quick mental calculation. Time was running tight, but he still had a small window left. Making up his mind, Kang Ju-hyun reached out toward one of the floating tomes and thought. Sure enough, the hovering book slowly drifted right toward his hand. "Holy crap, it actually worked. I was just blindly guessing," Kang Ju-hyun blurted out in genuine shock. Proceeding to flip open the silver-bound volume, he began reading through its contents. What he saw inside genuinely startled him. "Wait a minute, isn't this basically straight-up cheating?" Kang Ju-hyun broke out in a sweat of pure excitement. Back at the monitoring hub, the deer-headed manager checked the remaining time display and saw only 3 minutes left on the clock. HMPH, looks like all the other trainees managed to secure their partnership contracts by now, leaving basically just him. I'm actually quite curious to see how he pulls this off since he adapted so damn fast. Then again, with barely a minute left on the clock, it's essentially over. No matter how much raw talent he has, if he fails the objective, it's straight to system logout for him. Returning to Kang Ju-hyun, he suddenly blinked into existence inside a cramped, dingy room, walking right in on a young woman slurping down instant noodles. Naturally, seeing a strange man suddenly materialize out of thin air terrified her so badly she fell backward, scrambling away as she shrieked. "What the hell? Who are you? How did you get in here? If you don't get out right now, I'm calling the cops. Are you even listening to a word I'm saying?" She hollered when Kang Ju-hyun stood there without reacting, which made total sense from his perspective because, hovering right above her head, was a brilliant, blindingly radiant golden book. "Found you," he murmured under his breath, to provide a bit of background context. The mixed world was the chaotic plane Kang Ju-hyun currently inhabited, where even abstract concepts could physically manifest. It was a place where ideas turned into absolute reality, encompassing everything from mythological lore and heroic sagas to urban legends and horror stories. It was a realm where the material and spiritual intertwined to forge literal reality, which meant gaining bizarre skills like this was par for the course. Thinking back to when Kang Ju-hyun had first read that silver-bound book earlier, this was what its pages had revealed. Name, Kim Sang-duk. Age 31. Skill, water cannon. Awakening date, 5 years ago. Combat capability, average. Born into an impoverished family. That book didn't just display a person's current combat skills, it laid bare their entire personal history. Kang Ju-hyun had been deeply impressed by the sheer depth of information those books provided, prompting him to glance upward to check his own head. Wonders if I've got a book floating above me too? Probably not. I shouldn't get my hopes up, though I can't lie, it's kind of a bummer. Still, why do the covers of these books have completely different colors? He wondered aloud, carefully returning the silver book back to its rightful owner. Right after that, he grabbed someone else's silver volume to cross-reference and compare. Before long, a realization dawned on him. If his hypothesis was correct, he had only encountered bronze and silver books so far, but gold ones definitely had to exist out there. The higher tier, the book's color, the more valuable and significant the life lived by that individual. And the aura radiating from the book would similarly expose their hidden talents and latent potential. Meaning even if someone carried a bronze book, if its radiating aura flashed silver, they possess the hidden potential to scale up to the silver tier. I can't believe I get to preview the actual potential of uncontracted collectors like this. This is insanely overpowered. That meant his strategy moving forward was simple. All he had to do was wander through zones dense with green dots and hunt down someone packing absurdly high potential. With a cheat-tier skill like this, landing a powerhouse was guaranteed, he thought, immediately vanishing from the spot using spatial teleportation, only to quickly realize how brutal this world could be, because despite having an overpowered scanning skill, all the books he checked turned out to be absolute garbage-tier bronze tomes with zero prospects. Damn it! Why is everyone I find a total dud? Kang Ju-hyun groaned, collapsing face first onto the pavement before anxiously glancing at the countdown timer. Time was running dangerously low, yet he couldn't afford to settle for a lower-grade color, not when he knew for a fact that somewhere out there, a golden-tier book existed. If his spatial teleportation blessing hadn't come bundled with such an annoying cooldown restriction, he could have scanned the city much faster. Muttering in frustration, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to spin around and approach a passing pedestrian. "Excuse me, but what year is it right now?" His bizarre question caught the female passerby off guard, but she still answered, "It's 2020. "Ah, thanks," Kang Ju-hyun replied, rubbing his chin as he began to deduce. So this was exactly 5 years before the apocalypse broke out, meaning whoever these future powerhouses were, they hadn't awakened or displayed their true talents yet. He needed someone who would rise to prominence within the next 6 months. Right. Within the next half-year, the individuals known as the Miraculous Trio would emerge. Monster Fairy Bang Sang-ho, Legion Knight Indian, and Sword Queen Kang Hee-jin. If he remembered correctly, those three stood at the pinnacle. Bang Sang-ho actively concealed his identity, and with time running out, tracking him down was practically impossible. As for the knight, he was likely still stuck over in America, making him equally out of reach. That left only one remaining option: Sword Queen Kang Hee-jin. She was undisputedly the strongest among the Miraculous Trio, and old interviews had mentioned she kept her profile completely anonymous during the early stages of her career. Locking onto that target, Kang Ju-hyun immediately invoked the storyteller's spatial migration ability. Vanishing from his spot in a flash, when he rematerialized, he found himself crammed inside a tiny, dilapidated studio apartment. Where is this? A dorm room? Someone like Kang Hee-jin actually lives in a dump like this. Right after, he spotted a girl slurping down cheap instant noodles in the corner of the room and called out, "Are you Kang Hee-jin by any chance?" And as you'd probably expect, Kang Hee-jin was startled out of her wits, immediately trying to threaten Kang Ju-hyun by flashing her phone to call the cops. Returning to Kang Ju-hyun's side, once he visually confirmed the blazing golden book hovering over Kang Hee-jin's head, he politely placed a hand over his chest and introduced himself. "Greetings, are you by chance the collector Kang Hee-jin?" Caught off guard, Kang Hee-jin stammered, "Why, yeah. And who the hell are you?" "I am a storyteller dispatched to Earth from the Celestial Corporation, and my name is Kang Ju-hyun. I'm here to sign a contract with you." Hearing that, Kang Hee-jin blinked in utter disbelief. "For real? Are you seriously here to offer me a contract?" she asked, her eyes sparkling wide with a mix of hope and disbelief. That expressive reaction, paired with her ragged clothes that literally had patches sewn onto the sleeves, made Kang Ju-hyun briefly question his own judgment. Did I actually manage to find the right person, or did I mess up big time? Even so, he ultimately chose to trust his unique skills judgment and pressed on. "That's right, I'm here to sign with you, Kang Hee-jin." For her part, Kang Hee-jin turned out to be painfully honest. Upon receiving such an incredible offer, she looked deeply troubled and mumbled, "But my skills totally suck, and honestly, I can't even fight properly. Hearing those words tumble out of the mouth of the future legendary Sword Queen left Kang Ju-hyun blinking in sheer astonishment. "Who on earth fed you such utter bullshit?" Looking thoroughly depressed, Kang Hee-jin replied, "Everyone around me says the exact same thing, which is why I gave up on trying to become a collector and was actually studying to take the civil service exam instead." Hearing this, Kang Ju-hyun finally understood everything. I was wondering why she was living in a place like this. It must be because she hasn't realized her own talent yet, he thought, deciding to give her a little encouragement with some words. "They only say that because they don't know how incredible your skills really are." "Really?" Kang Hee-jin asked anxiously. "Totally. I'm a storyteller, I'm the one who crafts narratives for the spirits, and you won't even believe me. Kang Ju-hyun said, staring at her with the intense gaze of a multi-level marketing recruiter, figuring that whatever the future outcome might be, hooking this gullible chick into believing him right now was all that mattered. Just kidding, of course. As the scene cut back to Kang Ju-hyun also produced a contract out of thin air and said, I'll help you unlock your full potential. You just need to sign right here. Even at this point, Kang Hee-jin still couldn't quite believe it. Am I really going to become a collector? That's right, you've got way more than enough what it takes to be a collector. Kang Ju-hyun practically hard-sold her. Hearing that, Kang Hee-jin reached behind her back to grab a pen, but suddenly blurted out, Wait, where did I put my pen again? Right here. Kang Ju-hyun immediately tossed her a pen, thinking that if he waited for this klutzy girl to find a pen herself, he'd probably be dead and buried by then. Hurry up, hurry up. Kang Ju-hyun muttered under his breath as he watched her begin signing the contract. And right after that, Kang Hee-jin beamed with a radiant smile and announced, All done. Glancing at his watch and seeing there were still precisely 2 seconds left on the clock, Kang Ju-hyun finally let out a sigh of relief. With 2 seconds remaining to spare, a system notification popped up to announce, Congratulations, you have completed the initial tutorial mission. Your reward is a promotion to a full-time employee. The appearance of that screen brought a faint smile to Kang Ju-hyun's lips, marking the very first step toward his new life. Before dying, he had sworn an oath never to live a life full of regrets again, though he never expected to be resurrected as a storyteller. But since things had turned out this way, he was going to give it his all to live a meaningful life. With that thought, he turned to the budding Sword Queen and said, I'm really looking forward to working with you, Kang Hee-jin. Yes, I'll be counting on you, Kang Hee-jin replied happily. Sword Queen Kang Hee-jin carried herself with such an air of nobility that rumors often claimed she hailed from a wealthy background. Yet she turned out to be remarkably humble. Shrugging that aside, Kang Ju-hyun reached up to grab the book floating above her head and began reading. To read through its contents and see if he could unearth anything interesting. And in the next split second, his eyes nearly popped right out of his head. Holy cow. His eyes nearly popped right out of his head at what he saw because she possessed a whopping 3 main character attributes. According to Kang Ju-hyun's line of sight, the book detailed. Name, Kang Hee-jin. Abilities, Goryeo Dynasty Sword Master Unawakened, Sword Body Integration Unawakened, Heaven's Crossing Sword Path Unawakened. Finishing the description, he turned to stare at Kang Hee-jin as if looking at an absolute monster, realizing that all 3 attributes were utterly overpowered. To possess 3 top-tier protagonist abilities while having 2 of them still unawakened meant there was no telling how monstrously strong she would become once she unlocked all 3. Lost in thought, he wondered just how insanely powerful she'd get before speaking up. Hey, Kang Hee-jin. Yes, I'm listening, Mr. Storyteller, she replied politely, though her excessive reverence made Kang Ju-hyun a bit awkward as he said, Just call me Kang Ju-hyun is fine. By the way, do you know anything about your own abilities, Kang Hee-jin? Kang Hee-jin put on a gloomy expression and answered, I know, my abilities really suck. Hearing that made Kang Ju-hyun's head feel like it was swelling up with a massive row of question marks. Noticing his confusion, Kang Hee-jin awkwardly explained, Well, during basic training we were told, that we shouldn't really talk about our abilities to others. Well, it's a good thing we already signed a contract then, isn't it? Kang Ju-hyun sighed. Scratching her head with a sheepish grin, Kang Hee-jin continued, The skill is called Goryeo Dynasty Sword Master. Doesn't that name just sound like an absolute joke? That remark instantly drove the listening Kang Ju-hyun up the wall. Are you kidding me? Everyone out there would kill to have a protagonist-level skill like that, yet she was actually looking down on it. Thinking this, he forced down his irritation and asked calmly, You haven't told anyone else about this skill, have you? Nope, people don't usually ask anyway, and it's kind of embarrassing to admit out loud, she replied. Hearing that left Kang Ju-hyun completely speechless in front of this airheaded girl. Ignorance truly is terrifying. Her silence prompted Kang Hee-jin to ask nervously, Are you disappointed because my ability sounds too weird? You can't cancel the contract now, can you? If this keeps up, I'm gonna get kicked out. Not at all, I'm not disappointed in the slightest, Kang Ju-hyun awkwardly assured her. Really? For real? She pressed. Cross my heart, he answered firmly. But right at that moment, a system notification abruptly flashed across his field of vision. Mission Welcome Ceremony. You have completed the first step of becoming a storyteller. Having been promoted to a full-time employee, you will now take on roles matching your new rank. Therefore, the corporation will hold a welcome ceremony to celebrate your promotion. Details. You cannot decline this mission. Upon completion, you will be rewarded based on your performance. Would you like to start immediately? Realizing he had to depart instantly, Kang Ju-hyun told Kang Hee-jin, Kang Hee-jin, I need to step away for a little while. So suddenly, how long will you be gone? She asked in surprise. I'm not entirely sure, but it looks like it'll take quite a bit of time. By the way, what kind of gear are you using right now, Kang Hee-jin? Pointing toward a shield tucked in the corner of the room, she replied, I use a shield. That revelation left Kang Ju-hyun dumbfounded. Huh, instead of using a weapon, you're using a shield. Kang Hee. Sensing his confusion, Kang Hee-jin elaborated. That's right, even though I don't have combat-oriented powers, my physical strength is really high, so I figured a shield was safest for the battlefield. Since that still didn't clear up his doubts, he probed further. During basic training, surely you must have tried using other things, Kang. Did you? Kang Hee-jin smiled and replied, Oh, I used a spear back then, and the instructors recommended it because of its long, safe reach. Hearing that made Kang Ju-hyun bite his lip in pure frustration. Of all things, why did this girl have to pick a spear instead of a sword? Determined to stop her from wasting any more time on random nonsense, he said seriously, Listen to me carefully. First, go trade that shield in for a sword, then find a spacious place and practice swinging it. Huh, that's all I have to do? She asked in shock. Yup, you'll understand what I mean soon enough. Just see how amazing your Goryeo Dynasty sword master skill really is. Make sure you practice exactly like I told you. With that, he tapped the acceptance button on his system interface and vanished into thin air. Kang Hee-jin tried to ask a follow-up question, but unfortunately, he was already gone. Sometime later, she had successfully traded her shield for a sword and headed out to a spacious open area as instructed. I switched to a sword just like he told me, but am I really going to learn how to use it just by swinging it around? I haven't even thrown a single sword swing yet. Kang Ju-hyun, you idiot. You should have explained it more clearly, she grumbled, starting to slash the sword around wildly in frustration. But in the next instant, she stopped in absolute astonishment. What on earth is this feeling? It was a bizarre sensation she had never experienced in her entire life. What is this thing anyway? Kang Hee-jin mused to herself as she resumed swinging her blade. Sometime later, Kang Ju-hyun used his spatial teleportation ability to warp over to her location, thinking, It took me longer than expected, wonder how she's doing. Upon arriving, he spotted Kang Hee-jin practicing her sword swings and mentally praised her. Her stance was rock solid, even without anyone formally coaching her. Though it made sense, she wasn't called the Sword Queen for nothing. Noticing his sudden appearance, Kang Hee-jin jumped in surprise. Eek, Mr. Storyteller, when did you get here? Ah, did I interrupt your practice? You looked so focused that I didn't want to disturb you. Oh gosh, it's not like that at all, heh heh, she stammered awkwardly, while Kang Ju-hyun turned his attention to a newly arrived system notification. Mission Poetry Department Regular Employee. You have completed your work and chosen your career path as an employee. This is merely the first step. Your true life as a storyteller begins now. As a member of the Poetry Department, the road ahead won't be easy. Start gathering what you need for the future and forge your own story. Objective, create a library. Reward upon completion, personal library. Penalty for failure, none. Time limit, none. Seeing Kang Ju-hyun staring intently at something, Kang Hee-jin asked curiously, Storyteller, what are you doing? He answered, I'm thinking about setting up a library. Her eyes widened in shock. Huh, isn't building a library supposed to be the very first thing a storyteller does? Explaining the situation, Kang Ju-hyun replied, That's because I'm just starting out as a storyteller. Which only shocked her further. No way, you act and look like such a seasoned veteran. Why would I lie to you about that? Kang Ju-hyun said, checking his system interface, which was now prompting him to enter a name for his personal library. To make things easier, the system even provided a list of popular suggestions. SSS rank story collector library names. I have infinite luck all by myself. Collector with 99,999,999 combat power. The eldest son of a wealthy family is a collector. The overpowered collector who can't hide his strength. I keep running into insane luck. I became a collector with cheat-tier pets, and blah, blah, blah. In short, reading those cringe-inducing names made Kang Ju-hyun want to bury his face in his hands, finding them utterly exhausting, though they did teach him one thing. Do I really need to pick a cheesy name like that to get attention? Wait, looks like someone's story is starting over there. Let's check it out. Tapping the screen, a video feed materialized before him showing some poor guy getting mercilessly beaten up by 4 or 5 cotton balls, while the watching holy spirits tossed him a measly 100 points and started screaming abuse. Kang Ju. Seeing those harsh comments, Kang Ju-hyun felt a pang of pity for his colleague. Those spirits are trashing him completely. This is exactly why signing with a talented collector matters, though that collector really does suck. I'll just make my library first and worry about the name later. As soon as he finished creating it, the system chimed in. Mission complete confirmed. You have received a personal library. You have received an observer's room. You can now freely travel to and from the observer's room. Turning back to Kang Hee-jin, he called out, Kang Hee-jin, are you ready to swing your sword? Before the airheaded girl could even process what was happening, Kang Ju-hyun hit the teleport button, and the two of them vanished instantly. In the next moment, they materialized on the rooftop of a building, prompting Kang Hee-jin to look around and ask, Where is this? This place is modeled after mythological legends and fables, he explained, pointing toward a spatial gateway before them. That is the entrance to the mind realm. You know how storytellers craft narratives after forming contracts with collectors, right? That means we present our stories to the world. We form contracts with collectors specifically to show our narratives to the holy spirits. Now let me ask you this. Do you know what goes into the stories we present, Kang Hee? What goes into our stories? Kang Hee-jin pondered for a moment before answering, isn't it just a person's life story? Her answer was mostly correct, but it lacked a bit of nuance, so Kang Ju-hyun elaborated further. You could say that, but since the holy spirits all have different tastes, the genres vary wildly. Even so, there's one particular genre that commands the most attention, and that is epic heroic tales. From now on, you are going to become the protagonist of those epics, Kang Hee-jin. Looking anxious, she asked, Will I really be able to do it? Patting her shoulder to instill some confidence, Kang Ju-hyun encouraged. Of course you can, I'll help you pull it off. First, let's head inside. With that, the two of them stepped through the gateway and disappeared. Emerging on the other side, Kang Ju-hyun explained their surroundings. This is the territory of the Anva Mountain Goblin tribe. Do you know about goblins? Yes, I know a little bit, she answered hurriedly. Meanwhile, Kang Ju-hyun opened up his library interface to kick off a live broadcast stream. And the moment he opened the broadcast room, several notifications popped up. The agonized adventurer has entered the library. The drunken customer has entered the library. The guide of Chacharara has entered the library. Seeing the spirits arrive, Kang Ju-hyun quickly greeted them. Welcome to my library, I am its master, Kang Ju-hyun. At the same time, he recognized those visitors as the ones who had left negative comments earlier, assuming they had dropped by out of sheer curiosity. Despite his polite greeting, the spirits couldn't care less, showing him zero respect and demanding he just get straight to the story to save time. Reading those snarky comments made his head spin. Looks like these guys are just waiting for us to fail. And to shut those arrogant spirits up, Kang Ju-hyun turned to Kang Hee-jin and said, Kang Hee-jin, I'm heading to the observer's room to show your story to the spirits, which means from now on you'll be fighting alone. That declaration made her gasp in horror. All by myself. Don't worry, just swing your sword exactly like you practiced earlier. Kang Ju-hyun encouraged with a confident smile, right as a monstrous entity stepped out from the shadows ahead. The creature's hideous appearance only heightened Kang Hee-jin's terror. Mr. Storyteller, these goblins. Seeing her panic, Kang Ju-hyun offered words of moral support. Kang Hee-jin, you can do this. Please believe in yourself. Even if you say that, it's terrifying. She whimpered weakly, tears welling up in her eyes at the sight of the lizard-like beast. I'm so scared I'm gonna die, just as the red-skinned lizard monster lashed out with a ferocious swipe. Kang Hee-jin's quick reflexes allowed her to dodge just in time, though the impact was powerful enough to shatter the ground beneath them. Next, the lizard continued its relentless barrage of attacks while she could only cry out in blind panic. Somebody help me. Scrambling backward to evade the onslaught, she tripped over a jagged rock protruding from the ground and fell flat on her rear. Ironically, that stumble allowed her to duck under a horizontal slashing sweep from the monster. But falling like that completely drained whatever fighting spirit she had left. This is bad. If things keep going this way, I'm gonna die. I have to run away. Amidst her absolute terror, memories from long ago suddenly flashed through her mind. It was right after she became a collector. Hey, look at her. Is that her? The one with nothing going for her except raw muscle. Even her skill is totally unremarkable. Healers are way more useful. She couldn't even manage to contract with a storyteller. So isn't she basically just a commoner? She'd honestly be better off studying for the civil service exam. Back then, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and swallow those harsh insults. Can I really live like this forever? Running away? What if I run away again? I'm totally useless, so no matter what I do, I can't. I'd never be able to show my face to Mr. Kang Ju-hyun again. It doesn't matter what happens to me anymore. Resolving herself with that thought, Kang Hee-jin gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. Meanwhile, watching the scene unfold from the observer's room, Kang Ju-hyun screamed out in alarm. Kang Hee-jin, look out. Through his view, the lizard monster had lunged straight at Kang Hee-jin, raising its claws to strike. In that perilous split second, Kang Hee-jin lowered her head to steady her breathing. Then she fixed the red-skinned lizard with a dangerously piercing glare. In the exact same moment, she raised her sword high to parry the monster's downward blow. Not stopping there, she used the momentum to deflect the lizard's arm to the side and counterattacked with a fierce slash of her own. The result was a clean, direct hit straight to the lizard monster's head. It sounded like a lot when described, but the entire exchange happened in a matter of seconds, transforming in a flash from a terrified, weak girl into a ferocious lioness, who slaughtered the monster in a single blow left both Kang Ju-hyun and the watching holy spirits with their jaws dropped in disbelief. At that very moment, the true beast dormant inside Kang Hee-jin finally awakened. I will never be afraid again. Determination blazed brightly in her eyes. That's right, seeing that expression on her face, Kang Ju-hyun smiled broadly and said, "That's right, Kang Hee-jin, that's the real you." Simultaneously, a stream of glowing light burst from the slain lizard's corpse and streamed directly into Kang Hee-jin's body. Following that, a system notification flashed before her eyes. "You have conquered 7 cities." That announcement filled Kang Hee-jin with immense joy. "I did it. I did it. I actually did it." Kang Ju-hyun congratulated her from afar. "Great job, I knew you had it in you. But the battle isn't over yet. There are plenty of thrills left in this world, so you can't afford to stop here. Be greedy or crave more, can you do it?" "You bet," Kang Hee-jin answered firmly. Right after, she charged forward entirely on her own, to take on 3 red-skinned lizards simultaneously. Back in the management room of the Celestial Corporation, someone tuned into Kang Ju-hyun's live stream and muttered in disbelief. "What the hell? He's got 15 viewers in under an hour. For real?" The owner of that voice was none other than Senior Trading Officer Tao Dan. Inspecting Kang Ju-hyun's profile data, he thought in confusion. Even with promotional backing, this makes no sense. Kang Ju-hyun? First time hearing this name, must be a total rookie. But there's no way a newbie pulled in this many viewers legitimately. He must be using some shady trick. I need to check this out right now. With that thought, he immediately clicked open Kang Ju-hyun's library stream to investigate what kind of dirty tactics this rookie was using to pull in such a crowd. In the next instant, his eyes bulged wide as he caught sight of the live feed. "What the hell am I looking at? Who the heck is this collector? She's not even wearing protective armor, and her weapon is completely mediocre. I've seen plenty of collectors in my time, but this one is stronger than anyone else, and she's literally getting stronger by the minute." Shifting back to Kang Ju-hyun, watching Kang Hee-jin mercilessly slaughter the red-skinned lizards to the point of tears left him deeply impressed. She adapts to her abilities so fast, it was totally worth taking the time to track her down. Turning to the observing spirits, he proudly bragged about his rookie. "How about that, holy spirits? This is her very first combat outing, pretty impressive, right? And we're not even close to done yet. She can do way more than this." His words acted like pure adrenaline for the spirits, sending them into a frenzy of constant donations and cheers for Kang Hee-jin, as a flood of notification screens confirming 200-point and 150-point tips lit up the room. Noticing something odd up ahead, Kang Hee-jin called out, "Hey, Mr. Kang Ju-hyun, what is that?" According to her line of sight, a glowing red barrier had materialized at the far end of the cave. Kang Ju-hyun explained, "Ah, that's a regional boundary. You can't cross over to fight past it. Collectors agreed to set those up to maintain stability." "Oh, I see," Kang Hee-jin replied with a hint of disappointment, and Kang, noticing her downcast tone, Kang Ju-hyun asked, "Are you disappointed?" "Well, yeah, a little bit. Everything ended way too fast," she admitted hurriedly. "Who said anything about this being the end? We've come this far, so we're going all the way to the very finish line." "Wait, you mean?" Kang Hee-jin stared at the boundary line, while Kang Ju-hyun laid out the bait. "That's right. You're going to completely erase this mind realm." Mind realms could be permanently removed from reality by eradicating them entirely. However, erasing one meant a new one would spawn elsewhere. And because nobody ever knew what kind of story a new realm held, explorers hesitated to charge in blindly due to the high risks involved. That was why people preferred maintaining the existing mind realms rather than deleting them. As a collector, Kang Hee-jin knew this rule all too well, prompting her to turn and double-check with Kang Ju-hyun. "Is this really okay?" Puffing out his chest, he guaranteed, "Got a problem with it. If anyone asks, just tell them I forced you to do it. Besides, you didn't look like you wanted to stop here anyway. Was it really that obvious? she asked with an embarrassed flush. Pulling herself together, she nodded resolutely. All right, I'll do it your way. A bold decision that earned roaring approval from the watching spirits. Keeping the momentum going, Kang Ju-hyun hyped up the stream. Come on, everyone, let's cheer for Kang Hee-jin. Stopping here would be way too boring. Meanwhile, back in his office, Tao Dan watched the rookie duo prepare to shatter a regional boundary during their very first combat run and panicked. Hold on, what does she think she's doing? Breaking through the boundary. No way is she seriously planning to do that. She's out of her damn mind. That's practically taboo for Earthborn collectors. Things are totally off the rails. The Blue Lizard manager shrieked as he watched Kang Hee-jin charge straight toward the boundary line, pushing the viewer count on Kang Ju-hyun's stream up to a staggering 20 concurrent watchers, though he himself remained remarkably unfazed. A true protagonist must relentlessly push forward to achieve their goals. That was the true essence of being a hero. Back on Earth, stories used to be filled with thrilling adventures, but modern collectors had started erecting boundaries within mind realms and endlessly farming the same spots just to stay safe, which caused the holy spirits to lose interest entirely. Ultimately paving the way for the apocalypse to begin simply, so they could find more entertaining stories elsewhere. The tragic fate of this world, I am going to change it, not through outside interference but by my own hands. With that thought, Kang Ju-hyun finalized the title for his broadcast story, Chronicles of the Sword Queen, Tale of a Hero. Current viewers, 25. Shortly after, right as Kang Hee-jin approached the deepest depths of the mine, Kang Ju-hyun materialized right in front of her and announced, Great work, Kang Hee-jin, we've made it to the deepest part of the mine. And Kang, seeing him suddenly appear, her face lit up. Mr. Kang Ju-hyun! The sheer whiplash of her rapid mood changes left him blinking in surprise. Huh, weren't you looking terrifyingly intense just a second ago? Following up, he suggested, We're almost at the finish line, why don't you take a short break? Hearing those words, Kang Hee-jin collapsed flat onto the ground and groaned. All right, I am pretty exhausted. Observing her from the side, Kang Ju-hyun thought. She managed to get this far thanks to her raw stats, but she's definitely pushing herself past her limits. I'll need to help her train her physical endurance properly later on. Breaking his train of thought, he asked, How does it feel fighting with a sword? Amazing. I really should have used a sword from the very beginning, she beamed, giving him an enthusiastic thumbs up. The moment she said that, he noticed the book hovering above her head shining noticeably brighter. The book's glow intensified. Looks like everything Kang Hee-jin accomplished today actually changed something fundamental. Sitting down beside her, he offered a reminder. This is the final stage. Remember when your goblin pack ran away earlier? All of them have gathered here to wait for you. Looks like they've got a leader now. Their movements are way too coordinated. What are you gonna do? Their movements are very unified. What are you going to do? If you want to stop here, that's fine too. And before his words, Kang Hee-jin started laughing and said, Are you kidding me? I've come this far, I have to see it through to the end. You didn't ask me to cross the border and come here just to play around, right? Of course not. I will take responsibility for my words. So shall we go? Let's do it, Kang Hee-jin replied confidently. Her confident demeanor made Kang Ju-hyun slightly happy. I was planning to stop her if she showed even a hint of hesitation, but it seems she has made up her mind. But even so, for a beginner, this is still extremely dangerous, so Kang Ju-hyun still had to remind her of a few things before continuing. But it's going to be very dangerous, so we should set a goal first. Do you know how to clear a mind realm? Yes, I've been taught that, Kang Hee-jin replied. Then it's easy to explain. The condition to clear a mind realm is conquest. It's best to take down all the kobolds, but you should aim for the leader first. There are many ways to clear a mind realm, but this is the easiest. Just defeat the boss monster there and that's it. Then let's go, Kang Hee-jin said happily. At the same time, she skipped forward, but right then, Kang Ju-hyun warned her. Wait, I think you should change your weapon first. Huh, why? Kang Hee-jin was slightly confused. But then she looked at the dilapidated sword in her hand and understood why Kang Ju-hyun had to remind her. What do I do now? Kang Hee-jin said as tears began to well up in her eyes. Kang Ju-hyun, looking at the state of it, commented, It's going to snap in half during the battle. It was a freebie, but it was somewhat useful. You've earned a lot of points already. I've already filtered out the most useful swords for you. Choose a new one. As he spoke, Kang Ju-hyun showed her a list of swords he considered the best. But the price of these swords made her voice tremble. No discount. I have to make a living too, Kang Ju-hyun said cheerfully. So following that, Kang Hee-jin began to scream internally for her points, then clicked the button to purchase a sword. And immediately after clicking the button, her point balance dropped to 0, and the system sent her a new sword. "Wow, that looks great. It's much more high-end than the one you had before." Kang Ju-hyun congratulated her happily. But these words didn't comfort Kang Hee-jin much. She was still heartbroken that the points she had earned with blood and sweat had evaporated instantly. "My points?" Kang Hee-jin lamented. "You can earn them back, now let's go," Kang Ju-hyun said. Not long after, Kang Hee-jin, carrying murderous rage, began searching for the dungeon boss. By now it had gathered quite a few minions. And as soon as Kang Hee-jin saw it, she said coldly, "It's all because of these bastards that my sword broke. Now all of you die." Saying that, she grabbed her sword and charged straight at the lizard pack, slamming it hard into the ground. Her landing was so powerful that it caused the ground and rocks to explode, and the lizard pack was blown away by the shockwave. "All of you die. Do you know how hard I had to work to earn those points?" As she spoke, she sliced off the head of a lizard, and immediately after, she sensed the presence of the boss monster and glared at it with a terrifying look. That murderous gaze started to make even a leader commanding a pack of red lizards tremble violently. It was so scared it was on the verge of tears. "I swear I've never met such a crazy woman in my life." And that was all it could think before its head was severed from its neck. And at this very moment, the system issued a notification. "You have cleared the Kobold dungeon in the Anva mountain range." And then, to celebrate the successful conquest of the dungeon, Kang Ju-hyun and Kang Hee-jin went to a dessert shop together. By now, she was devouring every piece of cake in her mouth and said happily, "This is truly amazing. I never expected such delicious cake to exist." Seeing her so happy just from eating a piece of cake made Kang Ju-hyun wonder, "Is the cake really that good?" "Of course. I never thought I'd get to taste cake this good. I'm so happy that we cleared the Kobold mine and earned so many points," Kang Hee-jin said. Turning to Kang Ju-hyun, seeing this goldfish-brained girl with such low horizons, he had to remind her, "You're this happy over just a few cakes. You could even eat them year-round if you keep going down this path." "Really?" Kang Hee-jin asked excitedly. And to this question of hers, Kang Ju-hyun replied bluntly, "How you use your points is up to you, but if you eat cake all day and get fat, that's on you too." "That's a bit rude," Kang Hee-jin said, startled. It seems if Kang Ju-hyun hadn't reminded her, she really would have planned to eat cake for a whole month. Ignoring the cake issue for now, she remembered something and said, "By the way, you said you knew about my special skill, right? Even though I realized something during the battle, what exactly is the Sword Master of the Goryeo dynasty?" Kang Ju-hyun, sitting opposite her, turned serious and said, "Do you know the story of Cho Yong?" "No." "Cho Yong, as a low-ranking military commander, a general. He climbed the Great Wall alone, where it was being occupied by the Man Dai tribe. He is respected not only because he defeated thousands of enemies, but also because of his courage to charge into tens of thousands of enemy troops and swing his sword at them without a moment's hesitation. People whisper that he might have transcended human limits, so they called him by the name Sword Master of the Goryeo dynasty." And Kang Hee-jin, after hearing these words, she said in amazement, "Wow, he was that amazing, but why don't I know about him? A great story like that deserves to be made into a movie." Kang Ju-hyun, hearing this, awkwardly said, "Well, it's because the name of his friend is a bit weird." "What's that person's name?" Kang Hee-jin asked curiously. "I can't bring myself to say it." "Come on, you're making me curious, tell me," Kang Hee-jin said excitedly. "Forget it, I'm not saying it, so don't ask any more. I'll report you for harassment," Kang Ju-hyun said while beginning to hug himself. And this made Kang Hee-jin a bit startled. "What? Did I do something to you? If you're curious, look it up yourself. You carry your phone everywhere, don't you?" Kang Hee-jin heard this and took out her phone, then grumbled. How weird could that name possibly be? But then, not knowing what information she checked, her cheeks turned bright red. Then she threw her phone straight at Kang Ju-hyun's head from across the table and said angrily, "Pervert, I'll sue you for harassment." "Why are you blaming me?" Kang Ju-hyun yelled. After regaining his composure, he sighed and said, "Anyway, you can see why it wasn't adapted into a movie, but that doesn't tarnish his reputation. Honestly, your potential is even greater than you think." And these words of his made her face light up. "So, I'm also considered a natural talent." Looking at Kang Hee-jin's goofy face, he felt worried about when this future Sword Queen would actually become the powerful Sword Queen he knew. Thinking about this, Kang Ju-hyun suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, "Right, we don't have time to sit around here, we have to proceed with the plan." As he spoke, he began pulling Kang Hee-jin away from this place. "What plan?" Kang Hee-jin asked. Kang Ju-hyun explained, "We have to build your image." And as the first step to building her image, Kang Ju-hyun had finished styling Kang Hee-jin. "Ah, hey Kang Ju-hyun, am I okay dressed like this?" Kang Hee-jin asked shyly. Kang Ju-hyun said, "It looks fine, you should be more confident, now before we get to the main business." What did I tell her again? Don't smile like an idiot and act very carefully before the holy spirits, Kang Hee-jin hurriedly said. And Kang Ju-hyun, after hearing this, felt reassured and said, "Good, let's go." But at this moment, he discovered the viewer count was increasing, so he speculated there were more people here than in the Chronicles of the Sword Queen. Has the news leaked? After that, there were also a few comments from holy spirits amazed by Kang Hee-jin's new appearance. This made Kang Ju-hyun startle and say, "Oh right." The holy spirits had never seen Kang Hee-jin dress like this. Looking at her, Kang Ju-hyun saw that Kang Hee-jin was wearing an outfit in the style of classic martial arts. And thanks to this outfit, the number of donated points was increasing rapidly. If you did a survey on what is most important in a character, most people would say strength. But if you ask what the second most important thing is, you would get many different answers. People would say examples like team spirit or survival skills. But if it were me, I would confidently assert that it is appearance. And thanks to her beautiful appearance, it seems Kang Hee-jin started getting a few fanatic fans when they began sending heart emojis to her. This didn't surprise Kang Ju-hyun much. She has potential, but she has never dressed up. Now that she has changed suddenly, her aura will be completely different. Thinking about this, Kang Ju-hyun sent her a few light orbs and said, "Before you enter the mind realm, you should learn this move. Those are the stories I bought earlier. Is this your first time seeing them with your own eyes? Ah, right, I've heard of them. Then from now on, you'll see them often. Kang Hee-jin's abilities are very good, but you can't handle everything, so we need to be thoroughly prepared." "I understand, thank you," Kang Hee-jin said shyly. Then, she began to control these light orbs, fusing them into her body. Kang Ju-hyun, seeing this, hurriedly asked, "How does it feel?" Kang Hee-jin began to explain, "It feels quite refreshing." "That's a good sign. Usually it would take a bit of effort to receive them," Kang Ju-hyun said. And now Kang Hee-jin, sitting opposite him, had a question and asked, "But Kang Ju-hyun, where did you get the points to buy these stories?" And these words of hers made the god Kang Ju-hyun jump out of his skin. It seems this was the money he got through trickery, and Kang Hee-jin was there, so he hurriedly changed the subject. "Can we set off now? We should put on a good show for the holy spirits." And then they both started entering the portal and appeared in another strange place. As soon as she came out, she asked curiously, "Where is this? Haven't I told you yet?" Kang Ju-hyun said. Kang Hee-jin startled and shouted, "Oh, I remember. But where is this anyway? It's deserted, nobody is walking around here." This goldfish brain really almost made Kang Ju-hyun laugh to death, but fortunately he held it in and began to explain. "We are in the Cretan labyrinth, or more precisely, the labyrinth located in the palace of Knossos in Crete. Several people have tried to decode the labyrinth, but no one has succeeded." Kang Hee-jin asked, "Why?" "Because they couldn't find the condition for completion, and furthermore, the labyrinth itself is a chaotic mess," Kang Ju-hyun said. And just as he said that, Kang Hee-jin, walking in front, discovered a few corpses at a turn and screamed in surprise. "These are..." Kang Ju-hyun hurriedly raised his hand to signal her and whispered, "Don't say anything." Kang Hee-jin lowered her voice and asked, "Kang Ju-hyun, so these..." Kang Ju-hyun knew what she wanted to ask, so he said straight out, "Right, they are all dead. Looking at the level of decomposition, they must have died not long ago." Having said that, he turned to check the broadcast stream and thought, "The number of viewers has exceeded 100, and there are even storytellers in there. The intention is written all over their faces. They are planning to steal the ideas of rising stars like her. Keep watching as much as you like, because our main goal is to turn casual viewers into regular customers." Having thought that, he didn't know where he found a ball of red thread and handed it to Kang Hee-jin, saying, "Here, take it." Kang Hee-jin took the thread and asked, "It's just a ball of thread." Kang Ju-hyun knew she didn't understand anything, so he had to enlighten her. "This place is an extremely complex labyrinth. In mythology, Theseus used a ball of thread to escape. You should use it in case you get lost. I'll pray for your good luck." Having said that, Kang Ju-hyun teleported to the observer's room, and right after that, a screen displaying Kang Ju-hyun's image appeared before Kang Hee-jin. "Just step forward bravely and don't look back. Don't overthink things and don't pay attention to the small details." And it seems, these words bolstered Kang Hee-jin's will. As soon as she heard Kang Ju-hyun's words, her face lit up with determination and she said, "Okay." Saying that, she began to wander through this labyrinth filled with skulls. And now, Kang Ju-hyun had to admire her steely spirit. Even though Kang Hee-jin didn't realize it, her mental strength was far higher than an ordinary person's, as she didn't panic at all when seeing this horrific scene. Back to Kang Hee-jin. After wandering through all the twists and turns, she discovered light at the end of a corridor. "A ray of light," Kang Hee-jin muttered. At the same time, Kang Joo-hyun next to her noticed something strange and warned. "Wait, Kang Hee-jin." And right after his words, for some reason, a massive minotaur suddenly appeared in front of Kang Hee-jin. And as soon as it saw her, it roared angrily to intimidate her. Then it threw its giant fist at this slender girl. Its powerful punch also caused a small explosion, and Kang Joo-hyun in the observer's room could only shout in worry. Kang Hee-jin. Back to the battle, as the dust settled, the Minotaur discovered that there was no human body under its fist. And then in its astonished eyes, Kang Hee-jin used super-fast speed to strike it in the chest with one sword slash. It seems this slash hit an artery, and blood started spraying everywhere. And Kang Hee-jin, seeing this scene, said happily, "Tonight I'll have ox head soup," and those big-shot holy spirits observing, after hearing her say that, simultaneously started commenting and asking what ox head soup is. And Kang Joo-hyun could only helplessly say, "Oh, come on, I told you not to say those things." Then he hurriedly shouted to guide Kang Hee-jin. "Kang Hee-jin, that minotaur is much stronger than those goblins. Its skin is thicker and harder, making it difficult for you to cause damage. So fighting it head-on is quite difficult. You should switch to hit-and-run tactics, wear it down, and finish it with a truly explosive strike." "Kang Hee-jin, are you listening to me?" Kang Joo-hyun screamed when he saw her charging head-on to fight it. Looking through Kang Joo-hyun's eyes now, the Minotaur picked up a large rock under its feet and threw it straight at her. But facing this rock, Kang Hee-jin remained calm and swung her sword, and was able to slice it into many pieces. Not only that, through the screen, Kang Joo-hyun startled and realized, when the sword in Kang Hee-jin's hand began emitting faint rays of light, and her face also turned serious. Then she slowly raised the sword in her hand above her head. Beams of light began to converge inside the sword. With the experience of a regressionist, Kang Joo-hyun immediately realized what this meant. Kang Hee-jin, when did she learn sword aura? Sword energy, also known as light sword, is a skill that requires a certain level of proficiency to attain. This skill allows the wielder to channel their inner energy into the weapon, and most characters cannot learn sword energy on their own, but instead obtain it through the plot. But Kang Hee-jin learned it on her own. As expected of a sword queen, she is truly talented, Kang Joo-hyun exclaimed. Now back to the battle. After gathering the sword light, both the Minotaur and Kang Hee-jin let out a loud roar and charged straight at each other. And the result was that the Minotaur took a sword strike that cracked its head, and the powerful impact of the strike also caused the Minotaur's body to fly far away. After confirming that the Minotaur was indeed dead, Kang Hee-jin wiped the sweat from her face and wore a victorious smile. This victory helped her receive a rain of point donations from the holy spirits. Kang Joo-hyun, sitting in the observer's room, felt stunned. "I didn't even have to do anything. The number of registered holy spirits has doubled. I'm growing extremely fast." But suddenly, Kang Hee-jin's voice echoed, making him slightly startled. "Kang Joo-hyun, there's something strange. I've defeated all the monsters here, but still haven't cleared the mind realm." Not just her, even the holy spirits observing had the same question, because they didn't understand why it hadn't ended yet. And Kang Joo-hyun, after hearing the question, immediately appeared before her and explained, "That's because this mind realm isn't over yet." Then, he turned to the holy spirits observing, "Everyone must be very curious, right? Why is this labyrinth intact even though the monsters have been wiped out? That's because this labyrinth won't end simply because you defeated the Minotaur boss." When he said this, Kang Joo-hyun began to recall knowledge from his past life. Even in his past life, many people tried to take down the Minotaur, but no one succeeded in clearing the labyrinth. That's because they didn't know the right way to pass the labyrinth, but one day, an adventurer found an item hidden in the labyrinth and conquered it. "Thanks to that person, I found a way to pass this level." Thinking about this, he began to explain how to complete it, how to pass this level is. But before he could finish, Kang Hee-jin, standing next to him, quickly said, "I understand, then I just need to follow the thread that." Kang Joo-hyun understood her intention, but this shouldn't be the way to complete the labyrinth, so he began to say, "You're not wrong, but that will lead you back to the entrance. Typically, the entrance of the labyrinth is not the exit." "Then where is the exit?" Kang Hee-jin asked. "There." As he spoke, Kang Joo-hyun looked up at the cave's ceiling. "Do you know Daedalus?" "Ah, yes, I heard that was the person who created the labyrinth." "Correct. He was such a genius that he created this complex labyrinth. The problem is someone escaped from this place, a place that should have been impossible to escape from." Kang Hee-jin thought for a moment, then speculated, "Could it be Theseus?" Exactly, because Daedalus gave him a way to use a thread. Minos trapped Daedalus and his son Icarus in a labyrinth in a fit of rage, but Daedalus still found a way to escape. As he spoke, he stooped down to pick up a feather. Then he held it up before Kang He-jin and said, "Do you see? There are many feathers around this place." Seeing this, Kang He-jin understood something and hurriedly said, "Yes, I know what I need to do now." Saying that, she hurriedly ran forward, and not long after, she returned with a handful of feathers. Kang Ju-hyun, seeing her beaming expression, didn't know what to say. This girl is like a first grader. "I think this is enough," Kang He-jin said while beginning to toss the handful of feathers on her chest. And immediately after, a strange thing happened. Suddenly, these feathers began to transform into a pair of wings attached to Kang He-jin's back, helping her float in the air. "No! Unbelievable!" Kang He-jin shouted in amazement. Kang Ju-hyun, seeing this, congratulated her happily. "Congratulations, Ms. He-jin, you found an item. This is the Wings of Icarus item, rare grade. You can fly for 1x1 days." Seeing this girl just standing still in midair, he had to remind her. "What are you standing there for? Do you remember what I told you just now?" Kang He-jin startled and said, "Oh right, I'm so lucky to have you guiding me." Then, thanks to the flying ability of the wings, Kang He-jin successfully cleared the labyrinth, and the system immediately issued a notification. "You are passing the labyrinth in the mind realm. This is an unbelievable victory. You have conquered the mind realm with your own power." Simultaneously, her victory helped her receive many points of support from the Holy Spirits. Back to Kang He-jin, even though she had left the mind realm for a while, but she couldn't stop gloating. "What do you think? Peak, isn't it amazing?" As she spoke, she began to spread the wings on her shoulders to show off to Kang Ju-hyun. And our protagonist, seeing this, could only awkwardly say, "Amazing, looks great. Now I'm a collector too, plus looking at the points we earned this time, I'm not like I was before, haha. What do you think? I'm beautiful, right? Very charming, right?" "Can you stop?" Kang Ju-hyun said helplessly, but these words had no effect on this goldfish-brained girl. Immediately after hearing them, she even blew a kiss at Kang Ju-hyun and said, "Come on, don't be shy, this beauty works even on the Holy Spirits. You're just pretending, right? Come on, what do you think?" And the result was, what did Kang Ju-hyun see? He was scared stiff. He immediately had to correct her attitude in an angry voice. "Stop it if you don't want a beating." "You're so mean," Kang He-jin said as tears prepared to fall. And treating that as a bit of fun banter between the two, after regaining his composure, Kang Ju-hyun said, "Enough of that nonsense. Have you been to the association yet?" Kang He-jin scratched her head, confused. "Association? Not yet, why do you ask? It's time for you to upgrade your rank. You can't stay at level 9 forever, right? You have to level up if you want to earn more money," Kang Ju-hyun said. And just hearing the word money, the face of this goldfish-brained girl brightened up, and her eyes even turned into dollar signs. And immediately after, she began to spread her wings and fly straight out the window, saying, "I'm going there right now." "Hey, wait for me. Don't use your wings for chores like that," Kang Ju-hyun hurriedly said, following her while feeling slightly worried. "If I let her go alone, she'll cause trouble." And not long after, the two of them went to the Collectors Association, and the people there were stunned by Kang He-jin's beauty and aura. "Huh, do you remember any collector like her? She really radiates a special aura. It seems she's not an ordinary collector, plus she's so beautiful." In their eyes, Kang He-jin was radiating the true aura of a cold and powerful sword queen, completely different from the goofy attitude she had at home. To be absolutely sure, Kang Ju-hyun had to remind the girl next to him one more time. "I'm just saying this as a precaution, but don't even think about revealing those wings here." It seemed these words hit a nerve with Kang He-jin, as immediately after hearing them, she jumped out of her skin and stammered, I don't have thoughts like that." Saying that, they both went to the service counter. The male employee, upon seeing the Sword Queen aura radiating from Kang He-jin, said anxiously, "Hello, how can I help you?" Kang Ju-hyun, seeing this attitude, wasn't surprised. She must have made this guy nervous. "I understand that feeling because I was the same in my past life." Thinking about this, Kang Ju-hyun stated his purpose. "We are here to collect the reward for conquering the mind realm." And the words that Kang Ju-hyun spoke made everyone behind them start to become noisy. "What? A reward for conquering the mind realm? I heard 2 mind realms were conquered recently. Don't tell me they are the ones who did it. Are they blinded by fame or something? I can't believe they conquered a mind realm." Tusk, with that arrogant attitude, they won't last long. Noisy voices started echoing, a mix of admiration and jealousy. Now the employee, after hearing that, asked for more details. "Is anyone accompanying the 2 of you?" "No, she conquered the mind realm by herself," Kang Ju-hyun said, and his words made the surrounding mob of extras even more shocked. "What? No way, he's definitely lying. Even the staff member himself found it hard to believe and asked back. Then could you tell me her rank? Grade 9, Kang Ju-hyun replied coldly. I understand, I'll call the person in charge right away, please wait a moment. After that, both of them went to the bench to wait for the person in charge. Meanwhile, the crowd's whispers didn't stop at all. Did you hear that? She's grade 9. I thought she'd be at least grade 5. Is she lying about conquering the realm of the mind? Hearing these whispers, Kang Ju-hyun felt a bit worried and turned to look at Kang Hee-jin, gently checking to see if she was okay. Fortunately, she was fine. Just as he thought of this, an unpleasant voice suddenly rang out from in front of them. Look at that, con artists are acting all brazen with their lies lately. These words came from a muscular guy with a buzz cut and an immensely arrogant look on his face. Then, he leaned down, looked at Kang Hee-jin and chuckled. This girl conquered the realm of the mind. That's hilarious, who do you think you are? Just some scammer spouting nonsense here. Facing his words, Kang Hee-jin's expression remained completely icy, and she didn't bother saying a word. But at the same time, her attitude infuriated the buzz-cut guy. Unbelievable, a mere grade 9 is ignoring me. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth and said, Ha, you won't even reply. Figures, a grade 9 collector who conquered the realm of the mind. What a joke. Saying that, he stared intently at Kang Hee-jin to see if she would react. But unfortunately, that cold expression remained unchanged. This pushed the buzz-cut guy to the brink of exploding. Are you ignoring me? He spoke in a tone that suggested he wanted to fight at any second. Fortunately, Kang Ju-hyun chimed in from the side. I'm sorry, but she doesn't want to talk to you. His voice caught the buzz-cut guy's attention, causing him to turn and snap. And who the hell is this? You're just her manager, yet you dare meddle in affairs between two collectors. I'd prefer to be called her colleague, Kang Ju-hyun said. Hearing that, the big guy's anger spilled over onto Kang Ju-hyun. Colleague? So you're a scammer too? I don't know where you crawled out from, but this is the Collectors Association. Get lost if you don't want a beating. He glared at Kang Ju-hyun and spoke in a threatening tone. Naturally, those words had zero effect on him since he was protected by the Genesis system. Because of this, Kang Ju-hyun responded with confidence. Faced with Kang Ju-hyun's nonchalant attitude, the big guy roared, You bastard! He raised his fist, preparing to strike. Luckily for him, Kang Ju-hyun was still a good person, so he issued a warning. Fair warning, she's ferocious, you'd better be careful. But his advice seemed to have no effect on thugs like this, because right after hearing it, the guy threw a direct punch straight at Kang Ju-hyun. Yet right before that fist could touch him, it was firmly caught in Kang Hee-jin's small hand. Seeing this, the thug glared at her angrily and said, Huh, what now? While I'm still being nice. But before he could finish speaking, the violent girl executed a throw that slammed him flat onto the ground. The blow was so powerful that it caved the floorboards into a large crater. The surrounding extras turned pale with fright at the sight. Only Kang Ju-hyun could smile cheerfully after seeing this. See? I warned you. I told you to be careful, and you wouldn't listen to me. Turning to the big guy, he had no idea what had just happened to him. What on earth just happened? I'm sure I reached out my hand. No way I got defeated just like that by a short girl. Thinking this, his anger boiled over and he hurriedly scrambled to his feet. As soon as he stood up, he lashed out with a punch toward Kang Hee-jin. The bystanders witnessing the scene broke out in a cold sweat, worrying for her, and some even squeezed their eyes shut, not daring to watch what came next. But then things unfolded in a way that utterly surprised everyone, because once again, the big guy was easily subdued by Kang Hee-jin. Right now, Kang Hee-jin was twisting one of his arms backward and pinning his entire body flat against the floor. This was a familiar restraint technique. Once locked in this position, escaping was practically impossible. The fact that a slender girl like Kang Hee-jin could so easily control the big guy made the crowd whisper in awe. He lost again? I thought that guy was grade 7. How did he end up like this? Even if he had let his guard down, the crowd's murmurs felt like thorns piercing the big guy's heart. Instantly, he glared angrily at Kang Ju-hyun and cursed to himself. That bastard, he factored this in from the very beginning. Thinking this, he couldn't hold back his fury and struggled upward once more. The scumbag started roaring and actually managed to rise a bit, despite being locked down tightly by Kang Hee-jin. At that moment, he began to emit a powerful wave of aura. The surrounding crowd gasped in alarm. That's aura arts. Are they going to fight right here in the association? Are these two crazy? Turning to Kang Hee-jin, seeing that the big guy intended to break free, she exerted force to pin him down once again. Even though she had slammed him onto the floor, the thug still refused to behave and threatened Kang Ju-hyun. I will never forgive you. I'll show you just how strong I am. I'm going to wipe that smirks off your face." His words infuriated Kang Hee-jin. "Stay down," she said coldly, and right after that, with a single stomp, she drove his face straight into the floorboards. The stomp nearly scared the thug out of his wits, and he wheezed weakly. How? How could? Kang Joo-hyun was also quite astonished. "Oh, she taught herself the heavy body technique. I chose her for her famous Sword Queen title, but this is even better than I expected." Additional info: the heavy body technique is a martial arts skill that uses internal energy to make the body heavier. Turning to Kang Hee-jin, Kang Joo-hyun's intense gaze made her cheeks flush red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd, seeing the thug sprawled out flat and unable to move, whispered in astonishment. "No way, he used aura arts and still couldn't stand up. Is she really grade 9? While everyone was still murmuring, a few shouts suddenly rang out. "What are you people doing over there? Fighting is forbidden in the association. Move aside. Who's causing a ruckus here?" These words came from several security-style staff members in black uniforms. Seeing these people, Kang Joo-hyun observed them with a cold gaze. "They're only intervening now. They timed it on purpose. Someone is definitely giving them orders." True to his thoughts, a man in the back stepped closer and said, "What's all this noise? Fighting in the association again. Do we look like a joke to you?" The voice belonged to a bespectacled man who looked like the manager of this place. Seeing him appear, Kang Joo-hyun asked, "Are you the person in charge here?" "That's right." "And who are you?" the man asked, turning to look at Kang Joo-hyun. "I'm a colleague of the person involved in this incident. I think there's been some misunderstanding here. We weren't fighting, we just had a slight disagreement. The other guy started it unilaterally. So this young lady had no choice but to detain him. We were just acting in self-defense." The managing man asked in response, "So you're saying the commotion just now was entirely caused by the other guy?" "Of course. Didn't you notice that this young lady doesn't even have a single scratch? How could someone who just fought have such a calm expression? We were just being kind by detaining a troublemaker. Shouldn't you feel grateful to us?" The surrounding crowd agreed with this explanation. "He's right. That man over there was the one who started the brawl." The crowd's murmurs made the manager pause to think for a moment. Immediately after, his expression shifted to a smile as he said, "It seems I misunderstood. My apologies." Receiving the apology, Kang Joo-hyun got straight to the point. "Anyway, my young lady needs to quickly claim her reward for clearing the realm of the mind. Just when will the management here show up?" The bespectacled man hurried to say, "I am the manager right here. We've been busy with a lot of work this time, so we're a bit late, but I heard someone was fighting, so I hope you understand. I'd like to host you privately. Could you spare a moment for me?" "Sure, why not? Hezim, that's enough," Kang Joo-hyun said, turning to look at her. After that, the two of them followed the old manager to a private room. Seeing them leave, the crowd began to express admiration. "Wow, that grade 9 woman is amazing. She looks so cool." The crowd's reaction pleased Kang Joo-hyun. "She's had a spectacular debut as a collector, but now comes the important part. I'm going to squeeze every last thing he has out of him," Kang Joo-hyun thought as he stared at the man in front of him. But this wouldn't be easy, because judging by his sight, a silver book floated above the man's head. The book cover and aura were a dazzling silver. Even if it wasn't gold, he wasn't an opponent who would be easily defeated. Just look at the previous situation. He wanted to pressure them, but the moment things turned unfavorable, he changed his attitude instantly. The ability to assess a situation isn't an innate talent, but an emotional shift attained after accumulating plenty of experience over time. He was just like an old fox. The moment Kang Joo-hyun thought this, the two of them arrived at the office. "Then please this way," he continued. After everyone took their seats, he introduced himself. "I am Choi Jong-mo, though it's nothing much. My responsibilities here are quite heavy." Across from him, Kang Joo-hyun introduced. "I am Kang Joo-hyun, and this is Kang Hezim." Next, the two sides got down to business. "I heard the two of you completed a realm of the mind." "Not the two of us, rather she completed it entirely on her own," Kang Joo-hyun replied coldly. Choi Jong-mo chuckled. "Oh really, is that so? It's even harder to believe she cleared it all by herself." "Everyone thinks like that until she demonstrates her ability," Kang Joo-hyun said, staring fixedly at the man. His gaze made Choi Jong-mo hurriedly change his expression to a smile and say, "That's true. So what do you want from us?" Facing the question, Kang Joo-hyun didn't rush to make demands and instead asked back, "That's a strange thing to say. All we're asking for are the proper rewards for clearing the realm of the mind. Or do you not intend to give us our reward?" His words caused Choi Jong-mo to stall for a moment. Immediately after, he calmed down and explained, "When it comes to rewards, I can't agree to any decisions on my own." "Aren't you the manager, which is why you brought us here to talk?" Kang Joo-hyun asked. I'm terribly sorry because the situation is like this, Choi Jong-mo hurried to say. At this point, Kang Ju-hyun dropped the act and laid his cards on the table. Your name is Choi Jong-mo, right? Since things have come to this, I'll be honest, I already knew the association wouldn't give us a proper reward. No way, how could? Choi Jong-mo stammered. Before he could finish, Kang Ju-hyun cut him off. Let's stop beating around the bush. The main point now is that you don't want to give us our reward, right? We've probed each other enough, let's talk frankly. His blunt words made Choi Jong-mo ponder. If a realm of the mind isn't cleared, no new ones will be added. Therefore, the government always chooses to maintain the status quo, and the association along with the collectors all agree with that choice to avoid making extra trouble for the government, while collectors can safely hunt and level up. Thinking this, he said seriously, Ju-hyun, you're hitting right where it hurts. The two of you have thrown a bucket of cold water on the status quo everyone silently agreed upon. Do you realize that? To that, Kang Ju-hyun replied instantly. The reason realms of the mind exist is to tell stories to the holy spirits and prove our value as collectors. But look at how everyone is behaving. They've done the exact opposite of all that. Choi Jong-mo said in a low voice, Opposite? No, this is what's reasonable. If another realm of the mind were created, it would cost a lot of money and manpower to analyze, and there's a risk many people would die. We deliberately kept the realm of the mind intact so people wouldn't have to lose their precious lives. That's an impressive excuse, Kang Ju-hyun said coldly. Choi Jong-mo angrily slammed the table and shouted, We do this so things don't change. If we follow your words and someone dies, will you take responsibility? That angry attitude didn't affect Kang Ju-hyun in the least. He calmly replied, Why should we take responsibility? We're just fulfilling our role as collectors. It's quite strange that we don't even get our rewards and yet are forced to take responsibility. Whether they die or not is entirely up to their own abilities and fate. His words made Choi Jong-mo tremble with anger. Watch your language, Kang Ju-hyun continued. I mean, while I feel sorry for their deaths, there's no need to take responsibility for them. Hearing this, Choi Jong-mo couldn't hold back and stood up abruptly. Other people could lose their lives. You shouldn't speak so casually just because it doesn't concern you. The man's words almost made Kang Ju-hyun burst out laughing. How ridiculous. So people don't have to die in the end. Just how many people have died because they lack the strength to fight those entities. Thinking this, Kang Ju-hyun retorted immediately. Other people might lose their lives. Someone perishing while clearing a realm of the mind is indeed a tragedy. But if they're too afraid of the realm of the mind to touch it, it solves nothing, which is why we stepped up. Collectors nowadays have completely rotted. For their own safety, they've all become cowards too afraid to challenge their limits. Are you saying you're different? Choi Jong-mo startled. That's right, we are different. Unlike those people outside, we don't run away, stop, or hold back. But those grandiose words had no effect on Choi Jong-mo. He sneered and said, Do you think you'll be rewarded just for saying all this? No matter what you say, nothing will change. Society is just like this, and this is how its system operates, understand. Finally, the old man laid his cards on the table, but Kang Ju-hyun wasn't angry at all. He calmly said, So you're playing this game, aren't you afraid of the consequences? Consequences? Ha, what can just the two of you do? Choi Jong-mo said confidently. But his confidence only lasted a few seconds before Kang Ju-hyun opened his eyes. Just the two of us. To you perhaps, but how will other people react? Other people? There's no one else here, Choi Jong-mo wondered. Right after that, something suddenly appeared before his eyes, causing them to widen. Following his gaze, countless streaming comment screens from the holy spirits hovered above Kang Ju-hyun's head. All the comments were currently furious over the old man's words. At the same time, Kang Ju-hyun spoke up. All right, I forgot to introduce myself. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am a storyteller belonging to the Celestial Corporation, currently in the middle of writing a story. My name is Kang Ju-hyun. Welcome to my library, Choi Jong-mo. At that moment, Choi Jong-mo realized he had fallen into a trap. He had misread him. He thought the guy was just a manager caring for his collector, but his humble attitude, the way he cared for his collector, and his seasoned negotiating skills were because these characters deserved more respect than storytellers who always acted superior to humans. Even so, exactly when had he planned all of this? Since when? That hypothesis was impossible. The young man in front of him acted as though he had foreseen this situation long ago. In this situation, there was no way to brush it off anymore. If the association's image was damaged, and bad rumors reached the ears of the holy spirits, it would spell trouble for all the association's collectors. Thinking this, sweat began to pour down the old man's face. I have to think of something. Think everything has a solution. Think there's definitely a way to handle this situation. Thinking this, he raised his head to look at Kang Ju-hyun's confident expression. That expression only made him more anxious. He had the feeling that all his thoughts were completely gripped by this young man. Out of sheer tension, his legs trembled violently. Then he slumped down into his chair. Seeing this, Kang Ju-hyun understood that the old man had grasped the situation. So he smiled and said, "I'm glad you're quite perceptive, Choi Jong-mo." Saying that, he thought to himself, I figured he'd know how to behave. If he refused to compromise and stayed stubborn, I could have squeezed more interesting stuff out of him. But he's pretty smart and quick-witted. Turning to Choi Jong-mo after regaining a bit of composure, he raised his head and asked Kang Ju-hyun, "What do you want?" Kang Ju-hyun replied, "I've already explained it clearly." Those words served as an escape route for Choi Jong-mo. As soon as he heard them, he hurriedly said, "All right, we will provide a fitting reward for completing the realm of the mind, and will also add a few gifts to compensate for my earlier rudeness. The matter isn't that serious, but if you're so generous, we shouldn't refuse, right?" Kang Ju-hyun said with a smile. Then he turned to the watching Holy Spirits. "Holy Spirits, what do you think? Let's let it slide this time since he spoke so sincerely." Thanks to Kang Ju-hyun's words, the matter was temporarily dropped by the Holy Spirits. Afterward, he cheerfully stood up and said, "I expect the money to be transferred to my account today." "Definitely," Choi Jong-mo replied hastily. Just when the old man thought Kang Ju-hyun was about to leave, he suddenly spoke up. "Ah, one more thing." "What is it?" Choi Jong-mo panicked. Seeing the frightened old man, Kang Ju-hyun reassured him. "You don't need to be so tense. I'm not making any unreasonable demands. I just want to find someone." Choi Jong-mo calmed down and asked, "Who are you looking for? Is there a collector named Choi Do-jun here?" "Choi Do-jun? I've never heard that name before. Are you sure he's a collector?" Kang Ju-hyun pondered for a moment and said, "He might be a collector or not. I don't know for sure. I only know he's currently around 18 or 19 years old, about 1m84 tall, and though I hate to admit it, he looks pretty handsome. By any means, I hope you can find him. If you have any useful clues, you can send them to me via the Genesis network." The provided information was still quite scarce, so Choi Jong-mo had to ask further, "Do you know any of his traits?" Hearing that, Kang Ju-hyun pondered for a moment and dropped a bombshell. "He's super revealing." Afterward, the two of them left the Collectors Association and headed back home. As soon as she stepped through the door, Kang Hee-jin deflated like a punctured ball and complained, "Phew, I was scared to death." Kang Ju-hyun praised, "You exercised good self-restraint." "I tried because I knew making a small mistake would cost a lot, but it was so exhausting." To Kang Ju-hyun, that complaint was null and void. He said, "You should get used to it. We'll be doing this often from now on, you hear me?" Kang Hee-jin stammered, "Can't I act like my usual self?" Kang Ju-hyun muttered, recalling her silly antics, and gritted his teeth. "No way, who'd want to watch you clown around?" Then, pointing right at Kang Hee-jin, he admonished, "Did you hear them whispering about you? Your acting was charming. You were treated as a strong, beautiful woman. Isn't that great? They admire your beauty and talent. Do you want to lose this hype? Try your best until the end." Imagining a not-too-distant future where everyone praised her as she grew famous, sitting on piles of money until she got sick of it. Kang Ju-hyun's words made Kang Hee-jin picture a future where she sat on piles of money amid universal acclaim. It was so wonderful that she started drooling. "Piles of money," she muttered. Thinking this, she wanted to slack off a bit and said, "All right, are we done with today's work? Let's go back. After all, I'm still a promising character." Before she could take a few steps, Kang Ju-hyun grabbed her by the shoulder. "In your dreams, we still have a lot of work to do." "What's left?" Kang Hee-jin asked dejectedly. "Nothing much, just." The moment Kang Ju-hyun thought this, he stopped in his tracks. Kang Hee-jin ahead of him asked curiously, "Ju-hyun, what's wrong?" He answered with a hint of worry, "Something rather urgent came up. I need to go check it out." "Don't worry, I'll be right back." Saying that, he began using his teleportation ability and vanished instantly amidst the silly girl's worried gaze. Kang Ju-hyun was teleported up into the skies above the city. He glanced back at the man standing behind him and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm asking who you are." Seeing the old man stroking his beard without answering, it wasn't until the second time that the guy spoke up. "Impertinent brat, what did he see that made me come here personally to recruit this kid?" Muttering to himself, he stated his purpose. "I'm glad you came here. You must be a rookie. I've come here personally to recruit you into a branch of the Pentagram Star." Facing those words, Kang Ju-hyun asked coldly, "I'll ask again, who are you?" Only then did the old man reveal his identity. "I am Jin Peng, a member of the Pentagram Star branch, and I'm also your senior, so." "What do you want with me?" Kang Ju-hyun asked indifferently. That attitude angered Jin Peng. Insolent brat, how dare you speak to a senior like that? You nameless bastard, you're getting too arrogant. Kang Ju-hyun replied gently, sorry, but I do have a name. My name is Kang Ju-hyun. His words startled Jin Peng. What? He already has a name. It took me over 3 weeks to get one, yet he gets one right after joining. Thinking this, jealousy welled up inside him. I don't care what your name is, shut your mouth and join the organization. Facing the anger, Kang Ju-hyun stated flatly, I don't want to. The refusal shocked the bearded old man. What did you just say? Kang Ju-hyun repeated. I said I don't want to join. Do I need to repeat myself for you to understand? You brat, how dare you? Do you know who I am? Jin Peng raged. Kang Ju-hyun responded wearily. Of course I know. I'm wasting time talking to a storyteller who acts all superior while being nothing more than a weakling relying on a tiny bit of authority. Kang Ju-hyun's unerring logic made Jin Peng ponder. What the hell? How dare this brat act like this? I heard he hadn't joined any branch yet, though. No way could he have joined one beforehand. As if reading his mind, Kang Ju-hyun said, What's wrong? Worried I joined a branch beforehand? Nope, I've never joined any subdivision at all. Jin Peng stammered. How dare you have that attitude toward a senior, you? Jin Peng up front kept opening his mouth to spew senior nonsense, which bored Kang Ju-hyun. Clinging to the title of senior won't make you powerful. You aren't even an assistant. A mere recruiter like you, how dare you run your mouth about being a senior? As far as I know, within the Celestial Corporation, seniority is determined by contributions and job position. His words made Jin Peng shudder and stutter. How did you? Before he could finish his sentence, Kang Ju-hyun interrupted. You find it strange that I know. You thought I was just a newbie, so you figured you could scare me with a few threats. Do you know which branch I'm from? Jin Peng said loudly, but Kang Ju-hyun didn't care at all. He said flatly, Go back to that grand branch of yours and tell them I will never join your group. And by the way, tell the person who sent you here. If he wants me to come there, at least send someone who knows how to behave, or better yet, have him come in person. Understand? Now get lost. These words left the bearded Jin Peng speechless with rage. In the end, all he could do was bark out some nonsense like, just wait and see, before vanishing instantly. Kang Ju-hyun muttered, What a bunch of lunatics. After saying that, he teleported. Back to Kang Hezim immediately. Seeing Kang Ju-hyun return so quickly, she was surprised. You're back already? Of course, I've never been one to break a promise. So you just mentioned. What else do we have to do? Kang Hezim asked. Kang Ju-hyun suddenly remembered. Oh, that's right. I think it's time to hire a manager for you. Following that, Kang Ju-hyun led Kang Hezim around to a certain place. But since he hadn't been there in a long time, it took a bit of effort. It's not here either. If I remember correctly, it should be around here. Thinking of this, Kang Ju-hyun turned to look in a certain direction and said happily, There it is. Kang Hezim hurriedly looked in the direction he was eyeing, then said slightly worriedly, Here, this place doesn't seem as trustworthy as the places we've been to. Is this really the place you have in mind? Yes, I'm sure this is it. Kang Ju-hyun affirmed and walked up to knock on the door. He said, Hello. Immediately after, a piercing scream came from inside. Wait a second. The scream startled both of them. And this wait a second from the person inside took quite a while, probably waiting out a few seconds by normal human standards. Only then did the sound of the door opening follow. After that, a short-haired girl stepped out, looked at the two of them, and asked, What are you doing here? Turning to Kang Ju-hyun, as soon as he saw her face, several memories began flooding back into his mind. It's too late. No matter what you do, you can't mend a relationship that has already ended. At first it was fine, but sooner or later, problems would arise again. It's a pity I can't meet you anymore. You know, you should stay away from that guy. Someone who has lost all humanity, and you should come work with me. I can give you the best things. But according to these images, it seems that in the past, this girl was brutally dealt with by that Choi Do-jun right in front of Kang Ju-hyun. These painful memories suddenly rushing back made his face turn pale. But fortunately, the voice of the girl in front rang out, causing him to wake up. Hey, hi. Excuse me. Is this the Bai HWA Management Agency? Kang Ju-hyun hurriedly said, while thinking to himself. It's slightly different now, but she still looks just like before. Turning to the brown-haired girl, after seeing the two of them coming to discuss business, she hurriedly invited them both into the office and introduced herself. Let me introduce myself first. I am Biksu Ryan, the director of the Bai HWA Management Agency. So are you two here to hire someone from us? She said with an expectant voice. And in response to this anticipation, Kang Ju-hyun spoke up. That's right, this girl here needs a manager. Biksu Ryan heard this and began to look at Kang Hejim, feeling drawn in by her aura. This cold, beautiful collector wants to use my services. Am I dreaming? But before she could dream for too long, Kang Ju-hyun spoke up. Ms. Hejim, you don't need to keep up the act here. Kang Hejim immediately let out a sigh of relief and turned goofy right away. Really? Phew. Save. I'm quite tired today, hee. And this 180-degree change in attitude and expression made Biksu Ryan feel like she had just been struck by a rock. Then, slightly flustered, she said, "Ah, I see she's a collector, but you are. Why don't you try to guess?" Kang Ju-hyun said with a smile. And according to his words, Biksu Ryan began to rub her chin in deep thought. If you were also a collector, you wouldn't have time to come all the way here to find a manager for her. But you don't seem to belong to any guild or company. Are you a storyteller? And these words of hers truly made Kang Ju-hyun feel astonished. Huh, even Mr. Choi Jong-mo couldn't guess that I was a storyteller, it seems. It appears. Biksu Ryan also noticed the astonishment on Kang Ju-hyun's face, so she began to say, "You know, storytellers often have characteristics different from normal people. Not something you see at a glance, but if you look closely, you'll see an aura surrounding them, making them look like they don't belong to this world. That's why I thought you were a storyteller. Apologies if I guessed wrong." Turning to Kang Ju-hyun, the sharp deductions of this girl left him speechless. Currently, she is just a director of a small agency, but later, when the apocalypse begins, she will become the leader of the BI-HWA group. Under her command are countless people. She uses her perfect decision-making abilities, far-sighted vision, and eloquence to become a captain. Thinking of this, Kang Ju-hyun spoke up. "No, you guessed right. I'm a storyteller belonging to the Celestial Corporation, Kang Ju-hyun." Biksu Ryan heard this, and her eyes sparkled with admiration. "Wow, really? Oh my God, not only a collector but a storyteller has come to my office." And her cheerfulness made Kang Hejim happy as well. "He's great, isn't he? He's not like other ordinary storytellers." "Oh, how did you two meet?" Biksu Ryan asked. I was sitting at home eating noodles when suddenly, blah blah blah, and Kang Ju-hyun, seeing the two girls chatting happily, smiled faintly and said, "Can I take a look at the contract?" "Contract? You mean?" Biksu Ryan said while showing a radiant face. And just as she guessed, Kang Ju-hyun said, "Let's start discussing the contract. We should definitely talk about the terms." Kang Hejim, listening from the side, happily congratulated them. "That's great, Miss Su Ryan. Don't talk like it's none of your business. You're the one who's going to enjoy this contract," Kang Ju-hyun complained. And a while later, after both sides had signed the contract, Biksu Ryan said, "The contract is good like this." And at the same time, Kang Hejim was slightly confused and asked, Ms. Su Ryan, what does a manager usually have to do?" Biksu Ryan heard this and explained happily. "Ah, the first thing and also the most important. We provide support staff to ensure collectors stay focused on their work. We also cover work schedules, diet, housing, many things. Sometimes we even handle broker tasks and arrange interview schedules." "If you do so many things, does anyone help you with all that work?" Kang Hejim asked. And before this question, Biksu Ryan confidently asserted, "No, but I know how to do all those things, don't worry about me. I used to work in a quite famous guild before moving to this job." But immediately after, her attitude turned negative. "Honestly, I probably could have been a driver too, but I didn't have enough money to buy a vehicle after setting up this office." "You know how to drive?" Kang Ju-hyun asked. "I have a first-class driver's license and a truck license too. I also have an excavator license and know how to do electric welding and gas welding." This multi-skilled knowledge really made Kang Hejim opposite him sweat and ask, "Why though?" "I prepared them in case I ever changed jobs," Biksu Ryan explained. Then she felt a bit worried and said to these two, "Anyway, I can do it, please trust me." Kang Ju-hyun also saw this worry, so he started to sigh and reassure her. "You don't need to worry. I'll be the one to choose the mind realms, recruit new people, and arrange the schedules. Furthermore, Ms. Hejim has also established her name, so we don't need your services immediately." Biksu Ryan hurriedly asked, "Then is there anything I can do to help everyone?" Kang Ju-hyun gently declined. "Not for now, but it won't be long before there is." Then he turned to look at the happy expression on Kang Hejim's face and thought, "Based on Hejim's current performance, it won't be long before we have a lot of work to do. By then, Biksu Ryan will be so busy she won't have time to close her eyes." Thinking of this, Kang Ju-hyun had nothing left to do, so he and Kang Hejim prepared to leave, then said, "So we will contact you when needed." "All right, see you two later," Biksu Ryan said happily. And right after hearing her say this, for some reason, Kang Ju-hyun was deep in thought and scratched his head, asking, I find it quite strange, but do you have any dreams?" At this moment, a few memories flooded back into his head, when he asked Biksu Ryan a similar thing in his past life. "Do you have anything you want but haven't been able to do, Captain Su Ryan?" I wonder what you'll do after this crisis ends and the world returns to what it was. Biksu Ryan sighed and said, even if everything returns to how it was, my life before the apocalypse wasn't very good. But if that were the case, what I want to do most is I just want to earn a lot of money. And that was the answer she gave Kang Ju-hyun at that time. I understand now. Kang Ju-hyun smiled and thought, that's right, she is the Biksu Ryan I used to know. After thinking, he said, then we're off. And while moving on the road, Kang Ju-hyun had a few stray thoughts in his head. Earn a lot of money, huh? So that's why she got along with Hezim so quickly. Meanwhile, Kang Hejim next to him smiled and said, Mr. Ju-hyun, did I get close to her very quickly? I've only met her for the first time, but it feels like we've been attached for a long time, how strange. And her words reminded Kang Ju-hyun of a few memories, when Kang Hejim and Biksu Ryan met in his past life. Not necessarily, Kang Ju-hyun said. Really, I wonder if we were soulmates in a past life, Kang Hejim said with a smile. No. Shift to Jin Peng's location. Immediately after returning to his office, he started losing his mind. Ah, that bastard, what? Telling me, a member of the 5 sensory stars, to get lost. And he didn't even call me senior. That arrogant bastard, I will have my revenge. But he is protected by the blessing of Genesis. There must be some way, right? As he spoke, he began to glance at the system screen. Then immediately after, it seemed he had found something interesting to deal with Kang Ju-hyun, so he flashed a wicked smile and thought, wait, there it is. There's a way. A week passed quickly. At this moment, Kang Ju-hyun brought Kang Hezim to the portal to go to some mind realm. Currently, this place was also gathering quite a few people, and as soon as Kang Hezim appeared, whispers started echoing. Look, is that girl the rising star from lately? Rumor has it she has completed 4 mind realms. I even heard she reached level 7 in less than a week after debuting. Turning back to Kang Hezim, after seeing so many people gathered here, she felt a bit worried and asked, there really are a lot of people here. Could it be that mind realms have become that dangerous lately? That's right. The mind realms opened around this time are very special. Unlike other places, it only opens once every 3 months and you won't get a second chance if you fail, Kang Ju-hyun explained. And his words only made Kang Hezim even more nervous. Why did you choose such a dangerous place today? And facing her question, Kang Ju-hyun countered with a question of his own. You became a collector to succeed, right? Ah, that's right. Me too. Even though I became a storyteller, my goal is the same as yours. I want to succeed, to climb to a position no one else can reach. I'm just like you. You try hard for personal reasons, for your passion. However, I don't think it's bad, but half-hearted passion is the only thing holding you back. When you truly want something, you will strive to get it, no matter if it shatters your body and breaks your bones. Do you believe you can do it? Kang Ju-hyun said as he turned to look straight at Kang Hezim, and these words seemed to make Kang Hezim hesitate for a moment. That's... And right at the moment she said that, suddenly the portal in front of her burst into light. Then right after, someone's shout echoed. Hey, the mind realm is open. Seeing this, Kang Ju-hyun knew it wasn't the time to chat, so he said, I'm not forcing you to answer me right away, but sooner or later you'll have to find an answer for me and for yourself too. And that was what Kang Ju-hyun said to Kang Hezim before she stepped through the portal. And right after stepping out from the other side of the gate, everyone's faces began to break out in a cold sweat, because right before their eyes was a terrifying battlefield with countless slaughters taking place. And when faced with such a fierce battlefield, the trembling voices of collectors rang out, do we have to participate? A large-scale war like this? Sounds fun. Meanwhile, down below, the commander started giving orders to the soldiers nearby. Stop them at all costs. We'll teach those Ottomans a lesson. Then he turned back to shout at the remaining soldiers. At that moment, the soldiers also cheered. We cannot lose. If they break through, it's all over. And just like that, the battle between the two sides began. The sounds of screaming and crying for help on the battlefield began to echo, reminding Kang Ju-hyun of the painful memories of his past life. The scene at that time was everyone running for their lives amidst monster attacks. Pleas and cries for help echoed everywhere, and Kang Ju-hyun could only helplessly witness it all. Thinking of this, Kang Ju-hyun clenched his teeth and muttered to himself, no, I can't let this happen again. I swear to myself. Returning to 1 week prior at the Celestial Corporation, right at the welcome ceremony for newly joined storytellers. The deer-headed man was leading this group of rookies, giving some advice along the way to these greenhorns so they wouldn't get the short end of the stick. I'll tell you one thing you should be wary of before the ceremony begins. The welcome ceremony will be held alongside the welcoming of the Holy Spirits. And his words startled the Cotton Ball brothers. What? Holy Spirits? Are we going to a place like that? But before they could discuss it further, the voice of the deer-headed man rang out again. Some very famous holy spirits will appear, but the welcome ceremony is in a different room so you won't have to face them, don't worry. Afterward, everyone started happily joining the welcome party. The ceremony was quite simple, basically a party organized by the company for the newcomers. The activities mostly revolved around eating, drinking, and chatting happily. And while the Cotton Ball group was cheerfully toasting each other, the godlike Kang Ju-hyun quietly went off to a corner by himself and thought. The Celestial Corporation. It's one of the 3 largest lending companies. I've never been here before, but I'm truly a bit surprised. While his mind was up in the clouds, a voice next to him pulled him back down. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you enjoying the party? As a reflex, Kang Ju-hyun turned his head toward the source of the sound and saw a cotton ball with 2 horns on his head talking to him. His appearance made Kang Ju-hyun slightly curious. Who is this? This guy has horns. Can this person change body parts? Despite his curiosity, Kang Ju-hyun didn't voice his question. Instead, he began to answer the cotton ball's inquiry. I really don't want to, but for some reason. I really don't want to, but for some reason. His response irritated the cotton ball. Do you think you're better than us just because you can change your appearance? No, I'm not, Kang Ju-hyun immediately said. But before he could finish his sentence, the cotton ball interrupted. You'd better not underestimate us. I'll catch up to you soon. With that, he turned around and left immediately. His fighting spirit didn't anger Kang Ju-hyun. Instead, Kang Ju-hyun found it somewhat amusing. Meanwhile, some strange guests suddenly appeared inside the room. Strangest of all was someone in the crowd wearing a suit but having no head. At that moment, someone in the group asked, "Is the party over?" But perhaps due to the sudden appearance of these people, the rookie storytellers felt nervous and didn't dare say a word. Seeing this, those people reassured them. Ah no, please continue the party. We are from a department of the Celestial Corporation. We just wanted to get acquainted. Turning back to Kang Ju-hyun, as soon as he saw these people appear, he quietly hid behind a pillar and observed. These people showed up right on time, as if they came to test us after our first mission. Do they want to recruit me to their side? And just as Kang Ju-hyun thought, these were the exact thoughts running through the minds of people from other departments at that moment. We must gather the best people and invite them into our department. This place has become a battlefield where people hunt for the most exceptional individuals. Returning to Kang Ju-hyun to keep himself safe, he began to sneak away. I'll get dragged into this mess. I should get out of here first. But fate didn't want to let him off so easily, because just as he took a step away, someone recognized him and shouted, "Ah, it's him, the newbie who can transform his whole body. I didn't believe the rumor, but it's true." This voice startled Kang Ju-hyun, and sure enough, trouble found him immediately as countless members from other departments swarmed around him and offered, "Would you like to join our finance department?" What? So fast? No, he should join my department. Faced with this rain of offers, Kang Ju-hyun could only offer an awkward smile and say, "Thank you all very much." At the same time, he was racking his brain. How do I get out of here now? Just as he thought of that, Kang Ju-hyun suddenly spotted someone with a strange aura up ahead. Huh, that person is. I need to get out of here first. Finished thinking, Kang Ju-hyun hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and rushed straight toward the man in black, saying, "Haha, if you were coming, you should have given me a heads up. Do you have business here?" Kang Ju-hyun spoke in an extremely natural tone, even though he had no idea who this deity was. Naturally, the man in black was so stunned by someone suddenly running up and talking to him like an old friend that he froze in place. Seeing this, Kang Ju-hyun awkwardly added, "Don't you recognize me?" With that, he silently prayed in his heart, "Please play along with me." As if reading Kang Ju-hyun's mind, the man in black spoke up to cooperate. "Ah, I'm sorry, I was a bit distracted." "Great, that's it." Kang Ju-hyun rejoiced inwardly and hurriedly pulled the man away. "Let's go talk over there." Seeing this scene, the employees from other departments sighed. "He's already taken by a department. But who is he?" "Yeah, I've never seen him before, wonder which department he's from." Back to Kang Ju-hyun, as soon as he dragged the man in black to a deserted spot, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thanks for playing along so unexpectedly. I managed to escape thanks to you." But in response to Kang Ju-hyun's thanks, the man began murmuring something he couldn't quite catch. What? What did he say? But the vibe he gives off is a bit terrifying, isn't it? Thinking this, Kang Ju-hyun decided to bail immediately. "Well then, I'll take my leave, sorry to bother you." As he spoke, Kang Ju-hyun turned around to leave, but his steps immediately halted when the mysterious man in black spoke from behind. "How entertaining. I disguised myself so storytellers wouldn't recognize me, but how did you manage to spot me?" These words caused Kang Ju-hyun to turn back around to observe the man. The next sight was truly mind-blowing. At this moment, an overwhelmingly oppressive aura began to emanate from the man's entire body, making Kang Ju-hyun break out in a cold sweat of panic. This is bad, this person is extremely dangerous, but at least he managed to keep his composure enough to ask. "What do you want?" the man in black replied. "I'm just curious. I don't want to hurt you, at least not right now. So will you answer my question? How could you see me?" "No, I didn't see you. I only saw a book. I noticed the black mist floating around and focused on it. And then I saw you. That is my special ability." "Omitted. A special ability?" the man in black wondered. "That's right, my eyesight is very sharp so I can see things clearer than usual. Even you, at first, I wasn't sure. But when I looked around, no one else seemed to see you." These words made the man in black stroke his chin and say, "This is a bit hard to believe, but it's true I'm different from other storytellers," Kang Ju-hyun said. The man in black burst into laughter. "Ah, I see this is also the first time I've seen a storyteller shaped like you." His laughter eased Kang Ju-hyun's tension, prompting him to say, "Anyway, I apologize for suddenly talking to you like that. HMPH, is that all? Perhaps this is fate, why don't we make a little wager?" the man in black proposed with interest. His words left Kang Ju-hyun scratching his head. "Why all of a sudden? I really want to leave right now," Kang Ju-hyun thought to himself, then asked. A wager? A wager like what?" Across from him, the man in black explained. "The rules are simple. You just need to guess who I am. If you guess right, I'll give you a reward." Hearing this, Kang Ju-hyun remained sharp and didn't rush to accept, instead asking, "And what if I guess wrong?" "Then you will take responsibility for suddenly bothering me," the man in black said coldly. What? This statement made Kang Ju-hyun realize the situation was turning bad. Damn it! He knows I can't guess right, but it's fine, I just need to look at the book. Thinking that, Kang Ju-hyun reached out his hand to pull the book toward himself. But right after that, he started in surprise. "I can't open it. Does that mean he's too powerful for me to open it?" Kang Ju-hyun thought as he tried desperately to open the book, but no matter how much his arm muscles strained, the book wouldn't budge an inch. In this world, you cannot do things that exceed your level. Inherited abilities from stories won't work either. Some very famous holy spirits will appear, but the welcome ceremony is in a different room. Every word of the deer-headed man echoed in Kang Ju-hyun's ears, sparking a bold thought. Wait, a bold thought, wait. Could this person be a famous holy spirit? The 5 major divine powers are Asgard's celestial realm, Hermopolis, Mount Olympus, and Hell, the dwelling place of the supreme ones. This power is suffocating. This book and the 3-headed snake, a corrupted snake, the fire-breathing blood dragon, the one who approached the brightest light but ultimately fell into the deepest darkness. The person standing before me is... Thinking of this, Kang Ju-hyun looked straight at the man and said, "The first generation Holy Spirit of Hell, Satan." Hearing this answer, Satan laughed and clapped his hands. "Spot on. Great guess. I didn't expect you to figure it out. You win." Seeing the man in a good mood, Kang Ju-hyun thought about slipping away. "Can I leave now?" But before he could make a move, Satan spoke again. "I was just joking, but you really surprised me." "Joking?" Kang Ju-hyun said in astonishment. "You could have punished me for sneaking into the ceremony." "How could I punish you?" Despite his cheerful tone, Kang Ju-hyun didn't believe it for a second. "Lies. If I had guessed wrong, I'd definitely be punished." Satan always keeps his word. As for Satan, since he had lost, he hesitated and muttered, "Well, since I lost, I should keep my promise. What should I give you?" "Ah, that's right. You're trying to build your own private library, aren't you?" "That's right," Kang Ju-hyun quickly answered. "Then let's do it. I'll become an investor for your library. What do you think?" Satan offered an extremely sweet deal to Kang Ju-hyun, and this sudden offer from a deity got Kang Ju-hyun thinking deeply. Satan's sponsorship. I never expected to get backed by such a high-ranking spirit. I used to be grateful just getting noticed by an intermediate one. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A magnificent invitation that would never come a second time. I just need to shake hands and then... As he spoke, Kang Ju-hyun began reaching his hand out towards Satan. But right at the moment when his fingers were about to touch Satan's hand, he suddenly stopped and thought, "But is this really okay? Should I accept this offer?" Kang Ju-hyun hesitated to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat, and for some inexplicable reason, his brain short-circuited as he suddenly blurted out, "I'm sorry, I must decline this offer." Kang Ju-hyun's rejection caught Satan slightly off guard, prompting him to ask, "May I ask why you are refusing?" Hearing that, Kang Ju-hyun quickly explained, "Your sponsorship would be a huge help to my library, but afterward I'd lose control over it." Actually, there were a few other things lingering in Kang Ju-hyun's mind that he didn't dare say out loud. In the worst-case scenario, I'd incur the hostility of the spirits from the Garden of Eden. And that was precisely why Kang Ju-hyun didn't dare shake hands with this person. Hearing Kang Ju-hyun's words, Satan understood his intent, but still wondered. I understand what you want, but even so, wouldn't you still be the one benefiting? That's not enough for me, Kang Ju-hyun said. Not enough, Satan asked back. Fearing the deity might get angry, Kang Ju-hyun hastily explained. The spirits in hell are extremely powerful, especially you, Satan, one of the 7 archdemons, so I certainly want to work with you. However, the moment we cooperate, I'd only be able to tell hellish stories, and even the management rights of my library would gradually fall into Satan's hands. I believe there will be many more opportunities and stories to tell, if I just let things play out naturally. So I must decline. This library must not belong to anyone except me, I hope you understand. The words combined with Kang Ju-hyun's anxious expression made Satan clutch his stomach and burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, I thought you had some grander ambition than taking over all of hell. No, it's not like that, Kang Ju-hyun waved his hands in a panic. Don't worry, I commend you, you're right. The moment you agreed to cooperate with me, I would have taken away the library's management rights, meaning you'd lose everything you've painstakingly built up over time. Yet you agreed, choosing the thorny path instead of the easy one. In my eyes, that makes you a fool, but I rather like this foolishness of yours. Let's end the conversation here. I lack the ambition to force someone to submit to my demands whether they want to or not. Yes. Hearing him say that, Kang Ju-hyun let out a sigh of relief, but then asked curiously, So you don't want to cooperate with me anymore, Satan? Hearing that, Satan flashed a mysterious smile and said, I'm not so sure. Honestly, you make me crave you, making me want to win you over by any means necessary. Kang Ju-hyun, on the opposite side, heard those words, and his back was instantly drenched in sweat. At that moment, he wanted to slap his past self from 5 seconds ago a few times. Why on earth did I have to open my mouth and get myself into such a tricky spot? Satan seriously asked him once more, I'll ask you again, do you truly not want my sponsorship? Yes, I only want to receive sponsorships from spirits according to their own will, not a business deal like this, Kang Ju-hyun said hurriedly. Hearing that, Satan grinned wickedly. How ambitious! If any other storyteller had dared say that, I surely would have punished them for arrogance. However, doing something like that would damage my image. Since you've won this bargain, there will be consequences following it. I can't do it right now, but I will gift you a wonderful present. It was a pleasure meeting you today. I'll visit your library as soon as possible. With that, he vanished, instantly amidst the boy's worried face. Once the deity left, Kang Ju-hyun suddenly realized, how much time has passed? Other storytellers are going to come looking for me soon, let's get moving. Next, he wandered around and ended up in a gigantic library. Where did I run to? Where did I run to? I never thought there'd be a place like this here, and it looks like no one's coming after me, phew. And since it looks like nobody's coming to find me, I'm safe. Should I read a bit to pass the time? The first book. As he spoke, Kang Ju-hyun opened a book to read. Right then, footsteps echoed behind him. Then an aged voice sounded. How strange, it's rare for a guest to come here. Hearing that, Kang Ju-hyun hurried to turn toward the source of the sound and was nearly blinded. Nearly blinded? What on earth is that, such blinding light? It was a book shining with intense brilliance. Following Kang Ju-hyun's gaze, an old man stood before him, and above the old man's head hovered a brilliantly glowing book. Furthermore, his book was surprisingly massive. Just how valuable must a story be to end up like this? Kang Ju-hyun thought to himself. The old man opposite him spoke up. Who are you? Very few people visit this place. Kang Ju-hyun replied in a hurry, I'm a newly joined storyteller. His words startled the old man slightly. What? A newcomer? Ha ha, my bad. You look so mature I couldn't even tell you were a rookie. I didn't think I'd get to meet the person everyone's talking about in person here. What are you doing here? Kang Ju-hyun asked. I manage this place, is there a problem? Do you work for the organization too? Kang Ju-hyun asked. The old man cheerfully replied. No, this is a place the branches gave up on organizing. Even though I'm retired now, I voluntarily stayed behind to manage it. He spoke cheerfully, and his words gave Kang Ju-hyun something to ponder. Retiring with a book like that? This man definitely had a glorious past. Returning to the old man, he remembered something and said, Anyway, young man, didn't you attend the welcome ceremony? Hearing that, Kang Ju-hyun replied awkwardly. Attendance is mandatory, but after the ceremony ended, we got free roam. People kept annoying me by trying to drag me into their sub-branches, so I ran off. His awkward words made the old man chuckle. I was like that when I was young. That means you haven't joined any sub-branch yet, right? That's right. Haven't joined any sub-branch yet. That's right, and I never will in the future, Kang Ju-hyun stated firmly. Hearing that, the old man posed a question. You've chosen a path without any support, aren't you scared? Aren't you scared? If I said I wasn't scared, I'd be lying. But I have my own goal. Is that so? So you have desires after all. Storytellers like us aren't born biologically, we're manufactured. We're born with a certain skill level, but we're basically blank slates with no set purpose of what to do or what we will do. What must I do? Should I follow the system's guidance or listen to high-ranking spirits? But the path you walk isn't what you want. It's fundamentally someone else ordering you to do it. It's a pity most storytellers have no desires. It's rare to meet someone like you, a storyteller unswayed by others' opinions and possessing a path they genuinely want to walk. Saying this, the old man made up his mind and said to Kang Ju-hyun, "Follow me, I have something I want to show you." For some reason, Kang Ju-hyun followed the old man's words. Soon his eyes widened in astonishment at what the old man showed him. This is, Kang Ju-hyun stammered, as he witnessed a hallway lined with countless paintings hung along the walls. Noticing the confusion on Kang Ju-hyun's face, the old man began explaining. Ever since the Celestial Corporation was founded, this place has been used to store the most influential stories with the greatest feedback across the multiverse. It's also known as the Hall of Fame. Following his words, Kang Ju-hyun slowly moved along, observing the paintings in awe. Everything in these stories feels so vivid, it's unbelievable. He beamed with joy upon witnessing these legendary tales. Not long after, the old man's footsteps up ahead stopped, and his voice rang out. Dead end? Looking ahead, the corridor had reached a dead end with nowhere else to go. Then the old man looked forward and said, 35 years ago, it completely ended. The reason I brought you here is because I want someone to remember this place, even though it's been discarded now, and no one knows how brilliantly it once shone. If I pass away one day, I'd be very sad if no one knows about this place anymore. I brought you here because you were the only visitor to tour this shabby old place. Other storytellers just repeat boring stories and scheme to farm points with them, while good stories with heartwarming, touching endings are treated like sappy old people's stuff. Yet I believe that one day these stories will become essential. Turning to Kang Ju-hyun, he gently placed his hand on a painting and thought, after I die, if Choi Do-jun is still alive and clears the challenge, perhaps he'll be commemorated in this hall too. I want that as well. Thinking this, Kang Ju-hyun's hand instinctively clenched into a fist. Then he turned to look at the old man and said, "Mister, thank you for letting me witness such wonderful things. May I ask what your name is?" The young man's sudden question caught the old man slightly by surprise. Immediately after, he smiled and said, "Ask me the next time you come back here, Kang Ju-hyun." Hearing that, Kang Ju-hyun smiled and affirmed to him, "See you soon, old man." Saying that, Kang Ju-hyun vanished instantly. At the same time, a notification arrived. The welcome ceremony has concluded. Returning to reality, a few loud shouts suddenly rang in Kang Hee-jim's ears. Ms. Hee-jim, can you hear me?" Those shouts startled Kang Hee-jim, making her yell, "Yes, I hear you." Hearing that, Kang Ju-hyun said, "Not good, focus." Next, Kang Hee-jim observed the battle below and asked, "Ju-hyun, is this a battlefield?" Hearing that, Kang Ju-hyun explained, "That's right. The siege signaled the end of the Middle Ages and the dawn of the modern era. A decisive battle involving around 150,000 Ottoman troops that ended the Eastern Roman Empire. It's the siege of Constantinople. The Roman Empire was destroyed after losing the battle to the Ottoman Empire." Hearing that, Kang Hee-jim understood a bit and asked, "Could it be that we're on the Roman side to defend this city?" "That's right," Kang Ju-hyun said. At the same time, he recalled information from his past life. In his past life, Kang Hee-jim first awakened her skills right here and earned the title Sword Queen. If he wanted her to continue awakening her skills, participating in this event was unavoidable. As he thought of that, Kang Hee-jim's trembling voice piped up, "Ju-hyun, can you see it too?" "Yes, I see it very clearly," Kang Ju-hyun said, while feeling somewhat worried about her mental state. Her voice is shaking so much. Returning to Kang Hee-jim, standing atop the fortress wall and watching countless soldiers slaughtering each other down below, especially the overwhelming numbers of the enemy forces, she couldn't hide her anxiety and asked, "Can we possibly win? I thought this would be easy since quite a few other collectors entered here, but I was wrong." Meanwhile, Kang Ju-hyun in the observation room heard the question and gave a firm answer. "Nearly 2,000 people aren't enough, because our defensive forces number only 7,000 while the enemy has 150,000. And that's just the attacking force. Counting the support units, the number approaches nearly 300,000. That overwhelmingly desperate figure confused Kang Hee-jim, causing her to turn back and ask the remaining collectors, "Do we have any chance of winning? Why is everyone here?" Before any collector could answer, Kang Ju-hyun explained the reason to her. There are currently nearly 2,000 holy spirits watching this battle. We must show them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to display everything you have before the holy spirits. Even the holy spirits themselves can witness collectors they've never encountered before. I see a few holy spirits from other channels watching her very intently. Hearing that, even someone with an airheaded brain like Kang Hee-jim understood. So everyone here isn't just to clear the dungeon, but also to seek opportunities for themselves. Much like she said, storytellers pitch their channels to divine entities from other channels to grow them. However, if we fail to interest them, they might leave for other channels, but doing that is no different from those boring channels. Our goal today is to clear this realm of the mind. We'll get disqualified if we run into danger, but at least we dared to try. Kang Hee-jim heard Kang Ju-hyun's intent and gasped. What? Right now, she genuinely couldn't understand where Kang Ju-hyun got the confidence to think she could clear this realm of the mind. Returning to Kang Ju-hyun, actually his intention for Kang Hee-jim to clear this realm of the mind was a 50-50 gamble, but it wasn't completely baseless. In his past life, the Sword Queen failed to clear it. Even though she was the longest survivor, she ultimately failed. Still, it's not an exaggeration to say Hee-jim is already stronger now than the previous Sword Queen was, making this well worth a try. If we genuinely get a chance to clear this stage, the rewards will be unimaginably massive. Turning to Kang Hee-jim, a party invitation from two people suddenly reached her. Hey girl, are you planning to operate solo? Want to join up with us? We should cooperate and split the loot evenly, right? Facing the affectionate couple's invitation, Kang Hee-jim merely turned away coldly and ignored them. Naturally, her attitude annoyed the white-haired guy opposite her. What? Are you ignoring me? Meanwhile, his pink-haired girlfriend chimed in. Forget her. She's arrogant just because she managed to clear a few realms of the mind on her own. She doesn't think much of you. You should just clear this place by yourself. Acting all righteous while trying to take advantage of us. I should just stay quiet and do what needs to be done, Kang Hee-jim thought to herself. Right then, a loud shout rang out, catching the attention of all the collectors. Welcome, mercenaries. As the voice echoed, everyone hurried to turn toward the source and spotted a general accompanied by two guards. The words had come from this old general, and his identity sparked curiosity among everyone. Huh, who's that? Who else could it be? It's an illusion of the person in charge of defense in this battle. Is he a king? Questions flew among the collectors. The general seemed to hear their queries and began introducing himself. I am Constantine Xi Paleologos. Though I find myself in a less-than-ideal situation, I am still the lawful emperor of Rome. As emperor of the Roman Empire, I am deeply grateful to the brave mercenaries gathered here to help us fight our enemies. To each person present, we... yada yada yada. While the king was still giving his speech, Kang Hee-jim stared at him and thought, this person is merely an illusion created to serve this scene. Yet he looks so real. Just as she thought that, bugle horns sounded ahead of them. The Roman king reminded them. Ah, it seems preparations are complete. Right after he finished speaking, a system notification was sent to all collectors. The siege of Constantinople officially begins. Defend and lead this battle to victory. You only have one single chance. Following that, both sides' troops officially clashed in battle. With overwhelming numbers, the enemy's morale was soaring. Advance for the emperor. It's time to end this war once and for all. Turning to the collectors, they weren't just standing around either, as several directly leaped down to help. Just like the couple who had invited Kang Hee-jim to join their party. HMPH, a bunch of weaklings is a piece of cake, the pink-haired girl said cheerfully, while her white-haired boyfriend utilized some skill to manifest two magic circles over his fists. Then he unleashed a barrage of shockwave punches forward. The enemy soldiers caught in the blasts scattered like ducks. This only fueled the white-haired guy's bloodlust. How many more are there? Bring them all on, he said cheerfully. But that cheerfulness didn't last long because a short while later, his tone turned anxious. Why aren't any notifications popping up? Did we come to the wrong place? The pink-haired girlfriend behind him snapped. Stop wasting words. If you have time to talk, use that energy to cast your spells. The two of them were talking like that probably because after a bout of fighting, the situation hadn't improved at all. Meanwhile, Kang Ju-hyun in the observation room watching the battle's progress realized something was wrong. Not good, he muttered. As time passed, this couple fought fiercely. Most opponents who wandered into their range were beaten to a pulp. However, after fighting for a long time, though uninjured, they were growing exhausted. Sweat beaded down the white-haired guy's face, and his breathing grew ragged. To their utter despair, the enemy troops ahead still outnumbered them like ants. It seemed the number of foes they'd taken down was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the enemy's entire force. When will this end? Look at that, it's like an endless sea of people. The couple complained dejectedly. Not just them, chaos began breaking out among the other collectors. Damn it, I used too much strength from the start. Oh dear holy spirits. No way, I haven't given up yet, I can still push through. The middle-parted guy shouted, but sweat covered his face and he looked far from okay. Meanwhile, Kang Ju-hyun in the observation room furrowed his brow as he reviewed the battle's progression. They've all made mistakes from the very beginning. On the contrary, she is still performing admirably. Kang Ju-hyun murmured as he turned to observe his precious rookie. Seeing that Kang Hee-jim was still fighting quite well, he stopped worrying and instead wondered how other channels were doing. Thinking that, he manipulated the system's screen. Immediately after, a notification popped up. You are transferring to the broadcast center. Next, Kang Ju-hyun vanished on the spot and reappeared in a strange location resembling a workspace. In front of him, several other storytellers were interacting with their collectors. Most were complaints. I told you not to use too much strength right from the start. Ah, damn it, how frustrating. Why did I ever sign a contract with him? Switching scene to a storyteller with a tiger head, whose mood clearly wasn't great either as he shouted. Crazy, he talked as if he was super confident at the start. Let's wait and see how it ends. The moment he said that, someone's comment suggested, go check out the Sword Queen's channel. This caught the tiger-headed guy's attention, causing him to turn and look toward Kang Ju-hyun. Turning to Kang Ju-hyun, he was currently watching Kang Hee-jim's battle on his screen. Thanks to her transcendent skills and appearance, his channel's viewer count had skyrocketed to 512. Kang Ju-hyun couldn't have asked for more. She's doing a stellar job. Kang Ju-hyun thought to himself, turning back to the tiger guy. After seeing holy spirits leaving his channel, he roared at the collector he had contracted with. You idiot, fight already. Don't you see the holy spirits leaving? The collector yelled back, damn it, you think I don't see it? But what can I do now? If I'd known, I wouldn't have blown all my strength at the start of the battle. Back to Kang Ju-hyun. He realized the enemy waves were shifting. Everyone was growing exhausted. Even Ms. Kang Hee-jim had visibly slowed down. She looks fine for now, but she'll burn out soon. If she ever gets pushed into a corner, what will she do? Kang Ju-hyun wondered as he continued observing. Right at that moment, a massive explosion echoed behind Kang Hee-jim, followed by a shrill scream. The wall! The wall has collapsed. The news of the collapsed wall made Kang Hee-jim gasp. How can that be? Relying on his god's eye view to survey the entire battlefield, Kang Ju-hyun explained instantly. Those are urban cannons. Historically, the Ottoman forces brought those incredibly powerful cannons to destroy Roman walls. Those are the exact ones they're using. Returning to the battlefield, the sudden collapse of the wall caused soldiers to scream in panic. Block them. Don't let them through. We need reinforcements. Quickly block this route. The collectors also grew frantic, saying to one another, Hey, what do we do now? At this rate, we're going to die. Those demoralized voices reached the Roman king's ears, prompting him to turn back and plead. Mercenaries, please lend us your strength. We might be able to defend against the enemy if we have your support. With all my heart, I beg you to help us protect our homeland, protect our families. His words ignited a sliver of hope in Kang Hee-jim's heart. Right, there's still hope. If the collectors band together, we can push them back and establish a defensive line. Thinking this, she turned around to rally everyone. Everyone, let's fight together. But just as she finished saying that, a panicked voice echoed from ahead. I can't do it, I'm giving up. And this statement acted like a starting gun for others to quit. Damn it, I'm giving up too. I'm never putting myself in danger at any cost. Seeing this, Kang Hee-jim hurriedly rushed forward, grabbed the white-haired guy by the shoulders and asked anxiously, What are you guys doing? If you run away, the defense line will. But before she could finish, the white-haired guy helplessly replied, What defense line? Can't you see we're all about to die here? Maybe you're a newbie so you don't know, but this damn place is where everyone fails. You just need to last as long as you can, and that's already good enough. But if we do that, what about the soldiers trying to defend this place? Kang Hee-jim shouted out, and in response to her question, the white-haired guy grabbed her collar and roared, Warrior! These people are just illusions. All of them are fakes, and whether they die or whatever has nothing to do with me. Stop blocking my way, get out of the way. If you want to die, go die by yourself. With that, he immediately turned around and left. His words plunged Kang Hee-jim into a flurry of chaotic thoughts. Does everyone give up this easily? Is this why everyone becomes a collector with their own goals, fighting in these mind realms? What should I do now? Kang Hee-jim stood in a daze, watching the collectors running toward the portal to escape this place, while she herself still stood frozen in the middle of the fierce battlefield. Shifting to the Roman king's perspective, The sight of collectors giving up when facing an overwhelming number of enemies was something he was all too familiar with. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. How on earth are we supposed to do this? I'm retreating, I don't want to die. I knew all the mercenaries would eventually run back to their real world and leave us to die. That is what I have experienced countless times in this endless hellish loop. But even so, I cannot stop fighting. A world with a predestined end. Even if I'm not a real human being, how can I stand by and watch my people die? If this is the prophesied fate, I will do my best to fight against it, and no matter how many times I have to die, I will not give up. With these thoughts in his mind, the Roman king continued to swing his sword at the enemy without hesitation. At that moment, the enemy soldiers spotted his position and shouted, "That's the enemy general. Go kill him and bring his head to Satan." "Die," the enemy soldiers shouted as they charged straight at him. And right at the moment, when the Roman king thought he was going to reset once again, suddenly something plunged down from the sky, slamming right into the soldiers rushing toward him. The guards beside the Roman king rushed over in astonishment and shouted, "What is that?" With his superior eyesight, the Roman king caught sight of a figure and muttered, "That woman." As the dust and smoke cleared, Kang Hee-jim's figure came into everyone's view. The remaining soldiers looked at her in shock. Is she one of those mercenaries from earlier? Is she the Saint Joan of Arc? At that moment, even the king couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "Why haven't you run away yet? The situation of this battle is already beyond saving." In response to his question, Kang Hee-jim calmly replied, "We still have to fight. I don't want your majesty to die in vain." The king across from her chuckled and said, "Amazing, all the mercenaries who came here ran away to survive." "You still remember all of them?" Kang Hee-jim asked, slightly surprised. With a melancholy expression, the king replied, "You must find it surprising. After all, we were created inside this place. I suppose the man named after me lived a long time ago in the past, and I am just a remnant of him now." "You are not a remnant. I view everyone here as human beings, which is why I decided to help you, and that's why I'm still standing here." "You view us as human beings?" the king asked hastily upon hearing her words. Kang Hee-jim gave a faint smile and replied, "Don't you want me to think that way? Something deep inside my heart is burning. A flame inside me has left me speechless. It's not rage or sorrow. It's joy, of course I do," the king said with a bright smile. He then looked straight into Kang Hee-jim's eyes and spoke from the bottom of his heart. "Are you saying that our lives are also something precious and worth protecting? How could I hate such words? I am deeply grateful to you." While he was speaking these touching words, the enemy soldiers weren't just standing around watching. They shouted, "What are you doing? There's an opening, kill them." Seeing this, the Roman king assumed a fighting stance and said to Kang Hee-jim beside him, "Help us buy some time. If we form a defensive formation, they'll have a much harder time." "Got it," Kang Hee-jim said hurriedly. The king then shouted loudly to boost his soldiers' morale. "Defend our frontline, our people, our country, and our savior too." Following his words, the two sides clashed in battle once again. Turning to Kang Ju-hyun, as he observed Kang Hee-jim inside the room, he was slightly surprised to notice the book belonging to Hee-jim turning silver. She has caught up to her past life self. "Show us, Hee-jim, show us how you fight." And because the other collectors had abandoned the battlefield, the number of viewers watching Kang Hee-jim skyrocketed to 800. At the same time, the system sent a notification to Kang Hee-jim. Kang Hee-jim's special trait, Goryeo Dynasty Swordsmanship Master, has been fully unlocked. The locked special trait, Sword and Soul Unity, has been partially unlocked, but perhaps because Kang Hee-jim was too focused on fighting, she didn't notice the notification. Right at that moment, an enemy soldier lunged forward to attack her. "Die!" he shouted, swinging his sword at the young woman. It was a rather fast slash. Kang Hee-jim only had time to tilt her head to dodge, but the blade still grazed her cheek, leaving a bloody scratch. Immediately after, she thrust her sword straight into the enemy before her, sending him on his way. Just like that, Kang Hee-jim went on a bloodthirsty rampage across the battlefield. Her combat scene was observed by the other storytellers, who mocked her derisively. "Hey, your collector looks like she's pushing herself too hard. Why don't you just give up?" "That's right. She's done enough. She's only staying out of sheer arrogance. Now look at her, hee-hee. She won't last much longer." Faced with these mocking remarks, Kang Ju-hyun turned to glare at them with murderous intent and said, "Shut up, you idiots." "What?" the tiger-headed man stammered, breaking into a sweat. "Are you deaf? I said shut up. You tucked your tails and ran away without feeling any shame. What do you think you'll gain by staying in my library? Are you hopping I'll die?" "She's arrogant and greedy. You guys can't even do anything. You're all a bunch of trash. You treat collectors like mere point farming machines. How do you even have the nerve to look down on others like that? If you know your place, keep your mouths shut and just watch." His lecturing words silenced both the robot and the tiger-headed man. He then turned back anxiously to look at the screen. At that moment, the tide of battle had clearly turned. The final defensive line was collapsing. The last defense line can't hold out. Fall back. No, if they fall, it's all over. This is crazy. What should we do? Anxious shouts echoed through the allied ranks, and amidst their panic, Kang Hee-jim's slender figure stood up bravely at the front. The soldiers shouted upon seeing her. The Saintess, turning to Kang Hee-jim, although she was standing face to face with hundreds and thousands of enemies, she felt no fear at all. All she could think was, I need to stop them, even just one person. Why am I not giving up? Why aren't I stopping? If I die, everything ends. Shouldn't I just escape from here? I don't know either, but I have a feeling that the moment I give up and run away from here, I will lose something very precious to me. But right as Kang Hee-jim thought this, her train of thought stopped short, because an arrow pierced straight into her body. The sight of Kang Hee-jim getting hit by an arrow excited the enemy soldiers, who shouted, She's down, kill them. Allied soldiers roared in response, Damn Ottomans, protect the Saintess and the Emperor. They rushed forward, shielding Kang Hee-jim behind them. Despite their high morale, they couldn't match the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. Kill them all and plunder their wealth, shouted an enemy captain as he drove his sword into a soldier. That soldier immediately collapsed, staring wide-eyed at Kang Hee-jim. The sight of the soldier dying with his eyes wide open, staring right at her, began to break Kang Hee-jim's resolve. I believed we could win. I was so full of pride thinking I could do what others couldn't, so I foolishly thought everything would go my way. What should I do now? Kang Hee-jim gritted her teeth in thought, and then her entire body collapsed to her knees as if all her strength had left her. At that moment, some holy spirits began to feel sad for her, others praised her for doing well, and some felt disappointed. The increasing number of negative comments made Kang Joo-hyun, watching from his room, extremely anxious. Damn it, there are too many viewers and I can't do anything. If I don't block all these people, my library will drive me crazy. Be quiet, what should I do? Kang Joo-hyun muttered as he tried to control the situation. But suddenly, the Holy Spirit's comments stopped abruptly, leaving him baffled. All the Holy Spirits suddenly stopped talking. What on earth happened? As he spoke, Kang Joo-hyun turned his attention to the rushing system notifications, realizing at that moment that his library had been visited by a special guest. The one who smiles from the deepest abyss was stepping into the library. That name made him break out in a cold sweat of worry. This is Satan. Satan's entrance made the chat room fall dead silent, prompting him to chuckle and type. The one who smiles from the deepest abyss smiled and asked, Why is the atmosphere so tense? Because everyone is worried. Kang Joo-hyun replied to him. Thanks to the appearance of this gentleman in black, the chat room temporarily calmed down, allowing Kang Joo-hyun to collect himself and say, You're a bit late. I thought you'd show up the moment I opened the library. I'm very busy, you know. I only came because I happen to have some free time, but things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Satan typed with interest. Seeing this, Kang Joo-hyun smiled and said, It's going to get even more interesting from now on. I'm tired of sitting still in one place. With that, Kang Joo-hyun tapped his screen and vanished instantly. Simultaneously, a notification popped up. You have left the integration zone and entered the subconscious realm. Returning to Kang Joo-hyun, he had now entered the mind realm and was standing right in front of Kang Hee-jim. Ms. Kang Hee-jim, it's over, Kang Joo-hyun said coldly. Hearing Kang Joo-hyun's voice, Kang Hee-jim managed to lift her head as if trying to say something. But before she could utter a word, Kang Joo-hyun advised, Put down your sword. If you stay here any longer, you'll really lose your life. No, you've given it everything you had. It's just that some things are beyond your control. Yeah, there are things I can't change, Kang Hee-jim said, tearing up as if about to cry. So, will you give up? In response to Kang Joo-hyun's question, she screamed, No, I know I'm stubborn, just like you said. Life has many things beyond our reach, and no matter how hard you try, you can't touch them. But so what? Can I just give up? Why do you have to say such cruel things? Everyone told me I had no hope, that I shouldn't bother being a collector. For just a moment, I actually wanted to give up, but you were the one who came and told me I had my own talent, that I could do what others couldn't, and that helped me understand myself better. That's how I became who I am today. I've only just realized what I truly want. I don't want to run away anymore. Enough is enough. As she spoke, Kang Hee-jim forced her body to rise with the support of her sword, tears streaming down her face. Yet despite her fierce determination, Kang Joo-hyun continued to advise, You could die, Hee-jim. I know, but I still don't want to give up. I'm sorry, aren't I stupid? Being so stubborn at a crucial moment like this. Kang Hee-jim lowered her head and spoke. Hearing this, Kang Joo-hyun quietly said, I understand. Right as Kang Joo-hyun said that, a loud shout echoed from behind them. Die, you witch! Following the shout, a soldier with a sword lunged toward them while Kang Hee-jim shook all over upon seeing this and tried to move but couldn't. I have to block him, but I can't move. Is it really over like this? I'm sorry, Ju Hyun. She gritted her teeth in thought. At the exact moment she thought everything had collapsed, Kang Ju Hyun's voice rang out ahead. Well done, Kang Hee-jim. Well done. Hearing this, Kang Hee-jim looked up in surprise and saw him smiling at her with immense pride. Then, Kang Hee-jim noticed the notification in front of Kang Ju Hyun and asked, Ju Hyun, what is that? Without answering, Kang Ju Hyun fell silent and tapped an option on the screen. Immediately after, a notification appeared. Genesis's blessing has been revoked. At that very moment, the enemy soldier in front swung his blade directly toward Kang Ju Hyun, followed by a splatter of blood. Then, to Kang Hee-jim's utter astonishment, Kang Ju Hyun took down the enemy with a single, swift slash of his blade. Watching from afar, Satan burst out laughing, as if witnessing something immensely entertaining. It might be late to say this, but I've always wanted to be the protagonist. Regrets over youth dreams, dreams that gave me wings like a tangled knot, were all burned away by a single sentence from Choi Do-jun. The me of the past trusted him. I was useless, so I gave up my dreams early on to work for Choi Do-jun. But Hee-jim is different. Her will remains unyielding to the very end. Facing death, she stands defiant, confident, and beautiful. Therefore, I cannot just stand by and watch. Turning back to Kang Hee-jim, after a few seconds of freezing at Kang Ju Hyun's action, she shouted, Ju Hyun, are you crazy? What if you lose your life? Without Genesis's blessing, you're no longer protected from danger. I just felt this was the right thing to do. You guessed right, I'm just as stubborn as you. Kang Ju Hyun said as he began to cut down a few enemies ahead of him. He then checked the current viewer count floating above his head and continued. There are over 1,000 people watching. Don't you think this is a perfect debut stage for an unknown actor? Kang Ju Hyun's slightly playful tone made Kang Hee-jim chuckle as she said, Hee, thank you, Ju Hyun, I'm counting on you. As she spoke, a change came over Kang Hee-jim herself. Her body began to be enveloped in a glowing light. And Kang Ju Hyun ahead, hearing her rely on him like that, answered loudly, Got it. He then pushed back the enemy in front of him and shouted to the system, Open the dimensional store. People say storytellers merely stand on the sidelines and never interfere in anything. Storytellers themselves agree that they don't need to get involved in any issues. Do storytellers not have to fight? Are they forced to just watch because they are protected by a blessing? No, there is no such rule. It's merely considered an unwritten law. That is also why I decided to fight. I will take the stage in a way no one else ever has. Thinking this, Kang Ju Hyun took the initiative and charged at the enemy. The enemy soldiers realized something and shouted, Kill the witch, once she dies we win. That command came from a soldier who looked like a captain, but right after he finished speaking, his head was promptly cleared away by Kang Ju Hyun. I won't let you have your way, he muttered. Kang Ju Hyun's formidable combat prowess left the opposing soldiers startled, hesitant to rush forward recklessly. On the opposite side, Kang Ju Hyun used this opportunity to warn them, Who dares step across here? With that, he casually slashed down another enemy. Turning to Kang Hee-jim, seeing Kang Ju Hyun fight so bravely from behind, she could only quietly express her gratitude in her heart. Ju Hyun, thank you for giving me the courage to say that I can push forward, and for giving up your blessing to stand by our side. And because you gave up your blessing to stand with us, I will fight too. Turning to the enemy soldiers on the opposite side, seeing Kang Ju Hyun fighting with such fierce intensity, they began to panic and shouted, Who the hell is that guy? He's all by himself, yet he's holding us off. Because I'm strong, that's why, Kang Ju Hyun said with confidence. And to prove his actions, he casually sliced the head right off another enemy. But only a moment later, Kang Ju Hyun himself had to struggle to prop his sword against the ground to keep from collapsing. I've reached my limit. I wonder how much longer I can hold out, Kang Ju Hyun thought to himself. Recognizing that Kang Ju Hyun had reached his limit, the Ottoman soldiers swarmed forward en masse. Charge, he's out of energy. This is our chance to wipe him out. But right at that moment, a loud shout rang out from the enemy side, drawing everyone's attention. Wait, look at that, what on earth is that? That sound also caught Kang Ju Hyun's attention, causing him to turn and observe. Right after that, his eyes widened in shock, following his gaze. Kang Hee-jim was currently in a completely unique state, the sword in her hand shrouded in a faint, ethereal aura of sword energy. At the same time, the system issued a notification. Kang Hee-jim has fully awakened, sword and soul as one. Kang Hee-jim has fully awakened the heavenly sword path. Turning to the Ottoman soldiers, they realized the situation had turned grim and hurriedly shouted to one another. What is that? Fall back now? Frightened screams began to fill the air. Unfortunately, it was already right on time. because right in front of them, Kang Heejim swung the sword in her hand fiercely toward the crowd. The slash delivered in the sword, and soul as one. State unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy straight ahead. Its sheer power was so immense that it swept away all the enemies while carving a deep, gaping trench into the ground. The explosive strength she displayed left Kang Ju-hyun beside her utterly astonished. I never expected her to grow this much stronger. And thanks to this sudden surge of power, the Ottoman army's advance was temporarily halted, giving the Roman king an opening to approach and speak with Kang Ju-hyun. I don't know what happened, but thank you. Thanks to you, we've bought time to stop the enemy. Hearing him say that, Kang Ju-hyun spoke with worry. That's only a temporary measure. They've been briefly checked, but once they recover, we'll still lose. I know, but there's nothing we can do. We didn't have enough forces to begin with, the emperor said dejectedly. But fortunately, Kang Ju-hyun came up with an idea to handle the situation. No, there's still something we can do. This war won't end like other battles. You probably know we need to kill their leader. That's the only way we can win. Kang Ju-hyun's words sounded reasonable enough, but pulling it off was harder than reaching the heavens, so the emperor asked back, "Can we really win?" Hearing that, Kang Ju-hyun replied confidently, "It sounds impossible, but actually it is. If we have Heejim, we can definitely pull it off. They're retreating right now, but the Ottoman numbers far exceed ours. Participating in this mission means slim chances of surviving to return. We need at least 300 people for this. Can you do it?" Facing his question, the emperor fell silent for a moment. Then he realized with astonishment that before he even knew it, the soldiers had stepped forward to stand before him, volunteering for the mission. The man emperor saw the soldiers' spirit and said, "My people, today I owe you a heavy debt. You've given everything you had to protect this country. I told you the gods would help us win this war, but that won't happen. We ourselves will be the ones to protect this city and this land. I still hope you can stand by my side to protect our homeland until the very end. Those who wish to accompany me, please stay right here. This is neither an order nor a demand. If you wish, you may leave. You have the right to choose. Is anyone willing to accompany me?" Facing the king's words, all the soldiers remained silent and simply stepped forward in silence to stand beside him. Words were unnecessary. Everyone understood each other's intent. And although they knew it was an extremely dangerous mission, not a trace of worry or fear showed on their faces. "Thank you," the emperor said softly. Seeing everyone volunteer, Kang Ju-hyun cheerfully said, "Then let's move out." At the same time, not far away, the Ottoman king maimed Ai gazed across the battlefield and muttered, "You still refuse to give up, huh?" Finishing his sentence, he looked somewhat puzzled. But something's different this time. By now their reinforcements should have all fled, yet a few are still holding out. The moment he spoke, a soldier's voice rang out beside him. "Your Majesty, please look over there. The Roman army is advancing." Maimed stared straight at Emperor Constantine Xi and asked in a cold voice, "What do you think you're doing?" In response to his question, Constantine Xi suddenly roared, "All troops attack!" Following his command, countless Roman soldiers surged forward in unison, but the Ottoman soldiers reacted swiftly, instantly establishing an archer formation. Then, upon the commander's firing order, innumerable arrows rained down toward Kang Ju-hyun's group. "They're firing arrows, block them!" Someone from the Allied side screamed. "Block them!" an ally shouted, but it did absolutely no good because they were immediately cut down by the arrow storm. Kang Heejim looked back anxiously, but Kang Ju-hyun stopped her instantly. "Heejim, don't look back." Kang Heejim tried to say something else, but before she could, Kang Ju-hyun cut her off. "They knew what would happen and still came here, all to protect their country and their families. Don't pity them. Don't pity them. If you truly feel that regretful, then succeed at all costs." Those decisive words from Kang Ju-hyun left Kang Heejim silenced. Right at that moment, the Allied soldiers were risking their lives to carve a path for them. They even used their own bodies as shields to help Kang Heejim push forward. "No. Can Kang Heejim push forward? I need to help them." Kang Heejim thought anxiously as she saw a soldier get stabbed right behind her, and that expression, right behind her, was seen by the soldiers, prompting them to smile and say to Kang Heejim, "We'll handle things here, don't worry about us." And just like that, their group continued pressing forward until they were blocked by a unit of cavalry. Spotting the group instantly, Kang Ju-hyun shouted in alarm, "Those are the Sipahis. Heejim, get off your horse." Reacting immediately to his command, Kang Heejim dismounted on the spot. Then both of them proceeded on foot. At that moment, Kang Ju-hyun admonished her, "Go, Heejim, and don't look back. Go, Heejim, and don't look back. Just keep your eyes ahead." Hearing that, Kang Heejim clenched her teeth tightly. Then both of them rushed forward, charging straight through the cavalry. But their actions were noticed by the soldiers, who yelled out, They're running towards Satan. Stop that witch. Stop that witch. Right after that, 3 Ottoman soldiers formed a barricade to block her. Unfortunately, that barricade didn't even last 3 seconds before Kang Hee-jim slashed through everything with a single sword stroke. "Get out of my way!" she screamed through her tears. Faster, stronger to survive to save others. Over and over. Stronger to survive to save others. These thoughts echoed repeatedly inside the minds of Kang Ju-hyun and Kang Hee-jim as they hacked and slashed their way forward like mad. Not long after, Kang Ju-hyun spotted the figure of King Maimed and shouted, "Hee-jim, we're almost there, that's Satan." Saying that, he began to worry himself. If we have to take down the soldiers in front of him too, it'll be too late. We need to find another way. As if heaven wanted to help them, Kang Ju-hyun spotted a shield not far away and hatched an idea. "Hee-jim, I'll hold that shield. We'll use it to launch you into the air." Before Kang Hee-jim could process the words, Kang Ju-hyun quickly propped the shield up and said, "Now's our chance." Comprehending Kang Ju-hyun's intent, Kang Hee-jim bit down on her teeth and leaped directly onto the shield he was holding. Then, using the powerful spring of her legs, Kang Hee-jim soared into the sky like a bird amidst the astonished gazes of the Ottoman soldiers. Down below, Kang Ju-hyun shouted, "Hee-jim, spread your wings." Following his words, Kang Hee-jim's angelic wings unfurled across the battlefield. Seeing this, the Ottoman soldiers swiftly drew their bows and yelled to each other, "Shoot! We have to stop her." Countless arrows began flying straight toward Kang Hee-jim, but with top-tier maneuvering skills, she skillfully ducked and dodged them all. Then she flew straight toward King Maimed. Spotting a winged woman hurtling toward him, Maimed showed no fear whatsoever, only surprise and admiration. Unbelievable. Constantine Xi, my archenemy. Right as he spoke, Kang Hee-jim arrived directly in front of him. Following that, she plummeted straight down like a cannonball, creating a massive, terrifying explosion. Meanwhile, down below, Kang Ju-hyun shouted out, "Hee-jin, spread your wings wide." In response to his command, Kang Hee-jim's angelic wings unfurled across the battlefield. Noticing this, the Ottoman soldiers quickly readied their bows and arrows, calling out to one another, "Shoot! We have to stop her." A countless barrage of arrows immediately came raining down straight toward Kang Hee-jim. But utilizing the evasive maneuvers of a top-tier pilot, she skillfully wove through the projectiles and flew straight toward King Maimed. Upon seeing a winged woman hurtling directly toward him, Maimed didn't show an ounce of fear, feeling only a mix of shock and admiration. Unbelievable, Constantine Xi, my archenemy. The very second the words left his mouth, Kang Hee-jim was already right in front of him. Following that, she plummeted like an artillery shell straight down from above, unleashing a massive, devastating explosion. Once the smoke and dust cleared, King Maimed was revealed to have taken a direct slash from Kang Hee-jim. Amidst the stunned silence of everyone watching, the bodies of the Ottoman soldiers began to slowly dissolve into nothingness. Shortly after, Kang Hee-jim raised her sword high in the air to celebrate their victory. Seeing this, the Allied soldiers cheered with uncontainable joy. "We won! We actually won! We really did it!" They cried tears of pure happiness as they shouted. The sight even moved King Constantine Xi to tears of deep emotion. "This is it! This is what I always wanted to see." Smiling, happy faces instead of endless sorrow, thinking this. Instead of sorrow, he turned his gaze toward Kang Ju-hyun and Kang Hee-jim and spoke toward Ju-hyun and Kang Hee-jim, saying, "Thank you both from the bottom of my heart. Even though we're merely characters born of this world, I will never forget your kindness," he said, bowing deeply to express his gratitude. Kang Ju-hyun gently responded, "You aren't just created characters, you're real human beings. Your smiles, your tears, they're all entirely real, and since you're living souls, never look down on yourselves. Being able to pull that off is a source of pride for anyone, so a simple thank you is more than enough." "Is that so? Heh ha!" Constantine Xi laughed through his tears. Regaining his composure, he continued, "I wish to reward you both, though I doubt something as trivial as material wealth could properly express my gratitude, so I shall bestow knighthood upon you." Kang Ju-hyun blurted out in sheer astonishment, "Huh, what's he doing?" Kang Hee-jim anxiously asked upon seeing Kang Ju-hyun's reaction. Addressing the airheaded girl's question, he explained, "In the ancient Roman Empire, the title of a knight carried immense weight, and in this chaotic world, it's valued even more. Becoming a knight grants a person narrative empowerment. It's a precious gift that can't even be bought with points." Right as he said that, the king stepped forward to initiate the ceremony. "Hailing you as mighty and noble souls, in the name of Constantine Xi, I confer upon you this high title." The moment the king finished, a radiant aura enveloped both of them, and a system notification flashed to confirm. "You have acquired the title of Noble Knight. Physical stats and combat capabilities have drastically increased. With physical stats and combat capabilities drastically increased, King Constantine XI bade them farewell. May your journey ahead lead you to glory. As those final words echoed, his body slowly began to dissolve into light. The Roman soldiers chimed in with cheerful goodbyes. Holy Maiden, thank you. We will never forget you. Thank you so much. Right after their farewells, every single one of them vanished into beams of brilliant light. We finally pulled it off. Yes, we actually did it. I honestly thought we were going to fail. Kang Hee-jim sobbed tears of relief. To celebrate their triumph, the system chimed in with an alert. Surprise achievement. Higher dimensional beings are speaking your name, a feat never before achieved by anyone in the lower realms. You have received 10,000 points. The entire mixed world was echoing with cheers praising their names, leaving Kang Hee-jim crying tears of joy. Heh heh, I guess there's no turning back now, is there? Yup, but we're still sticking together, right? I don't know what the future holds, but no matter what happens, we'll face it side by side. Hearing that, Kang Hee-jin smiled brightly. That's more than enough for me. Next, the system fired off several more notifications. Congratulations on clearing the Mind Realm. This is an unprecedented achievement. You have been awarded 10,000 points. You have lifted the curse of this world. You have received an additional 10,000 points. The Holy Spirits are praising your names. You have gained 5,000 points. Your names will be etched across other worlds. At that moment, the book floating in front of Kang Ju-hyun flared with a brilliant glow. Useless trash. That's what people say. Even when I try to stand up, I'm just too weak, forcing me to give up in the end. But I won't let it end like that anymore, because this is my very first story and the foundation for this world. The Chronicle of the Indomitable Storyteller and the Sword Queen. A few days later, exactly as Kang Ju-hyun had predicted, Baek Suryeon was completely swamped with work. Yes, this is Baek Suryeon from the Baekwha Management Bureau. I'm listening. How can I help you? You're requesting an interview? Our schedule is completely packed, so it's tough to squeeze anyone in right now. Yes, so when would it be possible? Blah, blah, blah. Watching her run herself ragged, Kang Ju-hyun felt a mild pang of sympathy. She's seriously overworked, but she's doing a fantastic job managing everything. Shifting back to Baek Suryeon, the moment she wrapped up her call with the previous client, she turned to Kang Ju-hyun and asked, Say, Ju-hyun, did you really give up your system blessing? Before he could even answer, the airheaded Kang Hee-jin chimed in. Duh, obviously, that's the only reason I was able to touch him, she declared, wiggling around comfortably on Kang Ju-hyun's lap, which earned her an annoyed glare. If you keep squirming around like that, don't say I didn't warn you. The warning didn't seem to faze her in the slightest, as Kang Hee-jin's upbeat attitude was night and day compared to how she acted on the battlefield. Turning back to Baek Suryeon, who looked worried after confirming he had genuinely tossed away system protection, she asked, Isn't that super dangerous? Managing a sigh, Kang Ju-hyun replied, Well, yeah, without it I can't slip away to other rooms or use instant teleportation, so there are definitely plenty of downsides. Even so, I'm fighting alongside Hee-jim, and you basically consider me a collector anyway. That's right, lately Ju-hyun and I are super tight. Kang Hee-jin piped up cheerfully. The price for her cheerfulness was an immediate hammer fist to the head from Kang Ju-hyun. I told you to stop squirming. The strike raised a giant comical lump on Kang Hee-jin's head, though Kang Ju-hyun paid it no mind as he looked at Baek Suryeon and asked, Suryeon, you look exhausted. Are you holding up okay? She smiled wearily and answered, Well, when else am I ever going to get this many incoming calls? Honestly, I'm just thrilled. I still can't believe you two actually cleared that infamous mind realm. Honestly, I didn't think we'd pull it off either. Don't accept too many requests. We don't have the time to sit through every single interview, Kang Ju-hyun advised, to which Baek Suryeon sighed and replied, I know I've already turned down offers from all the major guilds, but I can't just ignore the press entirely. We've even been getting some commercial sponsorship offers. Hearing that, Kang Hee-jin rubbed her bruised head and gasped in shock. What? Commercials? Before she could hatch any wild ideas, Kang Ju-hyun immediately shot them down. Turn them down unless they're massive enterprise brands. Taking those deals isn't worth the trouble. Midway through speaking, a flurry of system notification pop-ups suddenly materialized in front of him, instantly annoying him. Most of them were post-battle sponsorship offers from various holy spirits. I've got way too many spirits trying to sponsor me right now. I really should have turned off notifications. Kang Ju-hyun thought to himself, having this many spirits watching us is becoming a headache. I need to set down some strict ground rules ASAP. Wait, nothing major has happened yet. The holy spirits are still being pretty quiet, Kang Hee-jin pointed out in confusion. To answer her question, Kang Ju-hyun pulled an item straight out of his inventory and said, That's because of this. What is that? Kang Hee-jin asked, staring intently at the fruit-like object resting in Kang Ju-hyan's palm. At that exact moment, recognizing what it was, Baek Suryeon shrieked in utter disbelief. No way, is that the fruit of eternity? Spot on, you know what it is. Of course, to properly support collectors, we have to study mythology inside and out, Baek Suryeon explained. The origin of this fruit of eternity was none other than a direct reward gifted by Satan himself following his victory. Yet receiving such a priceless artifact directly from Satan left Kang Ju-hyan deep in thought. Handing me something this valuable right under the noses of countless prying holy spirits. What is that bastard up to? This storyteller belongs to me, so back off. Was that the kind of message he wanted to send? Turning to Kang Hee-jin, who was entirely clueless due to her airheaded nature, she tilted her head and asked, seriously, is it really that big of a deal? Her utter lack of awareness left Baek Suryeon staring in shock. You don't know what the fruit of eternity is? It's literally one of the 2 legendary fruits from scripture. That's right. Even though it's tiny, 10 million gold coins might not even be enough to buy it, Kang Ju-hyan added, internally pondering. If I foolishly tried to consume it while my level was still too low, my body would literally explode from the sheer influx of vital life force, meaning he handed me something I can't even eat right now. What a crafty old fox. Right as Kang Ju-hyan thought that, another system notification popped up, leaving him puzzled. Huh. A direct message. That's weird, I'm dead sure I blocked all incoming messages. The notification text read, the being resembling light wishes to hold a private meeting with you. Seeing that message, Kang Ju-hyan immediately jumped to his feet and announced, excuse me for a moment, I've got an important VIP visitor. With that, he hit the accept button on the interface and vanished on the spot. When he rematerialized moments later, a wave of shock washed over him. He was standing dead center in a vast expanse of nothingness. So this is the private dimension where you meet the holy spirits. I never got to visit a place like this in my past life. Simultaneously, a voice echoed from directly behind him. Welcome. Snapping around at the sound of the voice, Kang Ju-hyan's eyes bulged wide in sheer disbelief as he laid eyes on who he had been summoned to meet. Cutting over to Jinpeng, word had finally reached him that Kang Ju-hyan had successfully eradicated that brutally difficult mind realm, leaving him in a state of absolute denial. Damn it, what the hell is going on? How did he manage to conquer Constantinople? Something even I couldn't pull off, and after giving up his system blessing and teaming up with a collector to boot, he's still somehow alive. Thinking about it, he started trembling with nervous panic as he calculated his next move. If I can't deal with him, the branch bureau is going to wipe me out instead. I have to stop him. But right as that thought crossed his mind, a realization hit him, causing him to mutter. Wait a minute, he gave up his system blessing, which means I can launch a direct attack on him right now. I have no idea if I can beat that fake sword queen of his, but desperate times call for desperate measures. He gritted his teeth, hurriedly tapping away at his system interface. A public forum post flashed on screen. She actually cleared the mission. Can someone assassinate the Sword Queen too? She's got way too many high-tier skills. Someone go off him. He's currently running without any system blessings. Reading those frantic lines, a wicked, scheming grin spread across Jinpeng's face. Kang Ju-hyan, you're going to pay a heavy price for arrogantly throwing away your protection. Shifting back to Kang Ju-hyan, he was staring right at the owner of the voice who had summoned him. Thank you for accepting my sudden invitation. The man standing before him, adorned with 2 pairs of majestic wings, was none other than the Archangel, Saint Michael. Caught off guard by the Archangel's polite demeanor, Kang Ju-hyan hurriedly replied, not at all, sir. I just never expected to receive a personal invitation straight from heaven. Please have a seat. Michael gestured toward a table that had manifested right before them, leaving Kang Ju-hyan wondering where on earth the furniture had even come from. Noticing his unruffled composure, the Archangel raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. You aren't surprised? How could I not be? Meeting someone as exalted and noble as you in person would shock anyone. You say that, but you're remarkably calm, Michael noted before cutting straight to the real purpose behind the summons. I brought you here to personally verify a certain rumor that's been making the rounds lately. Do you know what it is? Hearing that, Kang Ju-hyan immediately connected the dots. Ah, so it's about that, huh? You're talking about the rumors concerning Satan, aren't you? Mentioning Satan made complete sense, seeing as Saint Michael and Satan had been sworn enemies since the dawn of creation. Calming his thoughts, he offered an explanation. It's all a complete misunderstanding. I have no affiliations with the underworld. Then I'm glad to hear it, Michael replied smoothly. Curious, Kang Ju-hyan decided to probe further. Still, I'm surprised heaven would even pay attention to a small-time channel like mine. Michael answered matter-of-factly. Only fools blindly believe baseless rumors. After conducting a brief investigation, we confirmed you hold no ties to hell. However, I am aware that you interacted with that devil. Hearing that made Kang Ju-hyun tense up slightly. Is he trying to interrogate me about my relationship with Satan? Thinking fast, he laid out the exact truth. I only crossed paths with Lord Satan during the welcome ceremony. We exchanged a few words and immediately parted ways. And he handed you the fruit of eternity just from exchanging a few words, Michael pressed skeptically. I'm not trying to brag, but he seemed rather amused by me, and I honestly had a hard time turning down his offer to sponsor my channel. That revelation piqued Michael's curiosity even further. Why would you do that? Aren't sponsors practically a lifeline for storytellers like yourself? Kang Ju-hyun offered an unbothered shrug. Well, yeah, generally speaking, but every house has its own rules, and to me, achieving my personal goals matters a lot more than chasing sponsorships. If anything, that refusal just made him find me even more interesting, and he boldly declared he'd eventually take over my channel. I see. As I suspected, a direct confrontation is always the most telling option. Knowing you haven't aligned yourself with the abyss puts my mind at ease, so I'm going to seize this rare opportunity. Would you like to receive sponsorship from heaven? Michael offered directly. The proposal forced Kang Ju-hyun into a brief internal debate. I was wondering when they'd finally pop the question. Figures they wouldn't just sit back and watch, especially since they went out of their way to send Saint Michael himself. Heaven's backing, huh? It was undoubtedly one of the strongest factions across the multiverses, boasting an immaculate reputation and massive influence over countless worlds, making it an objectively stellar offer. Yet after weighing his options, Kang Ju-hyun looked up and answered firmly, I must respectfully decline your kind offer. Unfazed by the rejection, Michael asked calmly, May I ask why? Just like I told Lord Satan, I have my own path to walk, and I don't intend on accepting sponsorships from any faction. I have no desire to tie my channel down to any singular power, Kang Ju-hyun stated with absolute conviction, an unwavering confidence that prompted Michael to smile with intrigue. From what you're saying, it sounds like your narratives aim to showcase not just moral virtues, but human flaws as well. Ju-hyun replied, It's not that complicated. I simply want my stories to remain diverse, untainted by external agendas, and guaranteed to be entirely one of a kind. You might view my stance as arrogant, but if you still harbor doubts, I invite you to continue monitoring our channel. Aren't you even the slightest bit curious about the ultimate goal and finale of a channel that turned down offers from both heaven and hell? Deep down, Kang Ju-hyun knew that even though Saint Michael was a divine entity devoid of mortal greed, it didn't mean he was immune to a good story. He might hide it behind a stoic facade, but pure curiosity was definitely eating away at him. True to his prediction, Michael looked genuinely intrigued as he asked, Are you telling me you intend to conquer both hell and heaven under your banner? In response, Kang Ju-hyun gave a confident, definitive nod. Witnessing that bold answer, Michael stood up from his seat and said, Very well, we shall respect your wishes. Your story has piqued my curiosity, so I will observe its outcome with my own eyes. I will watch it unfold to the very end, to show my appreciation for taking the time out of your schedule to meet with me. It would look poorly on heaven's reputation if I dragged you all the way up here, only to send you away empty-handed after wasting your time. Consider this a personal gift from me, accept it. With that, the archangel produced an egg and handed it over to Kang Ju-hyun. Sweating nervously as he stared at the mysterious egg, Kang Ju-hyun thought, This is. Back at the Beekwa Bureau office, both Kang Hee-jin and Beek Suryeon were admiring the divine egg gifted by the archangel, chiming in with questions. Did you get this egg from a client? It's huge. I wonder what kind of creature hatched from it. Kang Ju-hyun, listening to them, let his imagination run wild with possibilities. Could it be a dragon egg? If a baby dragon pops out, it'll definitely imprint on me as its master and cling to me 24/7. Naturally, those were just wishful thinking on his part. As nice as that sounds, it's definitely not a dragon. Heaven views dragons as vile, demonic symbols anyway. Right as that thought crossed his mind, a sharp crack split across the egg's shell. Ecstatic, Kang Hee-jin cheered, Hey, look, it's hatching. To the utter bewilderment of everyone in the room, a tiny, owl-like creature poked its head out from inside the broken shell. Kang Ju-hyun's expression dropped flat in complete disappointment. An owl. While it failed to impress him in the slightest, its cuteness dealt a critical blow to the women in the room. Both Kang Hee-jin and Beek Suryeon immediately melted, their eyes sparkling with adoration. An owl! Oh my god, it's so freaking cute. Can I raise it? Oh, where it doesn't like me? Kang Hee-jin burst into fake tears when the baby owl frantically scurried to hide behind Kang Ju-hyun's head the moment she spoke. It just hatched, so of course it's scared of you, Kang Ju-hyun pointed out. I bet it already thinks of you as its mother, Beak Suryeon teased with a chuckle. Analyzing the situation, Kang Ju-hyun finally pieced together Michael's hidden motive. Satan's familiar is a serpent, and owls are natural predators of snakes. The archangel definitely gifted me this bird as a subtle warning not to step out of line. Curiously enough, the baby owl possessed its own tiny book, though since it had just been born, the volume emitted zero glow. Meanwhile, Kang Hee-jin eagerly suggested, "You should give it a name. How about Un or Uli? How about naming it Un or Uli?" Hearing those terrible suggestions, Kang Ju-hyun gave her a deadpan stare and remarked, "Are you kidding me? Who names a pet Un?" I thought it sounded cute," she stammered defensively. "You should let Ju-hyun name it." "Let Ju-hyun name it, since he's the official owner of the pet anyway," Beak Suryeon agreed. Shifting his gaze back to the tiny owl resting in his palm, Kang Ju-hyun thought it over. "All right, Bikyo, your name is going to be Bikyo." Shifting scenes to an undisclosed dimensional gate. Two individuals were conversing nearby. "So how did it go? Did everything go smoothly?" the blonde girl asked. "Not as many as I expected, but it's enough. All right, I'll start getting things ready." Right as they finished speaking, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance, instantly drawing their attention. Gasping murmurs rippled through the crowd. Is that the Sword Queen? Whoa, it's actually the Sword Queen." Back with Kang Ju-hyun, he wasn't the least bit surprised by the collectors' reactions. While Kang Hee-jin was viewed favorably by ordinary citizens, to fellow collectors she was practically a walking disaster area. Unlike other collectors who preserved mind realms to continuously farm experience and level up, Kang Hee-jin utterly obliterated every single realm she stepped foot into, earning her the dreaded moniker, the Farming Zone Destroyer. Observing the massive crowd gathered around, Kang Hee-jin remarked, "There sure are a lot of people here." "That's because the gate is located right in the middle of the city, and on top of that, it's a prime spot for continuous level grinding, so hanging around here is pretty common," Kang Ju-hyun explained. As if right on cue, the crowd ahead erupted into a panic. "We're screwed. The Farming Zone Destroyer is here. Damn it, I'm not gonna make any money today. I should have dived into that dungeon earlier." Heejin offered a wry smirk upon hearing the reactions. "Heh, people act like I'm rushing through these mind realms on purpose." Watching her expression, Kang Ju-hyun thought with a soft sigh. Looks like she's already completely used to that infamous nickname. Shaking off the thought, he turned to her and said, "Heejin, step back for a bit with Bikyo. I need to make a quick announcement before turning on the stream." Moments after Kang Ju-hyun fired up his broadcast channel, a massive influx of holy spirits flooded right into his stream. The system display updated. Current viewers, 2,482. Subscribers, 1,142. The sudden spike left Kang Ju-hyun genuinely startled. Over 2,000 viewers instantly. Did rumors spread that fast? Regaining his composure, Kang Ju-hyun greeted the incoming audience. "Welcome everyone to the collaborative story of the storyteller and the Sword Queen." In response to his enthusiastic greeting, the live chat immediately devolved into a chaotic screaming match. Some viewers were yelling at others to shut up, while others demanded to see the Sword Queen right away. The utter bedlam in the chat instantly stressed Kang Ju-hyun out, but keeping his eyes on the stream revenue, he gritted his teeth and endured it. "This is the exact moment I miss having Lord Satan around." Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he addressed the chat. "Calm down, everyone. I decided to turn the stream on earlier than usual because there's an important announcement I need to make. Thanks to your incredible support, the channel has grown rapidly, and while I'm deeply grateful, managing the current chaos has become quite difficult. So I've decided to implement a few strict rules starting right now. First, no forming factions or starting fan wars in the chat. Second, do not bring up other channels or their respective collectors to prevent unnecessary arguments. Third, toxic defamation or creepy romantic delusions will be dealt with severely. Additionally, direct requests from top-tier donors will be prioritized. Annoyed by the regulations, a random spirit tossed a 100-point donation and complained. "So strict. I only came here because of the hype and I can't even see anything fun yet." Reading that, Kang Ju-hyun muttered under his breath, "If you don't like it, feel free to leave. I don't need viewers who refuse to follow the rules." With a swift tap, he promptly banned the user from the room. That decisive action left the rest of the spirits visibly impressed, prompting Kang Ju-hyun to smile inwardly. You really thought tossing a few sponsored chat messages around gave you special privileges, huh? Right as he thought that, a prominent announcement flashed across the screen to grab his attention. The White King of the Twilight Sea has sponsored you 1,000 points. Kid, brush that minor annoyance aside, I'll make sure you're well funded. The sheer scale of the donation genuinely impressed him. It was a hefty sum, but it certainly wasn't enough to make Kang Ju-hyun compromise his integrity. Rules are rules. If I break them just for money, what's the point of setting them in the first place? Kang Ju-hyun stated flatly. As if treating it as a challenge, the same spirit immediately fired off another donation. The White King of the Twilight Sea has sponsored 10,000 points. How about that? It was obvious the high roller was determined to use cash to buy out Kang Ju-hyun's soul, which only served to irritate him further. Will you look at this stubborn bastard? The White King of the Twilight Sea? Just the name reeked of immense status and deep pockets, coupled with a reckless willingness to throw money around. No doubt about it. Bound to the 36 heavens of the upper realm, one of the most powerful forces out there, was the Dragon King of one of the four seas, the White Dragon of the East Sea. I had figured that my channel was only known to a small handful of famous holy spirits, but I never expected my reputation to spread this fast. Realizing the colossal identity of this big shot, his expression shifted immediately into an instant, beaming smile. It is an absolute honor to have the presence of a Dragon King here, my lord. That attitude prompted the White Dragon of the Twilight Sea to nod and smile back. To reward this deferential attitude, he generously threw down another 10,000 points just to send a message. Don't be so rigid. Take it easy, kid. Did you seriously think a few words would make us fall out? Seeing that, Kang Ju-hyun grinned broadly and said, "Ha ha, take it easy. Take it easy, my apologies. But I simply can't do that." That abrupt rejection left the live chat momentarily plunged into absolute silence. It took a few seconds for the White Dragon King to recover before he demanded, "What do you mean by that?" "I said no means no, don't you understand, Kang Ju-hyun?" He spoke with absolute finality, prompting the White Dragon King to grow thoroughly baffled and shell out another 10,000 points just to ask, "I've sponsored you this much and it's still not enough. Fine, exactly how much do you want?" That remark led Kang Ju-hyun to deduce a few things. The dragon's pride had taken a hit, as he clearly assumed points could solve literally anything. "But I'm different." Thinking this, Kang Ju-hyun bluntly declared to this filthy rich bastard, "No matter how many points you throw at me, it won't work. The rules I've set have zero exceptions. Even if you try to bribe me or use your power and authority to force your way through, I will never change my mind. Least of all for you, the White Dragon of the East Sea." Those words thoroughly pissed off the wealthy entity, turning his chat comment a glaring, angry red. Even so, Kang Ju-hyun wasn't worried in the slightest. Influencing the lower realm from the upper tier was exceptionally difficult, so the dragon was definitely fuming right now. But thanks to the regulatory framework of the Genesis system, across the multiverses, he wouldn't dare recklessly unleash his full power down here. True to Kang Ju-hyun's deduction, all the White Dragon King could do was keep pumping points into the stream and talk trash. "You pathetic little storyteller, all you need to do is take the money and listen to me. There's nothing in this world that can't be solved with cash. Is this enough for you?" The White Dragon King fired off 3 identical messages in a row, flushing a total of 30,000 points down the drain. Unfazed by the old man's financial display, Kang Ju-hyun thanked him mockingly. "I deeply appreciate your sponsorship, but you just dropped a comment insulting the storyteller. Have a nice trip out." With that, Kang Ju-hyun booted him straight out of the room with a bright, cheerful smile. The remaining spirits couldn't help but marvel at his absolute balls of steel. Donations were donations, but rules were rules. This is a prime example, so please understand. If I can maintain a fun, lively atmosphere without handing out bans, I might consider loosening the rules. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a flash of light suddenly illuminated the sky above. Immediately after, the White Dragon King's comment popped right back up. "You absolute piece of trash, Kang Ju-hyun." Seeing his message reappear left Kang Ju-hyun too, stunned for words. He actually managed to bypass the system's restrictions. He wondered aloud, and as if answering his question, the system flashed a confirmation prompt. "The White King of the Twilight Sea has re-entered your channel." At this point, Kang Ju-hyun knew the situation had escalated into serious territory, defying the core rules of the system itself. "I know you're furious, but you're stepping way past the line now," Kang Ju-hyun warned in a dead serious tone, though for some reason his words only enraged the White Dragon King further. A miserable, lowly storyteller like you dares speak to me like that after pocketing a mountain of my points and kicking me out. Disrespecting me, a member of one of the supreme divine factions, is a grave felony. Do you seriously think you can get away with insulting the 36 heavens of the upper realm? Kang Ju-hyun immediately denied the charge. I have never insulted anyone from the 36 heavens, and I certainly never insulted the white dragon of the East Sea. I simply booted out a guest who violated my channel rules. You violated my rules, you little. How dare you utter such insolence? The dragon roared. While the tension was reaching a boiling point, a special visitor dropped by. The being resembling sparkling light joined the stream. Moments later, the newcomer sensed the volatile atmosphere and asked, "What on earth just happened?" Recognizing the VIP instantly, Kang Ju-hyun muttered, "Is that Lord Michael?" At the same time, Michael detected the systemic anomaly and murmured, "Wait, how is that even possible?" Right after, a system warning flashed across the UI. Genesis system activated. System anomaly detected. External interference identified. Rule-breaking entity targeted. Target, the White King of the Twilight Sea. Executing judgment in accordance with system protocols. The instant the notification dropped, a bolt of lightning struck the White Dragon King's chat bubble directly, followed by a blood-curdling shriek from the entity. Watching the scene unfold, Kang Ju-hyun had only one thought. Serves you right. The Genesis system held an authority that even the highest-tier holy spirits feared. For a mere mid-tier spirit to openly challenge, it meant getting struck down for a dozen cosmic eras. Shortly after, the system announced, "The White King of the Twilight Sea has been forcibly expelled." Watching the wealthy troublemaker get booted out, Kang Ju-hyun turned with a bright smile to address the remaining spirits. "Well, we had a minor hiccup, but I hope this serves as a warning so nobody else repeats it. If any spirit has complaints about my rules, please raise your hand." Naturally, not a single spirit dared to voice any complaints after that, especially since Michael didn't object to anything, leaving the rest with zero grounds to argue. Lord Michael's influence is truly no joke, Kang Ju-hyun thought to himself. Seeing that nobody else had objections regarding the rules, Kang Ju-hyun continued. "Since there are no further questions, let me show you all something. I'm planning on clearing a mind realm today. Doing something like Constantinople the other day is a bit too much, so we're planning to tackle a slightly easier spot." The spirits looked visibly disappointed upon hearing that. Keeping his cheerful grin, Kang Ju-hyun replied, "Don't be like that, we aren't just stepping into a mind realm for a casual stroll and some loot." Turning to Kang Hejin, he asked, "Are you ready, Hejin?" "I'm ready," she answered firmly. The live chat instantly went wild at her appearance. "It's the Sword Queen. The Sword Queen just looked this way." Not long after, they stepped inside the mind realm, greeted by an atmospheric forest landscape. Right upon entering, Kang Ju-hyun introduced the location to the viewers. "The place we're visiting today is the Dalan Swamp. It looks quite different from the places we've visited before, doesn't it? First, we need to locate the regional boundary. Hejin, I'll brief you on the details." Just as he finished speaking, a voice called out from ahead. "Hey, do you two want to team up with us for the hunt?" The offer came from the leader of a four-person group. Noticing that Kang Ju-hyun's party only consisted of 2 members, the leader asked in surprise, "Just the 2 of you coming in here?" "That's right," Kang Ju-hyun answered. The brown-haired man offered a welcoming smile. "Normally our squad runs with 6 people, but we lost 2 in an unfortunate accident. Would you 2 care to join forces with us? I figure 2 more will make things a lot smoother." Standing nearby, Kang Hejin pondered the invitation internally. Do they seriously not know who I am or who Mr. Ju-hyun is? Makes sense. If they don't keep up with the rumors, they wouldn't have a clue. Still, we're here to completely clear this mind realm. I can't afford to ally with people who are just here to make a quick buck. Thinking this, she opened her mouth to decline. "Thanks for the offer, but..." Before she could even finish her sentence, Kang Ju-hyun cut in eagerly. "That sounds great. I was actually looking for a party to join." The brown-haired man beamed. "Awesome, perfect." Standing to the side, Kang Hejin felt utterly perplexed as to why Kang Ju-hyun had agreed to team up with these strangers. But in the next second, her gaze drifted toward an attractive blonde woman standing nearby, prompting her to realize. Ah, it must be because of her, a gorgeous woman with radiant blonde hair and a sultry, curvaceous figure. I hate to admit it, but she's genuinely stunning. I still find it weird how I can touch Ju-hyun and he doesn't react at all. Is this seriously his type? Kang Hejin thought to herself in mounting despair. In the background, the brown-haired man chimed in. "All right, let's all do our best." "Agreed. Hejin, go say hi to everyone," Kang Ju-hyun instructed. Following his orders, Kang Hejin shot the brown-haired group a piercing, glacial glare and muttered, Nice to meet you, using the tone and expression of a literal serial killer. What's wrong with her? The brown-haired man thought nervously, unsettled by the murderous gaze. Shrugging it off awkwardly, he smiled. We'll head out first then? Sure thing. As soon as the group walked off, Kang Ju-hyun turned to Kang Hejin to address her attitude. Hejin? Yeah, Mr. Ju-hyun, I know people have different tastes. Still, I didn't think you liked that type, but if I really have to go on a diet. Kang Hejin choked out, tears welling up in her eyes as if the mere thought of dieting was absolute torture. Kang Ju-hyun, completely lost, stared at the airheaded girl in confusion. What on earth are you blabbering about? Focus on our image here. Stepping closer, he leaned right into her space and murmured, Hejin. The sudden, intimate atmosphere caused Kang Hejin's cheeks to flush a bright crimson as she stammered. Mr. Ju-hyun, right here out in the open like this. The holy spirits are still watching. Ah, not that I'm complaining or anything. Suffice to say, the poor girl's brain had way too many loose screws. Snapping back to reality, Kang Ju-hyun ignored her flustered state and spoke in a dead serious tone. Listen closely to what I'm about to tell you, Hejin. That group is a pack of trash scavengers. What did trash scavengers mean? She had no clue, but the moment Kang Hejin heard those words, her expression instantly hardened. 4 trash scavengers. They make a living by secretly swiping or looting stories and items left behind by other collectors in mind realms. They resort to this because hunting monsters here is way too difficult for their pathetic skill levels. Processing the true identity of those people, Kang Hejin asked anxiously, So these guys approached us just to stealthily steal our stories? It'd be great if that was all they were after. There are plenty of scum out there who don't just steal, but murder their victims as well. Those 4 fit the profile of a group specializing in exactly that, Kang Ju-hyun explained gravely. Hearing this, Kang Hejin trusted Kang Ju-hyun implicitly without a single shred of doubt. If he said it was true, then it was absolute fact. But how did you figure out they were scavengers? She asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Her excited attitude left Kang Ju-hyun momentarily speechless, though he eventually sighed and explained. Remember what they said? They claimed they tried hunting and found it too difficult. Yet their clothes are spotless, proving they've never fought a single monster. This place is a swamp with water up to our ankles, and every step, no matter how lightly you tread, splatters mud everywhere. If they had actually fought here, their clothes would be caked in filth. Above all, what's more suspicious than them approaching us without a shred of hesitation and acting like they don't know who we are? We're fairly well known by now, so even if they didn't recognize us, it's deeply suspicious for total strangers to casually approach us and invite us into their party. Comprehending the logic, Kang Hejin nodded, though another question popped into her head. Then why did you agree to tag along? If you knew their true intentions, why didn't you just turn down the invitation? Grinning, Kang Ju-hyun replied, Heh, why? Let me ask the holy spirits. Turning to the live chat, he addressed the viewers. We've got some scumbags hiding their true malicious intent, sidling up to us with daggers hidden behind their backs because they think we're an easy meal. If you guys were in our shoes, would you just walk away? Let's hear your thoughts. The moment he threw the question out, the armchair detectives in the chat went wild. Unforgivable. You've got to wipe those scumbags out. You can't let them get away with this, Kang. You can't let them get away with this. That was the exact reaction Kang Ju-hyun was fishing for. Clenching his fist with fierce determination, he announced to the stream, The plan is to play dumb and follow along with whatever they want, then deliver a fatal backstab at the most critical moment. Doesn't that make the story way more entertaining? While Kang Ju-hyun's amateur detective trap sounded solid enough, Kang Hejin still felt a bit uneasy. But will those guys actually fall for it? Chuckling, he asked. Do you know what kind of people are the easiest to fool? People who think they know everything when they actually know jack shit. People delusional enough to believe the world operates exactly how they see it. Overconfident fools convinced they're ahead of the game, wallowing in their own perceived superiority. Those kinds of idiots are my absolute favorite prey. Shortly after, Kang Ju-hyun and Kang Hejin joined up with the scavengers to hunt together. Right then and there, Kang Hejin effortlessly took down a lotus monster with a single sword stroke. The display left the brown-haired guy and the blonde woman gaping in awe. Whoa, you're insanely strong. I can't believe you dropped that thing in one hit. I've literally never seen anything like it. Though he was praising her out loud, the brown-haired man was internally panicking to death. Oh crap, why is the Sword Queen so damn strong? Doesn't she ever get tired after hunting for this long? Just as those thoughts crossed his mind, he noticed Kang Ju-hyun stepping away and quickly called out, Oh, where are you headed? Just stepping away for a second. Kang Ju-hyun answered cheerfully. Sniffing out an opportunity, the brown-haired man immediately said, "Ah, hold on. It's way too dangerous to walk around here alone. You should take someone with you." Turning to the gray-haired guy, he ordered, "Young Gun, go accompany him. Didn't you just say you needed to take a leak?" Taken aback, the gray-haired guy stammered awkwardly. "Ah, right." Merged into 239, naturally, that clumsy excuse couldn't escape Kang Ju-hyun's sharp observations. At that exact moment, he knew for a fact the trap was about to spring. Transmitting his voice via telepathy, he warned Kang Hejin. "Hejin, can you hear me? I'm using telepathy right now. Once I step away from here, they'll likely make their move. Stay put, and the second something feels off, attack immediately." "Got it," Kang Hejin replied mentally. Setting off with Yang Gun, Kang Ju-hyun couldn't help noticing how visibly terrified the guy looked, with panic written all over his face. Deciding to break the ice, Kang Ju-hyun probed, "Your name is Han Yang Gun, right? You look a bit tense, something bothering you." Startled, Yang Gun blurted out, "Me. You can speak freely, you won't get in trouble," Kang Ju-hyun said calmly, though the truth was he had already figured out the whole picture beforehand. While the other three scumbags were irredeemable pieces of trash destined for the chopping block, this guy named Yang Gun seemed relatively normal. Gathering his courage, Yang Gun stammered out, "Your name is Ju-hyun, right? Please run away right now. I know you probably won't believe me, but those guys are cold-blooded murderers. Baek Ga-hyun forced me to tag along and was the mastermind behind the plan to assassinate you too. I tried refusing, but he threatened to kill me if I didn't comply. Even though I knew what they were up to, I was too terrified to speak up, so I ended up caught up with them. I'll head back alone and lie that I took care of you, so please just run. I'm trying to figure out a way to buy the Sword Queen time to escape too." Instead of jumping to conclusions, Kang Ju-hyun countered with a skeptical question. "If you get caught, won't both you and Hejin end up in mortal danger? More importantly, why do they want me dead so badly?" "I'm not entirely sure, but a storyteller from a prominent branch bureau hired them to do it, promising to sign formal contracts with them if they succeeded," Yang Gun stammered. "A storyteller from a branch bureau, huh?" Kang Ju-hyun smiled as a familiar piece of the puzzle clicked into place. Continuing his plea, Yang Gun urged, "So please, just run away, leave the rest to me." Because of those words, Yang Gun narrowly escaped being added to Kang Ju-hyun's execution list. "I was actually planning to wipe Yang Gun out just like the others, but thinking it over, it's unnecessary." Shifting his tone, Kang Ju-hyun told the gray-haired youth, "I'm afraid I can't do that, so just stay put right here." "What do you mean?" Yang Gun asked in shock. "Did you really think I was that stupid? Who in their right mind trusts someone who randomly approaches them in a desolate wasteland like this?" Kang Ju-hyun stated flatly. The revelation left Yang Gun even more astounded. "So, you knew everything from the very beginning?" "You could say that, but don't worry, you don't need to be scared. At the end of the day, I can tell you're not a bad guy." What about the Sword Queen?" Yang Gun yelled in a panic. Right at that instant, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the distance. Hearing the shriek, Kang Ju-hyun broke into a confident smirk and said, "I guess they're finishing up over there." That casual remark made Yang Gun realize what was happening as he muttered in horror, "Finishing up? Don't tell me." True to the young man's terrified guess, the moment they walked back to the campsite, they discovered that Baek Ga-hyun and the remaining two thugs had already been utterly flattened by the Sword Queen. Seeing them beaten to a pulp, Kang Ju-hyun couldn't even be bothered wasting energy tying them up. Glancing at Kang Hejin, he thought, "Seriously, she's a monster. She always holds back and hides her true strength, making me mistakenly think she was actually weak." Shaking off those passing thoughts, Kang Ju-hyun shifted his attention and roared at the trash scavengers lying on the ground. "How much longer are you bastards planning on playing dead? Get up already." Prompted by his voice, the ringleader Baek Ga-hyun sluggishly groaned back to consciousness. Spotting the young man Yang Gun standing safely beside Kang Ju-hyun, absolute fury flashed across the leader's face as he shrieked, "Han Yang Gun, you little rat, you sold us out. You treacherous, good-for-nothing bastard, I'll kill you. I swear I'll rip you to shreds." His frantic threats made poor Yang Gun tremble like a leaf in a storm. Unfortunately for the screaming thug, Kang Ju-hyun was standing right there. Replying to the threats, Kang Ju-hyun casually raised his boot and stomped down hard on the ringleader's arm, a sickening crunch echoing as the bone snapped clean in half. Baek Ga-hyun shrieked like a stuck pig in agony. Looking down at him with an unbothered expression, Kang Ju-hyun remarked with a sadistic grin, "Baek Ga-hyun, you still don't realize your current situation, do you? Let me spell it out for you. A level 7 collector, professional trash scavenger, with over 10 murders under your belt. not to mention orchestrating assaults, extortion, and human trafficking rings. And this time, I'm guessing your assignment was to assassinate some nameless nobody and a newly rising sword queen, right? Bingo. So who exactly hired you to pull this little stunt? Kang Ju-hyun asked, his voice and expression dropping to absolute sub-zero temperatures. Proving he lacked any sense of self-preservation, Yang Gun's thug boss puffed out his chest despite having his limbs crushed and barked back. And if I refuse to talk, what are you gonna do? Kill me? Do you even have the balls to carry the title of a murderer? Shaking his head, Kang Ju-hyun sighed. You really are beyond saving, aren't you afraid of the law? Afraid of the law? What law? You gonna take me to court? In this country, the absolute worst sentence I'll get is a short stint in prison. That's nothing. Go ahead, lock me up, but just know the very second I walk out of that cell, you're dead. The idiot blurted out those oblivious words, completely unaware that with every syllable he uttered, Kang Ju-hyun's expression grew deadlier. In the chat, the spirits cheered him on. Just slaughter Big Gahyun already. Merged into 273, even Saint Michael chimed in. Evil deserves to meet a fitting end. Those encouraging chants made Kang Ju-hyun pause to weigh his options. Seeing him fall silent, Big Gahyun grew bolder and started howling. What? Cat got your tongue? Say something, you better think twice before messing with me. Kang Ju-hyun replied with a chilling glare. I wouldn't be so sure about that. With those words, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and sent one of the thugs straight off to the afterlife, leaving the remaining scavengers staring with utterly vacant, blank expressions of absolute shock, staring blankly at their dead comrade's lifeless corpse, the color completely drained from their faces, instantly draining every ounce of bravado they had swaggered in with, replaced entirely by sheer, paralyzing terror. Unable to take the psychological pressure any longer, the blonde woman broke down and began frantically begging Kang Ju-hyun for her life. Please spare me. I was out of my mind. I swear it wasn't my fault. They forced me into this. Please, I'm begging you. Unfazed by the tearful pleas of the attractive woman, Kang Ju-hyun raised his sword high to send her packing as well. But right at that moment, a hand reached out and firmly grabbed his arm from behind. Surprised, Kang Ju-hyun glanced over his shoulder and asked, Hejin. Internally, he assumed, is she trying to stop me? Figures from her moral standpoint, what I'm doing probably looks pretty horrific. But to his utter astonishment, Kang Hejin swung her own blade forward without a moment's hesitation, executing the blonde woman on the spot. I can assure you there are zero personal vendettas involved here. That cold, emotionless execution left Kang Ju-hyun staring with his jaw practically unhinged. He clearly hadn't expected the airheaded girl to commit a murder with such chilling, unwavering decisiveness. It took him a few seconds to process what just happened before he muttered, I think I seriously underestimated you, Hejin. Meanwhile, watching yet another teammate get wiped out, Big Gahyun was shaking so hard he looked ready to pass out. The atmosphere grew even deadlier as Kang Hejin fixed her icy stare directly on him and declared, Leave him to me. I finally realized during the siege of Constantinople what I should have been doing all along. In order to achieve my desired goals, I am fully prepared to do whatever it takes, no matter what. Hearing those words from her lips made the color drain entirely from Big Gahyun's face as he whimpered, Stay back, please, have mercy. We can talk this out, right? You'll seriously regret killing me. Standing nearby, Kang Ju-hyun chimed in coldly, You know what? You lost all right to negotiate the moment you decided to target us. Those words drove the ringleader into absolute gut-wrenching despair. Realizing his life was truly on the line, Yang Gun stammered out a final desperate pitch. Wait, if you kill him, you'll never find out who actually hired us. Unfortunately for them, while that bargaining chip might have worked on someone else, it meant squat to Kang Ju-hyun, who had already figured out the mastermind behind the whole operation. Jinpeng, the storyteller belonging to the five-horned star of the Celestial Corporation. You think I don't already know about the shady underground deal between you and him? Big Gahyun froze, his face turning rigid as he stammered in disbelief. How the hell do you know that? Of course, nobody bothered answering his question, as Kang Ju-hyun turned his back and instructed, Hejin, I'll leave the rest to you. Those words served as Big Gahyun's absolute death sentence, stripping away every last drop of blood from his complexion. No, stay away. Help, someone please save me. Young Gun, help me out, we're buddies, you bastard. I treated you so well, damn it. Don't come closer, please, please, someone help. He screamed in utter despair, and then his head was tidied up with the help of Kang Hejin. Kang Ju-hyun, witnessing the scene, began to smile with excitement. There it is. People constantly brag that they are the best, completely off guard against what lies in wait, knowing only how to point fingers and mock one another. Toward such people, watching the expression on their faces when they realize how cruel reality is truly exhilarating. What a twisted sense of justice. Ha ha, I know. Even so, this is an unavoidable aspect of my nature. An indelible stain from having endured that terrible world. It sounds a bit strange, but there's nothing I can do about it since it's just who I am, Kang Ju-hyun thought, blushing. Then he remembered Jin Peng and muttered, Jin Peng of the Pentacle, I hope you can provide me with some entertainment, too. Turning to Yang Gun, upon seeing Big Guhyun and the others die just like that, he was terrified to the point of nearly losing his mind. His legs began to tremble, and unable to support himself any longer, he slumped to the ground. At that very moment, he noticed the head of Big Guhyun rolling around right beside him. This horrific sight turned his face pale as he shrieked, "Ah, what have I done? Just when I finally mustered the courage for the first time in my life to save someone, I never expected that I'd been played by those two from the very beginning." Thinking this, he bit his lip hard and asked, Why kill them? If you hadn't, we would have died." "If I hadn't, you wouldn't be safe either," Kang Ju-hyun said coldly. For some reason, Yang Gun snapped and shouted back at Kang Ju-hyun, "Everything seems like a joke to you, doesn't it? In the end, the storytellers choose you and the Holy Spirits sponsor you because you're just too powerful, right? What do you know about anything? The feeling of having nothing in your hands, yet we are forced to keep surviving. Why only me? Why only me?" Yang Gun began to lament his miserable fate. Kang Ju-hyun, after listening, began to preach to him. "Everyone has a unique role in life. We just refuse to accept it and strive for more. We have all struggled, persevered, and even risked our lives for it. To you, we might seem like the chosen ones, but we are just like you." "Then why am I like this?" Yang Gun asked tremblingly. To this question, Kang Ju-hyun replied bluntly, "Because we accepted reality. I refuse to be satisfied with what I'm given. If I don't have it, I'll create it or take it from someone else if necessary." Hearing this, Yang Gun began to howl. "Do you think I wanted to give up? What am I supposed to do when all my efforts are in vain? What am I supposed to do when everything I do ends up being a failure and a joke?" The desperate words of the young man made Kang Ju-hyun pause for a moment, then he offered some advice. "The human world is small, they mistake what they hear and feel for the entire world. If someone thinks you're a failure, you think the whole world thinks the same. And that's all you focus on, you know. The world out there doesn't care about you. No one blames you, they don't know who you are and they don't care. If you want to change, start by changing your worldview and show those who don't know you who you really are. It might be difficult, but it's not as pathetic as those who give up from the start." Having said this, Kang Ju-hyun was done with him, so he turned to Kang Hejin behind him. "Let's go, Hejin. Let's go, Hejin." Kang Hejin followed Kang Ju-hyun as he walked away and asked worriedly, "Is it really okay to just leave him like that?" "Yeah, he'll be fine," Kang Ju-hyun said. Next, they began to conquer this mental realm. At this moment, Kang Hejin was battling a giant carnivorous plant monster known as boss-level illusion entity Lebra. Naturally, this trash plant couldn't compete with Kang Hejin. After dodging a whip attack from the tree monster, she quickly accelerated and leaped straight onto the head of the monster, followed by a tree-felling strike that split the monster in two. Immediately after, the system confirmed, "You have cleared the Dallin Marsh. You have received 3,000 points. You have received the skill Extended Kai Sensing, combined with Basic Extended Kai Sensing. Extended Kai Sensing has become Comprehensive Kai Sensing. You have received the Anecdote of the Gardener. Received Marsh Tree Root X90. Received Lebra Resin." The mental world was disappearing, and as the notifications appeared, Kang Hejin's body began to be covered by streams of strange ancient scripts, which were helping her body recover. "Clearing a mental world makes all its traces vanish. How great, I love this outfit," Kang Hejin said happily. Kang Ju-hyun explained, "Excluding injuries and rewards, all traces belonging to the mental world vanish when it's cleared." "Understood." Merged with 338. "By the way, Ju-hyun, you've been looking quite pensive." Her words made Kang Ju-hyun recall his past memories. People will never change. That's what I used to think, but perhaps those who are adaptable still can. From what Kang Ju-hyun could see, Yang Gun's book was emitting a silver glow, proving he had silver-grade potential. Perhaps it wasn't like that initially, but due to Kang Ju-hyun's words, the story of his own life had changed. Back in reality, after thinking, Kang Ju-hyun smiled and said, "It's nothing." Just as he spoke, both were teleported back to the original area before they entered the gate. Not just them, but every collector inside the mental realm was kicked out. "Ah, we're back," Kang Hejin said in surprise. The other collectors realized what happened and turned to wail at them. "No way, the dungeon grinder destroyer cleared it. I rushed here as soon as I heard about that grinding spot, but I'm too late. Damn it, leave some for us." Across from them, seeing the collectors wailing like that, Kang Ju-hyun felt a bit guilty. but only a little. We've achieved what we needed, let's go, Kang Ju-hyun said happily. Upon returning to the Biqua headquarters, Kang Hejin exhaled and reverted to her airheaded mode. Phew, I'm so tired, Baek Suryeon asked. How was it today? Yeah, nothing special, but I still got a lot of rewards, see? As she spoke, Kang Hejin happily showed off what she had received. At this moment, Kang Ju-hyun remembered something and said, Come to think of it, Hejin, can you show me your status window? Huh, oh, sure, here, Kang Hejin said, showing him her status board. Name, Kang Hejin. Traits: Goryeo, swordsmanship, man-sword unity, heavenly sword path. Titles: Combat Knight, honor of the Holy Roman Empire, sword queen. Anecdotes: Obtained Saintess errands, apostle of the god, survivor of the labyrinth, dungeon reviewer. Skills: Three-sword slash, Athos mercenary sword technique, Wideria Kai sensing, light eye sword, Zen breaker, physical enhancement, etc. See more. Stats: Strength low, agility mid, endurance low, intelligence low, magic Kai low. Seeing this information, Kang Ju-hyun pondered deeply. This made Kang Hejin ask, Is something wrong? Not exactly, it's just that the stats section is a bit vague. Isn't it a bit too simple? Even though your abilities are increasing very quickly, the stats are still showing as low grade, which is quite strange. Kang Hejin thought for a moment and said, It is strange, more than strange, that's a big problem, if the stats are this vague. Neither the storyteller nor the collector will be able to measure your true level. If you put your all into growing but the status board stays the same, how would you feel? Kang Ju-hyun asked seriously. If I strove that hard and the stats stayed the same, I'd be desperate, Kang Hejin replied gloomily. Then, he recalled some memories from his previous life. After the apocalypse in his previous life, there was a major review of the status window, where stats were listed in great detail and accuracy. It seems that demotivating collectors with these vague figures is intentional. Someone is interfering. Until now, I thought disasters were the result of the collectors' apathy, but what if there is a cause behind their laziness? What if someone is controlling this entire process from behind the scenes? It's still too early to conclude, but if my suspicions are correct, are those hiding in the shadows planning to destroy this world? Bring it all on, because only then can I truly enjoy cleaning you all up, Kang Ju-hyun thought while wearing an incredibly dangerous expression. A few days later at the Biqua office, I'm home, Baek Suryeon's voice echoed. Kang Hejin asked, Suryeon, where have you been? I just had a meeting with a magazine publisher at. I have a feeling you'll be getting an interview soon, Baek Suryeon said happily, but this made Kang Hejin panic. What, an interview? Yes, you'll be appearing before the public more and more, Kang Ju-hyun added. That's right, collectors are celebrities too, it's just a few TV shows and commercials. If the goal is to promote Hejin's name, an interview is the best choice. Faced with this, Kang Hejin cried, Ju-hyun, I can't do that, I'm only good at fighting. If you take the interview, you'll earn money. The moment she heard the word money, Kang Hejin's expression changed immediately. How much? At least a few 100,000, I'll do it, Kang Hejin said firmly. Baek Suryeon looked at the sword in Kang Ju-hyun's hand and asked, By the way, what are you doing? I'm researching a new weapon, Kang Ju-hyun said. A new weapon? Baek Suryeon wondered. Kang Hejin, hearing this, became curious. But isn't that just a cheap sword sold in the space store? That's right, this sword only costs 100 points, Hejin. Can you help me check the information on this sword? Kang Hejin quickly checked and said, It says Salio, ancient sacred longsword. Is that good or bad, Kang Ju-hyun? Kang Ju-hyun explained what he knew to the two of them. You might not know, but Salio is a fairly famous name in the multiverse. Although the Salio Empire was destroyed thousands of years ago, this place is still famous for magic technology that can handle both magic and machines. This sword is an ancient holy relic from the Salio Empire. Kang Ju-hyun felt happy and thought, although the value of this sword is still unknown in the multiverse, but I who come from the future know this very well. Even in the mental realm, you couldn't find this hidden item. Thinking that, he remembered something and turned to Kang Hejin. Oh, that's right, Hejin. You should practice the main attack techniques more. You'll become a mid-level collector soon. In terms of stamina, you don't lose to other mid-level collectors, but your skills and curriculum haven't kept up with your physical strength, because talent helped her leap to a strength that many people have to toil for years to achieve. That's why you should start preparing a mid-level and high-level curriculum. But aren't top techniques like that very expensive? Kang Hejin asked. Faced with this question, Kang Ju-hyun confidently said, I know how to buy one cheaply. First, search for Thunder Step in the low-level curriculum section, then try opening your space shop, Kang Hejin. Kang Hejin hurriedly opened the space shop and found the Thunder Step curriculum for 100 points. Kang Ju-hyun, seeing she found it, continued to guide her. Next is the innate skill, Thunder Frenzy, in the mid-level curriculum. Finally, among the low-level curriculums, there will be one called Lightning. Buy all three. As soon as he finished, Beak Suryeon made a confused face and said, Ju Hyun, aren't these curriculums notoriously trash? No one can withstand the speed of Thunder Step. The Thunder Frenzy innate skill is so strong that it can cause the person's body to be shocked constantly. As for Lightning, it's a sword technique, but it's very difficult to use. They call these three skills the three most useless brothers. Kang Hejin, hearing this, turned in surprise. Then what use are they? Is it safe to learn these? Don't you trust me, Hejin? Well, if you're that desperate. Kang Hejin said, excitedly clicking on the system screen to buy them. Immediately after, 3 spheres of light appeared before her. Okay, I just need to learn all 3 right. She pushed the 3 spheres into her body. Immediately after, her whole body burst with an intense power. Kang Ju-hyun gripped the sword and thought, right now. He held the sword above Kang Hejin's head to let it absorb the power from her. The moment the sword collided with the lightning power emitted from Kang Hejin's body, it began to transform. In the surprised eyes of Baek Suryeon, once the transformation process was complete, the scrap sword in Kang Ju-hyun's hand took on a completely new appearance. Baek Suryeon cheered. The shape of the sword has changed completely. Is this its original form? She reached out to touch the sword, but was stopped by Kang Ju-hyun. Careful, there's still lightning coursing through the sword. He looked at the sword and was as happy as winning the lottery. From rumors, I knew this was a wonderful sword, but seeing it with my own eyes is even better. Across from him, Kang Hejin opened her eyes. It seemed her curriculum learning process had ended. Kang Ju-hyun asked, How do you feel, Hejin? Does it hurt? Is anything uncomfortable? No, I don't feel anything at all, Kang Hejin said after a quick check. Then try opening the status board. Surely there's a new skill. Kang Hejin hurriedly opened her status board and said, Oh, you're right. The 3 skills I absorbed have disappeared, replaced by a new technique called Heavenly Thunder Sword. That's a skill that will help you become more powerful. This item will help you control the Heavenly Thunder. In terms of curriculum level, it's even better than high level, let alone mid-level. Kang Hejin turned to Kang Ju-hyun with sparkling eyes. Ju-hyun, thank you so much. She flew toward him, but he dodged immediately. She ended up falling flat on her face. Kang Ju-hyun warned her. Don't you know I'll get electrocuted if you try to hug me before you've fully mastered the thunder power? Turning to Kang Hejin, after regaining her composure from the joy, she asked, Why did you know this hidden trick? If the Holy Spirits saw this, they'd love it. Of course they'd love it, but it would be very troublesome if they started getting curious about its origin. Kang Ju-hyun thought, then said, I don't want any more trouble, forget it. You should keep this. This sword will absorb the excess thunder power you can't control. He tossed the sword to Kang Hejin. The moment she touched the sword, sparks flickered. This sight was witnessed by Baek Suryeon. Immediately, she pulled Kang Ju-hyun aside and said, Ju-hyun, come here and talk to me. Are you planning to use Hejin as a battery for that sword? Kang Ju-hyun replied. Isn't it a good thing? It helps Hejin too. As he said this, he noticed Baek Suryeon's whole body trembling and thought, Is she worried about Hejin? But unfortunately for Kang Ju-hyun, Baek Suryeon was worried about something else. If something bad happens, my office will burn to ashes, Baek Suryeon said clearly. Oh, so that's what you were worried about, Kang Ju-hyun said in surprise. Turning to Baek Suryeon, she regained her composure. Kang Ju-hyun, from now on, if you plan to do something like this again, at least let me know, blah blah blah. Kang Ju-hyun felt dizzy listening to her nagging. Only now do I realize Suryeon isn't normal either. I thought her personality had finally changed. While he was still listening to Baek Suryeon, a message suddenly arrived. Sender Choi Jong-mo, I found information on Choi Do-jun. The message made Kang Ju-hyun's face stiffen for a moment. Then he hurriedly ran out the door and said, I'm going out for a bit, Hejin. Don't take your hand off the sword. While running outside, he began to think haphazardly. Why, since I've had a fresh start, do I not need to get involved with him anymore? Why am I so concerned about him? Should I be angry if I meet him again? Or maybe I won't feel anything. Whatever, I still want to try meeting him once. Not long after, Kang Ju-hyun ran to the Collectors Association. The staff member asked, Welcome, how can I help you? I want to schedule a meeting with the association manager, Choi Jong-mo. Kang Ju-hyun said, but before he could say more, Choi Jong-mo's voice came from the side. Ju-hyun, follow me. His voice was a bit tense. After entering the office, Choi Jong-mo began. First, I want to ask about the relationship between you and Choi Do-jun, Kang Ju-hyun said. Kang Ju-hyun replied, We don't know each other, I just heard rumors about him. Is that so? Anyway, as per your request, I searched for him. Thanks to you providing basic information like age, gender, and distinctive features, it wasn't too hard to find. Is this the Choi Do-jun you were looking for? Choi Jang-mo handed Kang Ju-hyun a photo. Seeing the person in the photo, Kang Ju-hyun could confirm with certainty that it was Choi Do-jun. Yes, that's him. Do-jun, yes, it's him, 100% sure. Where is this person? Faced with this, Choi Jang-mo explained calmly. 15 years ago, when Earth was added to the multiverse on the day of mind linking, he went missing. This sudden information made Kang Ju-hyun's face freeze. What, Choi Do-jun is missing? He blurted out involuntarily. Choi Jang-mo confirmed again. That's right, he was among those who vanished on the day of the 99 coup. We call those who vanished water-evaporating souls when Earth, which used to be a material world, merged with the multiverse. The world suffered a massive collision, and all barriers between illusion and the truth of the world collapsed. Marking the moment the content of stories became reality, we called that day the day of ideological unification. During that period, many people vanished from reality and were presumed missing. The reason why those water-evaporating souls vanished is still a mystery, but one thing is for certain. Those who vanished left Earth to go to another dimension. Sometimes a few water-evaporating souls return to reality, but most of the time they are just corpses. Meanwhile, those who returned alive were turned into monsters. In the future, there will be some water-evaporating souls, also known as returners from other worlds, who will return unharmed, but it's not time for that yet. To think Choi Do-jun was a water-evaporating soul. So after vanishing on the day of ideological unification, he returned with Earth's apocalypse. The strength and judgment he displayed during the apocalypse were formed because he was used to the rules of another world, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, manager Choi Jang-mo remembered something and reminded him. Oh, one more important detail. He has a mother. After Choi Do-jun went missing, she diligently searched for her son for 15 years. She said she wants to meet you. Do you want to meet her? Meet me? Kang Ju-hyun asked in surprise, but then he understood the issue. Ah, that's understandable because she heard that someone knows about her son. His mother, thinking this, the main character felt he had no more work here, so he stood up and said, I will meet her myself later. If needed, can I ask for your help again? Thank you for your efforts today. If it's the storyteller Ju-hyun, you can ask whenever you want, he nodded. Meanwhile, Ju-hyun, after leaving the building, began thinking about his own situation. Perhaps my parents are still alive in this world right now, but I'm terrified. If I exist here, what happened to my past self? If I was reincarnated as a storyteller, perhaps another Kang Ju-hyun of this world still exists. If so, can I call them my parents? Would they feel uncomfortable seeing a storyteller wearing the appearance of their child? No, what if they think I'm an imposter? The more he thought, the more anxious Ju-hyun felt until a loud shout pulled him back to reality. Ju-hyun. Oh, it's you, Hejin. What are you doing here? He spoke as he looked at the female swordsman in front of him. Facing his question, she replied with a hint of shyness. Well, I followed you because you looked restless when we left, and I wanted to see if you were okay. Is that so? Sorry for making you worry, but I'm fine. It wasn't as big of a deal as I thought, he said, waving his hand. Seeing that, Hejin brightened up. Oh, really? You really do look better now. Then let's head back to the office, too. The office, Ju-hyun muttered as if pondering something, which made Hejin slightly puzzled. What's wrong? Is there still something you need to do? But on his end, Ju-hyun was truly lost in deep thought. I've decided to become the main character in this life, and my parents are the ones who had the biggest influence on this decision. So even if my parents don't accept me as a family member, I don't need to be scared or run away. Finishing his thought, the main character seemed to gain extra motivation and suggested, That's right, there's a place I want to visit. Would you like to come with me? Can I come along? Of course. What are you planning to do? She asked cheerfully. I need to go see my benefactors because no matter what happens, they're still my parents, he murmured to himself in his heart. Next, the pair hurried over to catch a ride. Along the way, Hejin couldn't help praising him. You're really interesting. Even though you're a storyteller, you don't hang out with other storytellers, and you even have a past nobody knows about. You're wrong, Ju-hyun shook his head and said. But the female swordsman remained steadfast in her thoughts. Hey, no way, I believe one day you'll tell me about it. So who are these benefactors we're going to meet? Must they be amazing for you to call them benefactors? That's right, they truly are amazing, Ju-hyun nodded and said. Whenever he mentioned family, his expression immediately grew cheerful, leaving her endlessly curious. Who on earth are they for Ju-hyun to praise them so much? Ju-hyun's past that I don't know about? I want to hear it. Returning to Ju-hyun, seeing how curious this girl was about his family, he himself grew a bit curious. I wonder if Hejin has any family? That's right. If I read her book. Thinking this, he reached his hand toward the book floating above Hejin's head. But then, As if remembering something, he stopped and asked her directly. Never mind, Hejin, do you have any family? Pardon. Are you asking because you're interested in me? She said excitedly, making Ju Hyun instantly regret asking. Here we go again. If you don't want to answer, it's totally fine. No, it's not like that. I'm just happy I don't have any family left, she said calmly, but those words caused the main character's face to go completely blank. Huh, what? Beside him, Hejin explained further. Well, I used to, but I don't even remember what my dad looked like anymore. I think he ran away right after Mom gave birth to me. He ran away, and probably because of that reason, Mom beat me up so much. She kept telling me I wasn't her child. And then one day, when I was little, she chose to leave this world behind. After that, nothing much happened. Since I had no parents, I went to an orphanage and got bullied for my timid personality. That's how it is. I have no family. But it's fine. Everything is different now, all thanks to you, she said with a tone as if it wasn't a big deal at all. However, hearing that, Ju Hyun couldn't help shouting out. Hejin, what is it? She asked in surprise, making Ju Hyun calm down slightly. Oh no, nothing. You must have been through a lot of hardships. It's nothing. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still be living like a failure. Thanks to you, I've realized what I want to do, Hejin affirmed with a bright smile. But in Ju Hyun's eyes, he saw something entirely different. She looked like she was standing on the verge of a complete mental collapse. The Sword Queen I knew isn't like this, but I never really knew the true nature of the past Sword Queen. So there's no need to feel disappointed or compare the two. Although her mental state was currently unstable and could collapse at any moment depending on his actions from now on, Hejin had the potential to change. Thinking this, Ju Hyun knew this was the moment he should comfort this girl. Hejin, it's okay. At the very least, I will never abandon you or leave you behind, he said calmly. The Sword Queen smiled back. Me neither. Just like that, through a small conversation, both of them seemed to have relieved a part of the pressure weighing on their hearts. Not long after, our main character drew close to the location of his home. Familiar scenery began to emerge, filling his mind with memories. The PC bang he used to frequent as a kid, the bakery his mom loved, the food cart where he used to buy snacks, and the cram school he used to detest. Everything was just the same. Everything was the same. The only thing that had changed was himself. Thinking this, he glanced sideways at the nearby park and exclaimed, This amusement park? That's right, this amusement park, right? I used to hate going to cram school and would deliberately linger here, but Mom would always find me and scold me. The more he thought, Ju Hyun unconsciously smiled as he recalled his rebellious childhood days. But right at that moment, a sudden shout startled him. Hey Kang Jura, are you cutting cram school again? Oh gosh, I promise I'll go tomorrow, a girl complained irritably as she rushed past Ju Hyun. But that demeanor of hers genuinely startled the main character, because at a quick glance, the two of them looked remarkably like siblings in a family. Not just Ju Hyun, even Jura seemed to sense something when she looked at the main character. As she gazed at the main character, though rather unfortunately before they could dwell on it, the earlier voice echoed again. Kang Jura, I told you, people who give up easily won't amount to anything. I know, stop nagging me, other people are watching, she said in a hurry. Our Ju Hyun was stunned for a moment upon seeing the owner of that voice. The woman opposite him hurriedly bowed her head. I'm sorry we're disturbing you too. Mom, he muttered in a voice so soft nobody could hear. But right after, he stopped himself. What on earth am I expecting? Kang Ju Hyun didn't actually exist here anymore. Someone else had taken the place that should have belonged to him, he thought to himself. After finishing bickering with her daughter, his mom turned to look at Ju Hyun and pondered. Have we met before? You look very familiar. Beside her, the daughter Jura nodded vigorously and chimed in. Turns out you thought so too, Mom. Do you happen to know my dad or something? Mentioning that, the female student noticed Hejin standing nearby and screamed like the house was on fire. Oh my God, is this for real, Mom? That girl right there is the Sword Queen I keep talking about. With that, she hurriedly rushed over and eagerly said, Can I get your autograph? Hey, Jura, you're scaring her, the mother hurriedly reminded. After gathering his wits, he spoke up. Perhaps fate arranged for us to meet like this. Let's sit down and talk for a bit, shall we? Just like that. For some reason, even though Ju Hyun and Hejin were strangers, when he suggested it, the mother and daughter happily agreed. Afterward, they decided to pick a nearby cafe and take a rest. At that point, the mother finally remembered she didn't know Ju Hyun's name yet. I still don't know your name, do I? Yes, I'm sorry, I'm Kang Ju Hyun, currently working as a storyteller for the Celestial Corporation. As he spoke, he showed them an ID card related to himself. That genuinely surprised the mother and daughter. Oh my God, a storyteller? Did you see that, Mom? He's a storyteller, Jura said with an admiring tone. Meanwhile, the mother looked surprised, yet kept a calm expression. A storyteller. Aren't you an ordinary person? You look a lot like my husband, almost made me think you're a relative of his. She can still feel a bit of familiarity from me. I want to tell her the truth, but I can't. Ju Hyun thought to himself. Turning to Jura, the young girl bolted upright and asked, "So, are you a storyteller?" "Yep, that's right." "Then can you help me become a collector?" Jura asked with high expectations, forcing the mother to hurriedly admonish. "Hey, Jura, you're being too rude." "Oh, it's fine, she was just asking." Ju Hyun stepped in to defuse the situation, making the kid even more smug. See, Mom, he said it's fine." Before she could celebrate for long, he crushed her joy. "To answer your question just now, it's impossible. To turn an ordinary person into a collector, storytellers only sign contracts with those who are already collectors. They don't train people to become one." "What a relief, I was worried you'd actually agree." The auntie let out a sigh of relief, leaving her daughter nearby on the verge of tears. "What do you mean, what a relief? If you want to rely on others to achieve your goals, you're wrong. If you can't attain it, then you should let go instead of blindly, stubbornly chasing it," she scolded. Jura bit her lip tightly to keep from crying out loud. She immediately bolted outside. "Hey, Jura!" the mother yelled. However, the kid had no intention of stopping. Finally, with no other choice, she awkwardly turned to the two Ju Hyun and said, "My daughter is acting so badly, I'm sorry." "Not at all. Kids around that age all want to become collectors," Ju Hyun replied sheepishly. Jura's mother shared the worries lingering in her heart. "The child has only seen the good side of being a famous collector without thinking about the hardships involved. And even though I'm her mother, I have to say, she has zero talent." The auntie shared bluntly, making Ju Hyun recall his own childhood memories. Back then, she had said almost the exact same words. "Ju Hyun, you have no talent to become a collector." Thinking this, he bit his lip slightly and said to Hejin behind him, "Hejin, could you step outside for a bit? Jura will be at the park where we met earlier. Go check on her." "Sure," Hejin agreed, sensing that Ju Hyun wanted to have a private conversation, so she walked away. Once the female sword queen left the cafe, Ju Hyun shared his thoughts. "You shouldn't crush someone's dream just because they lack talent. I used to think that way too. Everyone has dreams. But based on my years of life experience, you can't achieve dreams with just passion alone." "But she's still your daughter, isn't she?" Ju Hyun reminded. However, Jura's mother had her reasons. "That's right. Which is why I just want her to succeed in life rather than becoming a collector. It's too dangerous. The risks are too high. I don't want her getting hurt all the time. She just needs to grow up like everyone else." Across from her, Ju Hyun continued advising. "You're not wrong, but you shouldn't act like that. It's your child's dream. No matter how difficult that path is, you shouldn't block it." "You're telling me to just let her do as she pleases?" she asked back. "No, I think you should let the kid know the full truth of how grueling a collector's job is. And if she still doesn't waver, then let her follow her heart." "Why are you?" Jura's mother spoke up upon hearing Ju Hyun's advice. However, before she could finish her sentence, Ju Hyun interrupted. "Because that proves your child isn't just acting on a fleeting impulse, but has a genuine, fierce passion. Have you ever truly cared about her feelings? A single word or an encouraging action can completely change a person's future. I believe if the two of you sit down and talk with true sincerity, everything will be resolved. So I hope you'll trust your child one more time, disregarding the harsh, painful reality, just letting her pursue her dream. If you let her pursue her dream, one day she'll become the main character in your life." Facing Ju Hyun's continuous words, the auntie's expression grew stunned. "I've always told her that exact thing. How can you talk just like me?" Without waiting for a question, Ju Hyun continued explaining. "No matter how many bumpy trials or hardships a successful path holds, people will not stop or be blocked until they reach their goal. So I hope you'll trust the child." Turning to the auntie, hearing this, she genuinely understood. "You're right, I went a bit overboard, almost choking out the kid's talent like that. Anyway, it's fascinating, meeting you for the first time, yet you talk just like the child I raised with my own hands." She smiled, making Ju Hyun feel a bit awkward. At the same time, the door of the cafe opened once more. Following that, the female sword queen walked in leading Jura. Seeing them, Ju Hyun offered, "Let me speak first." "Ah, sure," she replied. With the parents' permission, Ju Hyun began enlightening the female student. "Jura, can I talk to you for a moment? Why do you want to become a collector? Don't laugh at me, okay?" "Of course not," he promised. The kid shared her reason. "They have lots of money, fame, and always shine bright. I want to be like them too. Isn't that ridiculous?" Beside her, Ju Hyun smiled and said, "No, not ridiculous at all. I used to have the exact same dream." "Huh, really?" the kid asked in surprise. "Nobody taxes dreams. What matters is your action. Let me ask you, do you dare risk your life to be a collector?" "Risk my life?" Jura gasped in shock. Meanwhile, Ju Hyun began recounting the hardships of the profession. The sword queen you admire so much has walked to the brink of life and death countless times to achieve the success she has today. Not just the sword queen, but any collector is like that. Are you ready to do the same? The female student stammered, unable to speak. The main character knew this was a tough decision, so he added, I'm not forcing you to answer right away, but you will have to give me an answer sometime. Hearing that, Juro raised her head and asked back, so do you think I can do it? If I'm truly serious about becoming a collector, do you think it's possible? Yes, you'll definitely do it, Ju Hyun affirmed with a smile. If someone tells you they believe in you just once, everything changes completely, he thought to himself, handing the female student before him a dose of reassurance. As a storyteller, I guarantee you can do it. I hope you'll make your decision soon. Right after Ju Hyun finished speaking, his expression turned stunned. Immediately after, he broke into a cheerful smile, because right before his eyes, the book hovering above Jura's head began emitting a silver light, proving the kid had the potential to reach that level. So it worked, he rejoiced inwardly. Just like that, after finishing the enlightenment session for Jura, it was time for them to part ways. Thank you so much today, the auntie smiled and said. Meanwhile, her daughter started tearing up. Hick, I wanted to spend more time playing with you. Both of them are super busy, so we can't, Mom, she reminded her. As for them, Ju Hyun offered Jura some encouragement. It was really nice meeting you. I hope everything turns out just the way you wish. Hee, even if you didn't say it, it definitely will, the kid laughed confidently. Then I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Jura waved back, returning to the pair. While waiting for the bus, Hejin turned to Ju Hyun and asked, You look really happy. Do I? Whatever, what did you say to Jura? Hehe, that's a secret, she said, covering her mouth playfully. But right at that moment, Jura's mother's voice suddenly rang out. Ju Hyun, yes, what is it? He hurriedly answered while telling Hejin, wait here for a second. Take your time. Next, Ju Hyun walked closer and asked, What's wrong? You seem to have genuinely forgotten this before leaving. You've worked hard. She spoke as she wrapped her arms tightly around Ju Hyun, making his eyes begin to well up with tears. I need to tell her I'm not her son. I need to draw a clear line. And say we're just strangers, Ju Hyun told himself. But then, he tremblingly hugged the woman back and spoke. Yes, it really has been hard. Mom will always be cheering for you. Thank you, Ju Hyun replied. And as he watched his mother walk away, he prayed for her. Thank you. I hope you live out peaceful days in this life. My parents passed away in the early days of the apocalypse. But it's different now. They won't pass away and the apocalypse won't happen. I won't let that happen, he promised himself, shifting scene to Jin Peng's office, where he was acting like he'd been bitten by a rabid dog. Damn it, what on earth is going on? I thought those guys had run away, but they all ended up dead, yet Ju Hyun is still kicking. There's only this last resort left. But if I use that method, he stammered. Perhaps because this guy was too much of a coward, he didn't dare try the method he had just thought of. No, I can't do that, the villain muttered as he swiped the screen in front of him away. But at the same time, his words reached someone's ears. Just got back to the office. Can't do what? The sudden voice startled him, causing him to spin around. Upon seeing the owner of the voice, his attitude shifted instantly. Agai, what wind blew you here? But judging by Ju Hyun's perspective, the person named Agai was a tiny fairy. I was just wondering if my Jin Peng was doing a good job with his assigned task, but it seems he isn't. Isn't he? But it seems he isn't. That, he stammered incoherently. However, Agai in front of him maintained a cheerful demeanor. Agai feels very disappointed. I trusted you, Jin Peng. No, I've never failed to complete a task, he hurriedly explained. Unfortunately, this guy didn't know that the girl before him had already figured everything out. Agai feels very sad that Jin Peng tried to murder his precious colleague. That's absurd. How could I do such a thing? He hurriedly denied it. The moment he finished speaking, Agai's attitude changed instantly. So Jin Peng, are you saying I'm lying? With that, her entire body began emitting a terrifying pressure, forcing this Jin Peng to flatten against the floor, so much so that the floorboards even cracked. How can this be? He spoke anxiously. The tiny fairy began explaining to him in detail about being hijacked by another storyteller within one's own channel. When you signed a contract with my management department, I obtained control over this entire channel. To regain authority over your own channel, you need to become a senior contributor, meaning until then you won't be able to control your channel. You could even die inside your own channel, the safest place in the world for you. She threatened, but then snapped her fingers to pull back her pressure and give him a chance. But don't worry, Agai is a kind supervisor, so I'll give you one more chance to deal with Kang Ju Hyun. And this time I'll offer you a special service, support with points, she said with a smile. Meanwhile, the sleazy Jin Pum below was breathing heavily like a cow and asked back, "With points, you want me to do that?" Exactly. A storytelling battle, a wager between storytellers who have direct control over their channels. What better opportunity could there be? Agai said in an excited tone. However, faced with this proposal, Jin Pum was scared out of his wits. But isn't that a battle of collectors acting as proxies? The one Ju Hyun contracted, the Sword Queen, is too prominent. I won't be able to. But before he could finish, Agai, having prepared everything, offered, "It's okay, the Pentacle Star is thinking of sponsoring a fairly skilled collector for you. A collector our department has secretly trained but hasn't publicly announced yet. Although they are a newcomer, they are talented enough to handle a mid-level collector easily. And when that collector defeats the Sword Queen, that rising star, I'm sure the Holy Spirits will be extremely delighted." She began painting a rosy picture for him. The foolish Jin Pum, hearing this, became as pumped as if he had been injected with adrenaline. "That's it. If I can defeat the Sword Queen and take control of Kang Ju Hyun's channel, I can get rid of him." He secretly schemed in his heart. Back to Ju Hyun, he was carefully cleaning the Salio sword. Thanks to Hejim carrying it around, it was now fully charged with electricity, but the sword's true nature had yet to be fully revealed. "Now I just need to engrave this mana circuit," he muttered, picking up a horn and tracing each line onto the sword. As soon as he finished the final stroke, the sword suddenly emitted a brilliant light. At the same time, a system notification appeared. The ancient Salio relic longsword will evolve into a sword crafted with the magic of the Salio Empire. You have received 100,000 points as a reward for successfully engraving the mana circuit onto the sword. You have now obtained the anecdote of the engraver. "Is this the true form of the ancient Salio relic longsword?" he muttered, then hurriedly checked the sword's stats: increased critical hit chance, increased damage, shape-shifting ability, and cooldown reduction. This is unbelievable," he said in surprise. But that wasn't all, because several status lines remained locked due to his low level. "The special window is still locked, but that must be because my level is too low to fully unlock the sword's functions. It will open gradually over time," he speculated. But right after, Ju Hyun noticed a strange description. "Provides the user with a massive amount of power or becomes a double-edged sword that could prove dangerous to them. The sword holds a hidden massive ego." That's how the system described it. "What is this? A massive ego?" he asked in confusion. But before the protagonist could think any further, the sword in his hand began to tremble violently. Then it floated into midair, emitting a joyful sound. "Finally free. Wait, this is a talking sword with an ego. And a book." The general, like Ju Hyun's eyes, widened as he saw a spirit emerge from inside the sword. Turning to the spirit after getting out, she sighed in relief. "Phew! I don't even remember how long I've been asleep. Are you the one who woke me up? Are you my master?" "Yes, I am Kang Ju Hyun, a storyteller for the Celestial Corporation," Ju Hyun explained calmly. But as soon as the little girl heard this, her face turned pale. "What, this storyteller, a storyteller holding a sword? Are you planning to sell me?" she said in an extremely worried voice, forcing Ju Hyun to hurriedly reassure her. "Don't worry, I'm using it for myself." "Huh, a storyteller? Using a sword? You really are an interesting person," the little girl exclaimed. The protagonist leaned in and asked, "What is your name?" I don't know. I've slept for so long that I don't remember anything." "Why don't you give me a new name?" "Actually, if you were able to wake me up, it means you have the talent of an engraver, so you should be able to come up with a good name." Ju Hyun looked at the sword and racked his brain. "This pure white blade reminds me of Bikryun. It looks like a pure white lotus." Thinking of this, a name suddenly popped into his head. "Then your name shall be Bikryun. Note, this name translates to White Lotus." Turning to the little girl, it seemed she liked the name, so she nodded in agreement. "Bikryun, that works. All right, Kang Ju Hyun, from now on you are my master." As she spoke, her entire body emitted an aura along with a gentle breeze. Then a system notification appeared. "You have become the master of Bikryun, longsword of the ancient Salio relic. You have obtained the story, The Heir of the Forgotten One. Completed the awakening of the ancient relic's ego. The anecdote, The Engraver, will be changed to the title Engraver." I can feel her anecdote flowing into me and my anecdote flowing into Bikryun, Ju Hyun thought. But suddenly Bikryun noticed something and screamed, making the general like Ju Hyun's eyes widen in shock. "Wait, Kang Ju Hyun, what do you mean by you regress? You died and were reborn?" "Yes." Turning to Ju Hyun, hearing her say that, he felt a bit flustered. "Oh no, so she saw my past through our master-servant contract, so it would be useless to hide it." Thinking this, knowing he couldn't hide it anymore, he began to spill everything. "To tell you the truth," blah blah. Just like that, after some explanation, Bikryun finally understood the situation. I understand. I thought you were just a weird storyteller, but to think you have a story like that. So you found me through knowledge gained from the future, right? That's right. But the person who used me back then didn't seem to know I was a sentient sword. He nodded. The little girl gave her verdict. Maybe he could only wake me up a little bit. And you have the engraver trait, which is why you were able to awaken me completely. Either way, my master is a storyteller, and I prefer it that way. It's going to be so much fun. I've always been curious about what storytellers do, she said happily. The general like Ju Hyan promised. From now on, you'll see plenty of things, so many that it might even get annoying. Let's do our best together. Definitely, she affirmed. At the same time, both shook hands as if sealing a deal. Time passed quickly. Cutting to a certain forest, Ju Hyan and Hejim were there. Hejim, are you ready? Ready. All right, then I'll press open, Ju Hyan said, quickly selecting open on the system. Immediately after, countless viewers flooded into his channel. Hello, channel owner, it's been a while since you opened the channel. It's the Sword Queen, some sycophant shouted. Our protagonist, seeing their enthusiasm, felt happy. Hello, it's been a while, hasn't it? As I wrote in the notice, we've been resting for a while, and returned with a new reorganization method. What method is that? I'm so curious, show us, they shouted excitedly. However, to increase the drama, Ju Hyan didn't rush to reveal it. I will slowly show you, please be patient. First, I will explain the story I'm going to show you today. The mental realm we are entering today, he said calmly, but before he could finish, a shout rang out from behind him. Kang Ju Hyan. This was the voice of the sleazy Jin Pum. Seeing Ju Hyan focus on him, he got straight to the point to save time. I demand a storytelling battle with you. Turning to the Holy Spirits, seeing some drama unfold, the crowd grew rowdy. A storytelling battle, the Holy Spirits muttered, some intrigued by this sudden turn of events. Beside him, Bikrion, not understanding the situation, poked her head out to ask, Hey, what's that storytelling battle? Hearing this, Ju Hyan explained via telepathy. Just as the name suggests, it's a battle using stories. But not every storyteller can do this. It's a method only used by storytellers belonging to the Celestial Corporation. Wait, can you come out like this in front of everyone? He said in surprise. She confidently affirmed. Of course, only you can see me. Of course, only you can hear me speak. I see, I understand. Regardless, a storytelling battle is a war based purely on the collector's abilities combined with the storyteller's support. It's a struggle that allows the winner to legally take over the loser's channel, he explained calmly. Bikrion, although not a storyteller, understood the severity. Huh, the winner takes the loser's channel. That's really serious. Back to Jin Pum, seeing Ju Hyan stand there frozen at his question, he began to provoke him mockingly. Why aren't you answering, Kang Ju Hyan? A storytelling battle. I don't want to. He refused with a smile, his demeanor suggesting he was the one in control, leaving those around him wide-eyed. Even the watching Holy Spirits were disappointed by the blunt refusal. Are you really going to refuse? Agree to it, please. I really want to witness a storytelling battle, the group pleaded. Jin Pum, seeing Ju Hyan's firm refusal, began to act like a rabid dog. But at least the protagonist set him straight on why he refused. I already said I don't want to. There's no reason for me to accept your challenge. It's true you have the right to challenge me, but I also have the right to refuse. Hey, is it really okay to refuse like that? The little sword spirit hurriedly reminded her master. But her worry was unnecessary because our protagonist was very cunning. Most wouldn't do that for the sake of pride, but what if I just enjoy refusing? As Ju Hyan predicted, Jin Pum began bringing up vain things like honor. Don't you have the honor of a storyteller? Are you hiding out of fear? He pointed right at Ju Hyan's face. Faced with such empty words, he could only sigh. Is that something someone who forces their way into another's story should say? You clearly planned this, arriving here to demand a battle right when I opened my channel after a short break. What problem is there with that? He stammered. Ju Hyan exposed his plan. You thought if you challenged me in front of so many holy spirits, I'd have no choice but to agree? Trying to manipulate the holy spirits in this situation, you really are arrogant and opportunistic, he said calmly, and the audience's attitude shifted. The holy spirits began asking if that was true, feeling offended and bothered. Your intentions are too obvious. Don't you have any conscience? Which department are you from to be this arrogant? I need to have a private word with them. A few agitated members started shouting, causing Jin Pum's face to sweat. No, not like that. He stammered, unable to say anything. In the end, Ju Hyan stepped in to help him out. All right, you don't need to be so angry. He probably only did that because he still doesn't have a clear understanding of things, he advised, but was immediately read by Bikrion. You're pretending to care while mocking him. Ignoring the teasing, Ju Hyan continued to persuade the holy spirits. If I treat him too coldly, it will leave a bad impression on my channel. Isn't it exciting? It's been a while since the last storytelling battle, a battle between the famous Pentacle Star Department and the Rising Star Sword Queen. Isn't it exciting? He preached slowly to stir up interest and get points from them. The Holy Spirits agree with you. Let's hold the storytelling battle. Someone donated 500 points. Someone donated 300 points. Other Holy Spirits were cheering blah blah. I want to return to Ju Hyun. To accept this request, he set a condition. I have one condition. If we are going to fight, we need to put something on the table, and we can't just bet half-heartedly. So let's go all in. The winner takes everything the loser has, including the right to live or die, he said with a smile. Jin Pum began to feel scared. Are you serious? Is he walking right into the trap? The bearded man thought. Meanwhile, Ju Hyun seemed to read his thoughts and continued. That's not a bad proposal for you, is it? Fine, you're the one who proposed it, so don't even think about backing out, he hurriedly said, as if afraid Ju Hyun would change his mind. Just like that, their battle was set, officially organizing a storytelling battle. Combat method is a deathmatch. This notification was sent to many people within the company. When Agai saw this notification, she began to laugh excitedly. Haha, this is getting interesting. I was curious because he's a rising star, but it seems he's better than I thought. As expected, he's quite capable, but looking at the way he refused to ease the surrounding tension shows he understands crowd psychology. It would be bad for our department if we let him run wild. But that's fine. He has become a greedy prey by accepting this battle. Now I'll slowly lure him into the trap and take him down, she said with a laugh, as if victory was already hers. Meanwhile, because of this battle, Ju Hyun and Hejim's trip was temporarily paused. Ju Hyun, will we be okay? She asked worriedly. Ju Hyun confidently affirmed. I've made such a decisive statement, so I'm sure it'll be okay. We can show off Baekryon's power. This will be a good opportunity. But it's still, she stammered, looking unconfident. Are you worried? Just be honest. Some holy spirits were very curious about my decision, that I agreed to such hasty conditions, he said calmly. But before Hejin could say anything, Baekreon chimed in. That's right. We don't know what they'll do. Although it looks like a one-on-one, this is actually a war between you and his entire department. What were you thinking agreeing to this? Ignoring her, Ju Hyun explained to Hejin. Hejin, do you remember what I said last time? The easiest people to fool aren't the smart or the stupid, but those who believe they know everything. In reality, they are just empty barrels making a lot of noise. This is similar. He's just a bastard who thinks he knows everything about me and can beat me in this contest. Not just him, but the person manipulating his actions and the entire department that person manages. The Sword Queen understood the problem. So you acted like you were provoked. Yes, I have a way to beat them. He nodded. Baekryon heard this and found her master a bit creepy. Wow, you really are a cunning psychopath. Thank you for the compliment. Does that sound like a compliment? You really are crazy, she complained. At that same moment, a notification appeared for Ju Hyun, reminding him there were 5 minutes until the match started. All right, Baekyo, thanks, he said, petting the little owl. Then let it fly off somewhere. Shall we go out? I'd like to see the arena before the match, Hejin suggested. Before that, Hejin, I have something to ask of you. I need a hand. Back to Jin Pum. He was still excited because Ju Hyun had easily fallen into the trap. He, stupid bastard. He's too arrogant because he has the Sword Queen, even though she is incredibly talented, even in my eyes. It seems hard for that Sword Queen to win this time. And the management department? I don't think they have someone like him. Now you're under my management, your strength is beyond doubt. When they gave you to me to manage for this competition, they must trust that I'll win. So in this battle, I don't need to spend time thinking too much. It all depends on you, he said with a smile. At the same time, the system announced there was only 1 minute left until the match started, so he reminded, Hey, it's time, let's go. Damn it, so annoying, the young man behind him complained. Shortly after, they hurried out of the waiting room and stepped into the arena. Looking down from above, we can see this arena was built in the style of a Roman Colosseum. Up above, the crowd began to roar. All right, get moving, Jin Pum urged, but the young man almost ignored him. Don't order me around, it's so annoying. Endure it. This is a necessary process to defeat Kang Ju Hyun, he screamed in his heart. Meanwhile, the young man was quite excited. My opponent is that famous Sword Queen. How exciting! I wonder what it feels like to hack the Sword Queen into pieces, he said with great confidence. It's unclear if this guy's strength matches his mouth. And not wanting them to wait, a figure appeared on the opposite side. She's here, good luck, Jin Pum said. But right after clearly seeing the figure, he became blank. Even the fairy Agai was frozen in place. The young man was also confused. "Hey, old man, what's going on? That's not the Sword Queen," he said, staring at Ju Hyun, the one who stepped forward to compete. Back to the stands, Satan was present to watch the fun. Just as expected, what he does is unpredictable. I never even thought he'd join a storytelling battle himself. Hopefully he can meet my expectations, he muttered. Meanwhile, the young man from the Pentacle Star side was surprised to see Ju Hyun step into the arena. "Oh, it's the Sword Queen's storyteller. Can the storyteller get into the ring?" "No, there's no rule against it," Jin Pum reminded. But then he was overjoyed in his heart. Although surprised, this is an opportunity to deal with him. "Go ahead and kill him," he hurried to incite him. "Even if you didn't say that, I'd still do it, so don't order me around," the young man snapped. Across from them, Bikrion was worried for him. "Hey, is this really okay?" she said worriedly, seeing the young man in front start to emit a swirling red aura. Faced with her worry, Ju Hyun assured her confidently, "Don't worry." Saying this, he began to draw power from the silver book above the young man's head and read. As soon as he saw the first lines, Ju Hyun's face went dark. Name, Kim Han-jong. Traits, Waitekapel murderer. Titles, none. Anecdotes, returner from hell, cognitive barrier, sweet tongue with a bitter heart. Skills, murderer's sword soul, blood frenzy, max senses, fog, dark invisibility, blitz, blood loss. Based on memories from his previous life, he knew exactly who this was. It was Jack the Ripper. About a year later, a series of murders would happen in South Korea. The collector wasn't killed inside the mental realm, but in reality. And since all murdered collectors were mid-level, it was a massive shock. Although it seemed the case had reached a dead end because the culprit's identity couldn't be found, he ended up revealing his own identity. And then he lost his life while trying to escape from the pursuit of the Collectors Association. The important thing is that before being killed, he took the lives of thousands of innocent people. To think the Pentacle Star would secretly nurture someone like him. Back in the day, the Pentacle Star actively participated in storytelling and tracked everything related to collectors. But through this, I'm certain they are linked to the apocalypse later on, he judged. Cutting to Hejin. She was currently watching Ju Hyun through a screen and was terrified. "I should have been the one up there. If something happens to Ju Hyun, I..." Thinking of this, she recalled Ju Hyun saying he would compete himself. "Why can't I participate? Then you wouldn't have to go," she shouted. Ju Hyun explained calmly. "This is my battle. You shouldn't get dragged into this. I'm your collector, and collectors have to fight for storytellers. I obviously have to participate. If I were just an ordinary storyteller, I wouldn't have to fight. I understand what you're worried about, and thank you for being concerned. But in the end, you don't trust me. You're reacting this way because you think I'll lose, right?" he asked calmly. Even though the Sword Queen said nothing, her expression proved that she truly didn't trust Ju Hyun's strength. "That's right. The reason I'm so worried is because I don't trust Ju Hyun. He trusts me, but I can't place my faith in him," Hejin thought bitterly. The protagonist saw this and patted her head, ensuring, "Don't worry about me. I'm not as weak as you think. I'll show you that your worrying is meaningless. I'll prove those mocking me wrong." Back to reality, even though Ju Hyun had asserted it so confidently, she couldn't hide the anxiety on her face. "Honestly, I'm still very worried, but I trust him," she thought as she clenched her fists. Meanwhile, the battle between the two officially started. After the announcement rang out, the arena around them suddenly changed as countless buildings sprouted from the ground. When Ju Hyun regained his composure, he discovered he was in the center of a 20th century city. "This is the London Waitekapel map." Bikrion noticed the young man in front had vanished without a trace, so she hurriedly yelled, "Hey, Ju Hyun, look ahead. He vanished, he was just here." Beside him, Ju Hyun listened and observed, then muttered, "Is he using invisibility?" As he guessed, Kim Han-jong had used his stealth skill, quickly climbing onto a nearby rooftop to observe him. The foolish guy didn't even know Ju Hyun's true strength, so he was still treating him like prey. How should I kill him? First, I'll slowly." But before he could finish, Ju Hyun looked up and stared right at him, which startled Kim Han-jong. No way, it must be a coincidence, I'm invisible." Saying this, he became nervous and immediately left his position to look for a safer spot. "All right, if I'm invisible here, he won't be able to see me," he told himself. But once again, Ju Hyun turned his gaze directly toward Kim Han-jong, causing him to worry. What? Can he really see through my invisibility? At this moment, Agai also saw the confused look on Kim Han-jong's face. "Huh, what are you doing? I thought you were confident in your stealth skills," she asked in surprise. The foolish guy, unaware of his position, shouted, "Shut up. If you don't say anything, I'll know how to deal with him. Even if he can see me, if attacked in his blind spot from behind, he won't be able to block my attack." As he spoke, He immediately closed in on Ju Hyun from behind and unleashed a death blow. But unfortunately for this fool, Ju Hyun had long since detected his moves and easily raised his sword to block the attack. "What?" Kim Han-jong shrieked in surprise as his attack was blocked. Then he immediately retreated and used his stealth skill again. However, in Ju Hyun's eyes, the silver book hovering above the guy's head was always visible, helping him detect his position. Back to the sword spirit, seeing Ju Hyun block such a tricky attack, she asked in surprise, "Hey Ju Hyun, how did you detect him?" "I have my own ways," he answered calmly. "Oh, whatever. Now he knows you can see through his invisibility. What are you going to do?" "If he doesn't walk right into me, I'll just have to find him myself," he replied, then immediately dashed toward the direction where the book was hovering. The moment he was within attack range, the main character did not hesitate and directly swung the sword in his hand straight at him. Once attacked, Kim Han-jong's form was forced to reveal itself. "You? How is that possible?" the guy said in surprise. "It's ridiculous of you to think you can accomplish anything with just this stealth skill," he teased, making the crazy jerk's face flush with agitation. "Do you think I've come this far with only the ability to turn invisible?" Kim Han-jong roared angrily. Right after that, his body suddenly vanished like a puff of smoke right before Ju Hyun's eyes, catching him completely off guard. Then, waiting until the assassin's figure appeared once more, he was already right behind Ju Hyun. "Ju Hyun!" Hejim screamed in anxiety as she witnessed the scene. Meanwhile, the assassin Kim Han-jong let out a joyful cry, "Die!" and immediately slashed straight at him. Yet once again, our main character merely leaned slightly to the side and easily dodged the attack. He didn't even forget to gift the guy a confident smile. "Done yet? Now it's my turn." Ju Hyun spoke as he tightened his grip on his sword and prepared to launch an attack. Speaking of Bikyo, the baby owl released by the main character earlier, it flew up to the spirit's viewing gallery to eavesdrop. All the information it overheard would be relayed back to the main character. "Did you see that? Kang Ju Hyun just dodged that attack. No way, he must have used some skill to pull that off. Must be, right? Naturally, he isn't someone who's supposed to fight anyway. I bet he's just here to grab attention. I think that hooded guy is way stronger. I've placed a 500-point bet on Kang Ju Hyun's failure." Each sound filtered directly into Ju Hyun's ears, all thanks to the vision and hearing sharing skill with Bikyo. "I saw this skill in Bikyo's book last time and was super curious about it. This is awesome. It must have been part of the Divine Owl's plan too. So that's what those people think of me, huh? Time to open their eyes." Thinking this, Ju Hyun charged forward directly with his sword, leaving Kim Han-jong hesitating. "He's coming. Where is he going to slash, left or right?" The more he thought, the more flustered the guy became. Right after that, Ju Hyun executed a spear thrust that grazed right past his face, startling the guy immensely. A spear? Didn't he just use a sword? When did he change weapons? Seeing that his attack hadn't achieved the desired effect, Ju Hyun began unleashing a continuous barrage of strikes. The spearhead in his hands resembled a rapid-fire gun poking relentlessly at Kim Han-jong, forcing the guy to struggle defensively. "What kind of spear technique is this? I thought he was a swordsman, but it feels like he's even stronger with a spear. I know you're not a storyteller, so I'm getting serious now," the guy screamed internally. Meanwhile, the main character leaped straight toward him, preparing to deliver a heavy spear smash. "There's no way he can block me from that distance." The guy calculated inwardly, then screamed crazily. "Idle, I'll impale you before you can even touch me," Kim Han-jong bellowed. Who knows where he got the confidence, holding a short sword like that yet trying to match reach with someone wielding a spear. Needless to say, the result was predictable. The spearhead in Ju Hyun's hand instantly pierced straight into the guy's shoulder, causing the scumbag's expression to distort instantly. "How? I stayed well out of range of that spear. I already anticipated you'd dodge that. But it looks like you didn't see this coming," he said calmly. As for Kim Han-jong, he finally realized why he got hit. The reason was simply that the spear in Ju Hyun's hand had suddenly elongated far beyond its original size. "Cheater," he roared, but the main character didn't care much. "That's not something you should be whining about in a place like this. Blame your own incompetence." "Shut your trap," he shrieked and lunged straight forward to attack. "I just need to get close enough so he can't do anything. I'll finish you off in the most painful way possible," Kim Han-jong plotted darkly in his mind. But suddenly, the sword in his hand was blocked by something. When the assassin looked closer, his eyes bulged in shock as he saw the spear in Ju Hyun's hands transform into a shield. Wait, he didn't swap weapons, that weapon just changed its shape, the guy thought in sheer astonishment. Before he could even react, Ju Hyun shifted his weapon back into a sword and lashed out repeatedly at the guy. forcing him to desperately raise his blade to parry. Just as the guy got used to the impact force of the sword, our main character instantly switched his weapon into a giant warhammer and brought it down heavily, sending the guy skidding backward. Next, he morphed his weapon into a two-handed battle axe and executed a ferocious swing, sending the punk flying backward like a cannonball. Speaking of the gossiping audience, watching Ju Hyun seamlessly cycle through weapons left them equally amazed. What kind of weapon is that? Can he master every single form? Is he really just a storyteller? Where did he even get that weapon? I've seen both heaven and hell taking an interest in his library. Maybe it's because of that. Someone spoke up. Nearby, some deity chimed in with curiosity. Heaven and hell? Well, that's just a rumor, but I heard both the deep darkness and Michael showed up. Speaking of the big boss Satan, the deity smiled to himself. He certainly knows how to grab attention. It's a pity I got rejected. Still, deep darkness, are they talking about me? The deity muttered, his eyes widening as he glanced at the people around him, making them break out in goosebumps. I feel a bit cold. Yeah, feels like someone's staring at us, they murmured. Returning to the battle, after taking a brutal blow from Ju Hyun, Kim Han-jong lay flat on the ground, giving the assassin no chance to recover. Ju Hyun immediately charged forward once more, swinging his sword straight down at him. Fortunately, the arrogant punk retained enough agility to react in the nick of time and dodge the blow. Meanwhile, the members of the Pentagram Star Branch completely lost their composure. Hey, what is he doing? What are you playing at, Kim Han-jong? Shut up. I'll handle this myself, he screamed. With that, the guy prepared to unleash his berserk mode. I commend you for pushing me this far, but you've underestimated me too much. You should have finished it when you had the chance. As he spoke, Kim Han-jong's entire body began to be shrouded in a strange type of rune. The moment those ancient characters appeared, the assassin's power skyrocketed to such a degree that even his cloak couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, seeing Kim Han-jong resort to his trump card, Agai calmed down. HMPH, revealing your unique traits here. I didn't think you'd use that against a low-ranking storyteller. But since you've used it here, I guess this match is already decided, she stated with utter confidence. As for Kim Han-jong, before attacking, he still had to scream a few lines to satisfy himself. I won't hold back anymore. Saying that, he channeled power into his legs and leaped forcefully, leaving an indentation on the ground where he stood. Next, from Ju Hyun's perspective, the guy morphed into a streak of light bouncing across the walls, making it difficult to pinpoint his location. I can't track his movements. Are you saying we don't know there are collectors this strong? The group shouted. As for Kim Han-jong, the idiot, after utilizing his godlike speed instead of attacking immediately, he began mocking the main character. Haha, let's see if you can keep up with this speed. You'll regret this. Keep up with who? You, Ju Hyun muttered, by some miraculous feat. The moment Kim Han-jong zoomed past him, he swiftly grabbed the guy's arm and instantly threw him off balance. Just like that, the guy crashed like an out-of-control race car straight into the architectural structures ahead, causing several buildings to collapse immediately. Following the collision, Kim Han-jong's eyes rolled back blankly, leaving his life or death uncertain. I would have ended it sooner if I knew you only had this much strength. Ju Hyun smiled and said, despite landing in such a miserable state, the stubborn Kim Han-jong refused to accept reality and bellowed. What the hell are you? This is my stage. I'm supposed to be the main character. You're nothing more than a stepping stone for me to shine. How could I possibly lose? Up above, Ju Hyun shifted into lecture mode. You failed to gather more knowledge simply because you were intoxicated by your own power. You lost because of your own arrogance. Take a good look at the one who defeated you. You thought you'd win, that you were the main character here. This is the power of mine that you've looked down upon all this time. Saying that, Ju Hyun swung his sword to finish off this third-rate villain, sending him off to meet the Grim Reaper. Right after Kim Han-jong officially bit the dust, the system notification rang out. Kang Ju Hyun has won the storytelling battle. The arena will disappear. The winner will receive their reward. Please wait. Just like that, confetti filled the air. As for the audience, they didn't hesitate to give him rounds of applause, though it remains a mystery whether the ones who lost their bets clapped or not. Speaking of Hejim, seeing Ju Hyun achieve such an overwhelming victory, she covered her mouth in shock. Ju Hyun actually won. I still can't believe he pulled it off. I believe in you now. I'll never replace you with anyone else in this world. My light, she murmured softly while caressing Ju Hyun's face on the screen. At that exact moment in the upper realm, St. Michael secretly rejoiced over backing the right person. You truly are special. So this is why the spirits took notice of you. Above all, you pulled it off with so many eyes watching. I'm sure other gods will keep tabs on you from now on. I'm looking forward to it. he proclaimed, shifting scene to Jinpeng's waiting room. Since Kim Han-jong had lost, the old man now had to face Agai's wrath. Are you playing games with me? Daring to speak to me like that? We collectors pour all our wealth in, only to get defeated in front of everyone just by a newly active storyteller. She spoke as a pitch-black aura erupted, choking off his airflow and turning his face red from asphyxiation. To save his own skin, Jinpeng frantically shifted the blame onto an unfamiliar party. This shouldn't be happening. There must be someone backing him up. Besides, there's someone else, he blurted out. Naturally, such pathetic excuses couldn't fool Agai. You think saying that will make me spare you? What do you think happens if Kang Ju-hyun receives sponsorship from another branch? There's no other way out. We have to see this through to the end now. With that, she glared at Jinpeng with a dangerous expression and stated, Right, we need to find someone to take the blame for this. The one who caused all of this. Lady Agai, please forgive me, he cried out frantically upon sensing the murderous look in her eyes. Unfortunately, the sins he committed were far too grave for mere apologies to salvage. Forgive you? You lost the branch's secret weapon and now you've failed the mission. What use is keeping you around? I can still, he pleaded hurriedly, but before he could finish, the girl cut him off. Sorry, Jinpeng, the failure you caused the branch isn't just about money. Someone like you couldn't repay it even by selling your life. No way, my value isn't that small, he shrieked in desperate plea. Yeah, your struggle to survive is rare, Jinpeng. You've lost all rights to your channel due to this failure. Since you're my junior, I've already been very merciful. That's right, you were supposed to live the life of an insect. Didn't I free you from that existence? Turning to Jinpeng, faced with his impending demise, he finally felt regret for his actions. How did things end up like this? That bastard Kang Ju-hyun, he calculated his victory from the very beginning. He knew everything from the start. I wasn't the hunter, I was the prey all along. He thought bitterly inside. Shortly after, his entire body dissolved like smoke and dust, leaving behind only a few ancient runes. At that moment, the office door swung open. Next, our main character stepped inside and witnessed Agai standing right there. Unlike the fiendish attitude she displayed toward Jinpeng earlier, she greeted him with a cheerful smile. Oh my, what an absolute pleasure. I am Agai from the Pentagram Star Branch. Nice to meet you, Agai. I'm Kang Ju-hyun, he replied with a smile. Then the two of them chatted like old friends. I thoroughly enjoyed your match. You were truly amazing. Wow, I wouldn't even know how to respond if you keep praising me like that. By the way, where is Jinpeng? I'd like a word with him. Across from him, Agai put on a sorrowful expression and spoke. It saddens me to say this, but he no longer exists. He lost in a storytelling battle staked with his very life. You could say he wanted to die from the start. Strange, since I held his life in my hands, I don't recall telling him to go die, he said while stroking his chin. Agai continued deceiving him about Jinpeng kicking the bucket. You didn't realize it because this was your first match. That's just how things work. Unfortunately for her, Ju-hyun had already figured everything out and laid his cards on the table. Oh, is that so? Are you done talking nonsense yet? He spoke with a deadpan expression, wiping the smile right off Agai's face. Did I mishear? No, you heard correctly, Agai. I said you can stop talking nonsense now. Who gave you the right to dispose of other people's property as you please? Is that considered normal in the Pentagram Star Branch? He challenged. Frowning in response, Agai retorted, Even if I killed him, my rank is still higher than yours. Shouldn't you show me some respect? True, you're my senior, but that doesn't mean everything you do is right? You disposed of Jinpeng, who belonged to me. Isn't that an abuse of power? Oh my, I'm so sorry. Looks like I made a mistake. I'll compensate you later. How about this? Should this be enough? She spoke as she transferred 800 points to Ju-hyun as compensation for the bearded guy's life. Meanwhile, the main character didn't care much about the money. What caught his attention was her identity. Pentagram Star Branch, storyteller Agai. I know her, a psycho who always grins while others suffer in front of her. She was the one who attacked us. I still remember the look in her eyes as she gathered all the failed contestants in one place and unleashed a bloodbath. As she watched, she smiled madly and relished it. The way she looked down on corpses like mere bugs is something I can never forget. Thinking this, Ju-hyun knew this wasn't the time to butt heads with her, so he put on a cheerful expression and continued. I've received the points. Guess Jinpeng's value was only worth that much. You've worked hard, taking care of juniors must be exhausting, huh? Hee. You sure know how to flatter people, but that's fine since I'm a merciful person, she smiled smugly. But that smile didn't last 3 seconds before Ju-hyun dropped a bombshell. Right, have you heard? Rumors are spreading that certain branches have ties to Exodus. Exodus is one of the forces interfering across the multiverse, known for bringing destruction and suffering to the lower realm. A branch connected to Exodus is undoubtedly the Pentagram Star. They recruited geniuses fighting for Earth's interests, abandoning the benefits of storytelling battles and causing many branches to shut down. Yet the Pentagram Star participated in the storytelling battle as if nothing happened. He deduced inwardly. As for Agai, after taking a few seconds to process the shock, she immediately smiled and said, "I wonder why you're telling me this, Ju Hyun? Anyone hearing this might suspect me of having ties to Exodus. I'm just advising you to be careful when they approach. My apologies if you misunderstood. Anyway, I must get going to claim the channel belonging to Jinpeng." "All right, catch you later." She waved goodbye cheerfully. The moment Ju Hyun walked away, her expression darkened as if deep in thought. Returning to Ju Hyun, after witnessing Agai's two-faced nature, he rated her even higher. She's way harder to deal with than Jinpeng. She knows how to mask her emotions and will do anything to hide information about the Pentagram Star branch. The fact that the Pentagram Star has ties to Exodus speaks volumes about their power. Just seeing how they managed to nurture someone like Kim Han-jong under the watchful eyes of the spirits proves how strong they are. They might be tough to handle alone. However, things are different now, he muttered as he held a silver book in his hand, likely chronicling Agai's story. Shifting scene to Su Ryan's office, where she had already found out about Ju Hyun participating in a storytelling battle and putting two people through the ringer. "I'd appreciate it if you guys could give me a heads up on what you're planning to do. Do you have any idea how I felt hearing that my contracted storyteller and collector went into a realm of the mind, to make money only to get dragged into a storytelling battle?" "Sorry," the two of them bowed their heads. "I'll let it slide since you two look remorseful. Besides, what better news is there than returning victorious?" "Hee, right, Ju Hyun is amazing," Hejim smiled. Meanwhile, Ju Hyun showed off his results. "Our tier limit increased when the two channels merged and the spirits are quite satisfied. You look happier than usual though, what's up?" Up ahead, Su Ryan startled. Oh, I look happier, oh gosh. I didn't want to say it, who knew you'd figure it out so fast. To stop you from going crazy with curiosity, I'll tell you." "No, I didn't say that," Ju Hyun hurriedly clarified, but Su Ryan couldn't stop her mouth. "Actually, today is payday." "Payday?" The female sword queen scratched her head. "That's right. This is what everyone earned this month. I've sent it over after deducting contract expenses, so go check it out," Su Ryan replied cheerfully, prompting Hejin to frantically pull out her phone. Not knowing the exact amount, the moment she looked at it, her face flushed red with excitement. "Ju Hyun, what do I do? I'm rich," she panicked. It seemed to be the typical reaction of a poor person striking it rich overnight. "I'm jealous of you getting this hyped over a little cash. An even bigger amount will come from the government as a reward for clearing the realm of the mind," he said calmly. Meanwhile, Su Ryan's eyes up ahead turned into star shapes as she explained. "On top of that, because Hejin has gotten so popular, we've been getting tons of ad and interview requests. The ad contract fees alone reached 200 million. "Wait, 200 million? The female swordsman shrieked, right after the girls started planning how to spend the money wisely. "Hoo-hoo, with this money we won't have to worry about office rent anymore. We can have tea plus coffee in the office too, Su Ryan. Can we eat a different kind of ramen then? Not just that, we can even add eggs to our ramen. Eggs too. Dovetail, we can even throw in kimchi," they chatted happily. Those petty goals left the sword spirit Bikrion wide-eyed. Why are they acting like that? Leave them be, guess they're just that broke. Anyway, Bai Hwa's management room is full of life. She smiled as she watched the two girls acting so joyful. Next, Ju Hyun suggested, "Can we buy some extra food from the store across the street?" The two girls startled. "Like rich people do, that's going a bit overboard." "You guys lack ambition," Ju Hyun complained. Time flew by quickly. A few days later, everyone's lives went back to normal, except for Su Ryan, who kept getting busier and busier. "I heard Hejin has been getting tons of ad offers lately. She must be super busy. I should get to work too," he muttered to himself before quickly pulling up his system screen. Only then did Ju Hyun notice he had a special message. "Ah, there's a notification from the Celestial Corporation. It got buried under all the storytelling battle alerts, so I missed it. Congratulations, you have completed a long-term quest. Long-term quest, promote to senior collaborator. Required 3,000 merit points, completed. Required 10,000 city points, completed." Reading this, Ju Hyun's face lit up with joy. "A promotion? So my work in the storytelling battle got recognized. That means from now on, I've become a senior collaborator," he thought happily before reading the subsequent notices. To be promoted to senior collaborator, you must attend a promotion ceremony. Until the ceremony takes place, your rank will be apprentice senior collaborator. You will hold the authority of an apprentice senior collaborator. Incredible achievement. You completed the long-term senior collaborator promotion quest in record time. You have received 5,000 points. Seeing that he had to attend another party and meet VIPs, Ju Hyun felt annoyed. Oh man, what a hassle. But looks like I'll need to drop by headquarters soon. The problem is that the promotion ceremony will take a bit of time. Well, guess it's my fault for leveling up too fast. Opposite him, seeing Ju Hyun sigh heavily, Sword Empress spoke up and asked, Ju Hyun, what's wrong? Looks like I just got promoted. Of course, it's not a real promotion right away. Really, congratulations, she said cheerfully. Sitting next to her, Su Ryan clapped enthusiastically. Congratulations, Ju Hyun. Thank you, how's work going? He wondered. Then, upon hearing the heavy workload Su Ryan had to handle, the god's face twisted in agony. I've handled most of it, but there's still a bit left. I need to adjust the interview schedule and meet privately with advertisers to finalize ideas for the ads. I also need to carve out time to deal with the byproducts from the mind realm. Looks like you'll be even busier from now on. You're going to have a rough time, Su Ryan. It's fine because Hejim really needs to meet with a lot of businesses right now, she said with a smile. Meanwhile, our protagonist remembered something and spoke up. Since we're on the topic, let's get started. Su Ryan, do you have time? Let's go on a date. Ahead of him, the female manager froze to the point that her pen dropped without her even realizing it. What? Her scream echoed through the building. Time passed quickly. Seen shifting to a certain street, Su Ryan began to complain. Ju Hyun, you're really cunning. Hejim was right there. Why did you have to say something like that? She's been pushing herself a bit too hard lately, so I just wanted to tease her a little, though it seemed to work better than expected. As he spoke, he thought of Sword Empress's tear-jerking reaction to what he had just said. Putting that aside, Ju Hyun then asked another question. By the way, you're having a hard time finding a company to process the byproducts, right? Oh, yes, how did you know? Su Ryan asked, startled, and Ju Hyun's knowledge came entirely from experience. I know because we're growing fast, but it's really tough for an unknown management company to sign deals with others. Beside him, Su Ryan confidently asserted, I can't deny that, but just give me a little more time. But before she could finish her sentence, Ju Hyun cut her off. By then, it'll be too late. We need to sign contracts as soon as possible to cut down the time needed to build a reputation. The reason I wanted to go out with you is to help you myself. If a storyteller steps up personally, other companies will find it hard to look down on you. Speaking of Su Ryan, hearing this, she stated her goal. Thanks, there's a company I've had my eye on, but there's a problem. Can you hear me out for a moment? Just like that, to make talking easier, the two of them headed toward a roadside snack bar. At this point, Su Ryan began her own story. Well, my family was pretty well off and quite harmonious. Even though my dad raised me without a mom, things were fine. My older brother was a collector known as a rising star, and he had a few close friends who were quite famous. But one day, he passed away in an accident. The real problem is what happened after that. A few other collectors died or got injured around the same time. Some of them even came from major families. But they went and sued my brother, claiming he was the root of everything. My brother passed away and is no longer here. The court is ruling in favor of the major families, which is why my family was instantly plunged into heavy debt. Hearing this, Ju Hyun fell into deep thought. Even the courts probably had no other choice than to side with the influential major families. Returning to Su Ryan, she continued her explanation. My brother was a good person. He was fairer and kinder than anyone, and he truly cherished his family. But unlike other collectors, he believed society was going downhill. Did your brother feel that the mind realms? Ju Hyun started, but before he could finish, Su Ryan nodded. He thought they shouldn't be maintained. I see, Ju Hyun replied calmly while analyzing inwardly. It seems the major families really want to preserve the mind realms, and that must be why they sued Su Ryan's family. It's just a guess, but I don't think Su Ryan's brother's death was a simple accident. I should look into this soon. He secretly made plans for himself, but right at that moment, a voice rang out from behind them, catching their attention. Huh, who's this? Is that Su Ryan? Wow, what a familiar face. Nice to see you. The voice belonged to an uncle dressed in formal clothes, but with the face of a typical villain. It seemed Su Ryan also knew these people, so she hurriedly stood up to greet them. Hello. After you left the family, I was really sad. But I heard you started your own management company. Can you even make any money at that scale? The guy said in a mocking tone. And Ju Hyun couldn't help but ask, Su Ryan, who's that? Oh, well, this is my senior, Gel Cancel. We got to know each other back at my old workplace, Su Ryan hurriedly said. Meanwhile, this fat guy didn't care about Ju Hyun, who he was, maintaining his previous disdainful attitude. Su Ryan, who is this fragile-looking guy? Is he a collector you signed a contract with? Not bad. In this labor shortage, most solo management agencies don't even last a few weeks. I really want to know what trick you used to snag this guy, the fat man said with great interest. Meanwhile, the hounds walking beside him laughed without hiding their contempt. Then this scruffy guy continued to spit out some unappealing words. Oh, is this a contract signing meeting? With your skills, can you even handle a collector, Su Ryan? Returning to Ju Hyun, seeing this Gel Cancel barking wildly, he stood up to put the dog in its place. Gel Cancel, right? Oh my, forgot to introduce myself. I'm Gel Cancel from the Cancel family. Surely you know us. I'm Kang Ju Hyun, he said calmly. Meanwhile, this stinking pig began to evaluate him. I've never heard of you, just awakened. What's your collector ranking? Looks like you don't have any weapons or other gear. Hey, that's enough. Get lost, will you? Ju Hyun said coldly, causing this dead pig's face to start wrinkling up. What? You dare tell me to get lost? So young and reckless, is that all you have to say? He said angrily. And hearing that, Ju Hyun bluntly spoke his mind. No, I'm not done yet. Honestly, I want to beat you into dust and blow it away. I'm holding back because of Su Ryan, but you better watch your mouth. Ju Hyun, stop! Su Ryan hurriedly pulled his arm to stop him. Meanwhile, the stinking pig started throwing a fit. A nameless collector dares to threaten me, a member of the Cancel family. Do you know what kind of family the Cancel family is? Ignoring the fat man's words, Ju Hyun turned to Su Ryan. Insulting you is the same as insulting me, and you're just going to let it slide. What is this? Is that the kind of relationship you two have? Impressive, Su Ryan. I thought you snagged him with your own ability. Who would have thought you used this method? If you were going to do this, you should have told me back when you were at my company. If you had done that, I could have had some fun with you. What a pity, he sighed regretfully. But this damn fool didn't know that his previous remark had officially crossed Ju Hyun's limit. Hey, Gel Cancel, he shouted and landed a direct punch right in the fat man's face, sending him flying backward. Are you crazy? The blonde hound spoke up. Next, Gel Cancel stood up trembling and began to threaten. Hey, are you out of your mind? A collector daring to use violence against a citizen. Don't you know what will happen? Do you know how severe the punishment for resisting a citizen is? I'll sue you. I'll definitely sue you. Hisuk, call the special unit right now, he roared like a mad dog. But these empty threats had no effect on our protagonist. Calling them is useless. I'm not a collector in the first place, so I haven't broken the law at all. How do you plan to punish a storyteller like me using laws meant for collectors? He asked in a cold voice, leaving the fat man dazed. What? A storyteller? Go on and finish what you were saying earlier, Ju Hyun teased. And Gel Cancel weakly threatened. Even if you're a storyteller, there are limits. If you don't stop, we won't let this go. Prompted by his words, the hounds grabbed their weapons and slowly surrounded Ju Hyun. But this was exactly what our protagonist wanted. Not let it go, fine, take out your weapons. But the exact moment you do that, you're dead meat under my hands. Get lost before I deal with all of you, he shouted angrily, causing these little hounds to tuck their tails and run. Then our bold hero turned confidently to Su Ryan and said, What do you think, Su Ryan? I'm pretty reliable, right? Beside him, the female manager sighed. Oh man, I can't stop you. Next, after the troublemakers left, they resumed their conversation. Why did you choose me? Su Ryan wondered. Naturally, the protagonist couldn't say he knew her from a past life, so he randomly made up a reason. You're a great fit for this job, so I figured you'd do well. Storytellers have the ability to spot other people's talents. But after that incident, I've been blacklisted by the major families, which is why I'm struggling so hard to find a company to process byproduct items, she said sadly. And Ju Hyun voiced his own question. Are you mad at your brother, Su Ryan? I used to hate him, but thinking back, I realized he wasn't a bad person. He was just hardworking at what he did, and that happened to bother those big shots. So you're just going to accept this injustice? But how can I possibly fight those people? She said dejectedly. At this moment, Ju Hyun enthusiastically suggested, Isn't that exactly why I said I'd help you? Let's destroy this damn world. Let's make a fuss and prove we're not wrong. Hearing this now might sound a bit absurd, but you'll change your mind soon. Now let's go find a byproduct processing company first. I'll help you. As he spoke, he reached his hand out towards Su Ryan, and after a moment of hesitation, she reached out to take it, speaking up at the same time. You might regret this. I'm the type who acts first and regrets later. You always have a comeback ready, seriously, the girl complained. Scene shifting to a certain store. Thanks to Ju Hyun's help, the two of them easily established a transaction with this shop. Oh my, thanks for your business, the old man hurried to say. Then, after leaving the store, Su Ryan couldn't hide her astonishment. Unbelievable, that's something I could never do no matter what. I only do what I can do. Ju Hyun waved it off, but it still didn't make Su Ryan feel more confident. At this rate, I don't even know if you need me as a manager. Su Ryan, you're the only weak one here, and we can survive if we help each other like this. We're a team, aren't we? All right, let's go, or Hejim will complain if we don't get back. So should we buy anything before heading back? Su Ryan asked. Time passed quickly until the next day. It seemed Hejim was about to participate in an advertisement shoot, so Su Ryan was helping her change. Meanwhile, Ju Hyun had to wait outside. Must be over by now, Ju Hyun wondered inwardly. Right at that moment, Su Ryan's shout echoed from inside the room. Lift your head. It's a waste not to let others see when you've gone to this much trouble with makeup. It's so embarrassing, Hejim mumbled softly. But faced with Su Ryan's firmness, Hejim eventually stepped outside. Ju Hyun, you've been waiting long, right? Su Ryan said with a smile. Meanwhile, Sword Empress scratched her head and asked, Ju Hyun, how is it? I knew you were cute, but you're even cuter today, he said in surprise, and clueless Hejim burst into an unstoppable smile. Su Ryan looked at Ju Hyun with a suspicious gaze. Whoa, what a smooth talker. All right, let's go. Scene shifting to a massive building. The three of them arrived. This place is huge, Hejim said in surprise. Our protagonist reminded his collector, this is one of the top 3 national magazines, so don't worry too much and remember to keep up your image. Saying that, he led the group to a receptionist and asked, Hello, we're here for the Sword Empress interview. Where should we go? Please take the elevator to the 7th floor, the guy hurried to reply, while turning to look at Sword Empress. Upon seeing her stunning appearance, the receptionist's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. While he was still daydreaming, Su Ryan turned to the other two. Are you two okay going to the interview? I have some business in the lobby. Yeah, it's fine, Ju Hyun nodded. Meanwhile, Sword Empress followed his advice and maintained her arrogant attitude. Not long after, the two of them met the female staff member from the advertising company. Oh my, welcome. We've been waiting for you. And you two are? She asked curiously. Ju Hyun hurriedly introduced. I'm Kang Ju Hyun. I'm collector Kang Hejim's supporter today. Oh, so there's another manager besides Su Ryan. I'm Singarong, the magazine's head of information gathering. Shall we start the Q&A session? After speaking, she invited the two to sit down and started chatting. You've resolved several mind realms recently, which is quite different from other collectors. This hasn't happened in a long time. So what is your purpose in clearing out the mind realms? I don't need a reason to clean up a mind realm. As a collector, I just do what needs to be done, Sword Empress replied coldly. Manager Singarong knew this was Hejim's persona, so she wasn't too surprised, smiling as she asked, You're called the Sword Empress, what do you think about that? And do you have any future plans? Yes, about that, blah, blah, blah. In short, after a while, the interview went successfully. Ho ho, great, you answered really well. I don't think there's anything to worry about. Up until now, collectors always act high and mighty. She smiled and shifted her gaze to Ju Hyun. Oh right, there's something I just heard about a storyteller staying with humans. A storyteller living with humans. Interesting, isn't it? Normally, storytellers don't do that. I heard he gave up his physical protection blessing and entered the mind realm with the collector. Turning to Ju Hyun, hearing this, he knew what she was hinting at. She must have guessed it was him from the start. Thinking about it, he honestly admitted, Yeah, that's me. A storyteller like an urban legend, that's me, he sighed. Meanwhile, though she had vaguely guessed it, hearing Ju Hyun confirm it directly made the female manager beam. Oh my, I knew it. Working in this industry, I naturally figured it out. I apologize for being a bit rude, but as a journalist, there are things I want to ask. Just out of personal curiosity, not as a reporter. Opposite her, Ju Hyun didn't refuse hastily. So what are you curious about? If it doesn't affect anything, I can answer. Why do you clear mind realms? What else? It's the best way to get famous, he replied calmly. But it seemed this answer didn't satisfy Singarong. True, but I don't think you do it just for that, considering the hatred from others. She continued to ask, and to this question, Ju Hyun gave a vague answer. My answer to that question doesn't mean much right now. I do have a personal goal, but I've realized something even bigger than that. Let's end the interview here. Today's star is the Sword Empress, not me. Ju Hyun stood up as he spoke, reminding Singarong. Oh my, I understand. We'll wrap up the interview. She sighed regretfully, but immediately brightened up with a proposal. Also, I'd like to contact Ju Hyun privately. Ho ho, just kidding. She hurriedly corrected herself when she saw the murderous glare coming from Hejim. Just like that, the interview was considered a resounding success, and the two of them quickly went downstairs to meet Su Ryan. Hey, Su Ryan. Oh, you guys are done? How was the interview? She jokes around a lot. She didn't do anything weird, right? Yeah, it ended well, but... Ju Hyun nodded, but before he could finish, he was distracted by noises ahead. The lobby is pretty noisy, he muttered. And Su Ryan immediately explained, it looks like the famous collector Yu Su has arrived. He's more famous than most other collectors. She spoke while looking forward. Following her gaze, a handsome guy along with two female bodyguards stepped inside. As soon as they appeared, female fans went wild. Over here, look at me. Please come sign for me. Look at me too. The enthusiastic crowd shouted, making the sword spirit Bikrion feel a bit disgusted. Hey, what's wrong with him? Who knows, don't care. Ju Hyun shrugged and spoke up. Su Ryan, let's go. Meanwhile, Su Ryan, who had been in a fangirl trance, snapped back to reality upon hearing Ju Hyun's voice. Oh God, what just happened? Speaking of Ju Hyun, seeing Su Ryan's strange state, he grew suspicious. She was captivated by that guy for just a moment. What did he do? He thought to himself and pulled the guy's book closer to check. And reading it, the protagonist was startled. Trait, artist soul, Casanova red cloak. His trait is Casanova. What kind of trait is this? So that's why Su Ryan was charmed by him, he thought to himself. But before he could analyze that incomprehensible trait, Hejim spoke up. Ju Hyun, he's coming over. Pleased to meet you, beautiful lady. I'm Yu Su, people usually call me the artist. I've heard a lot about the Sword Empress. I came here hopping to meet you. And now you're even more beautiful than I imagined, a white lotus on a lake. He started pulling out his outdated pickup lines from the 1940s, and the result of this cheesy line was a completely poker face from Hejim. Oh, is that so? Looks like even Casanova doesn't work against Hejim's mental strength, Ju Hyun deduced. Meanwhile, little Bikrion also noticed the handsome guy's words. Wait, did you hear what he just said? He said he came here for Hejim's beauty, so he's here because of Hejim. I should take action before he gets closer. Ju Hyun thought to himself, and immediately stepped in front of him. That's enough, she's feeling uncomfortable. Huh, who are you? I'm her manager, Ju Hyun replied calmly. Hearing Ju Hyun's status, the handsome Yu Su exhaled a breath of contempt. A manager daring to block my way? Impudent, don't you know me? I'm the artist Yu Su, a national-level collector. He spoke pompously, but Ju Hyun didn't care at all. Relevant. Stop coming near my collector, she doesn't like it, he warned once more. Hearing this, the scruffy guy started narcissistically rambling. Ha! There are no women in this world who hate me, only women who don't know me. Returning to Ju Hyun, encountering this kind of situation for the first time drove him crazy. Damn it, this is the first time I've wished for jungle law so badly, he thought, grinding his teeth. And the warlike little spirit Bikrion directly cheered him on. Hey, beat him up. Speaking of Hejim, while Ju Hyun was angry, she directly stepped up and declared, Stop it, you're causing trouble. If the beautiful lady says so, I'll obey. Anyway, if the lady has time, would you like to have tea with me? I'm sorry, but I refuse, I don't have time, Hejim replied coldly. Encouraged by this, the blonde dog pushed his luck further, even reaching out to touch her chin. No need to be shy, is there anything bothering you as a collector? I can give you advice as a senior. Ahead, Hejim directly slapped away the guy's arm and shouted, No, please go away. Facing Hejim's rejection, Yu Su turned hostile since he couldn't get his way. I tried to be polite, but it seems it didn't work. Finishing his sentence, he directly took off his glove, threw it straight at Hejim, and proposed, Sword Empress, I challenge you to a duel. Oh my God, a duel. The artist is challenging the Sword Empress to a duel. Go Yu Su. The enthusiastic crowd chanted. Sword Spirit Bikrion felt a bit confused. Two collectors fighting each other is allowed. The government actually prefers collectors to duel each other. It's better than holding grudges and committing crimes, Ju Hyun explained. Then he stepped forward. Since you unilaterally want a duel, I really don't want to accept your request. But it looks like Our Lady doesn't want to let it go, he said, looking over at Hejim's cold face before speaking to her. You can accept. Huh, really? Yeah, you don't want to avoid it anyway, right? Ju Hyun nodded. Sword Empress's face lit up, and she declared, Fine, I accept the challenge. Speaking of Yu Su, Sword Empress accepting the duel played right into his hands. Or rather, it seemed he had planned this from the beginning. Everything is going according to plan. Challenged to a duel in front of everyone, she can't refuse for the sake of her honor. Since her rank is lower, I'll definitely win. Any trivial problem can be solved with strength. How can a newcomer stand against me? A member of a major guild like Hesiot. Now I'll put this bitch Sword Empress in her place in front of everyone and make her fall for me. Just thinking about it is delicious, he thought with a vile smile. Meanwhile, Ju Hyun saw right through this trick and turned to remind Sword Empress, It's fine to ask her to postpone the match. However, not now, but 3 days from now, she spoke up. Although Yukayo Su guessed Hejim would use those 3 days to prepare, he didn't care much. 3 days? How cute! Does she think 3 days can change anything? Thinking about it, he agreed. All right, let's duel in 3 days. We can use the location designated by the association. I'll wait 3 days. Finishing his words, the scoundrel walked away immediately. With this stupid action, the protagonist officially put him on his blacklist. Glad he's arrogant because Hesiod is backed by the great divine forces of Olympus. Just wait, we'll crush that arrogance in 3 days, he thought to himself. At the same time, manager Singarong heard the commotion downstairs and ran over to ask, "What's all the racket?" "Ah, Garong, a collector named Yukayo Su just arrived," Su Ryan explained. Not knowing what grudge the scruffy guy had with her, as soon as she heard his name, her expression turned sour. "That Yukayo Su? You know him?" Ju Hyan wondered. The female manager explained dejectedly. "Of course, how could I forget the asshole who kept staring at me during the interview? His looks and actions were very uncomfortable." "So Yukayo Su targeted you too?" He nodded, returning to Singarong, putting aside the issue of that guy teasing her, she added. "Above all, there are rumors that he uses the guild to do bad things. So what did he do to you too?" "No, nothing much. Just requested a duel with Hejim and she agreed," Ju Hyan calmly explained. Manager Singarong let out a soft sigh of relief. "Oh, a duel." At that moment, her brain caught up and she screamed, "What? Even if Hejim is a rising star, the gap between them is still way too big," she said anxiously. Naturally, Ju Hyan understood this and calmly explained, "We're not stupid, we still have plenty of hidden cards, which is why we accepted this challenge. Think about it. If the Sword Empress has an exclusive interview with your magazine and wins a duel against the artist, a mid-tier collector, that would be huge news, right? Want to turn this situation to your advantage." She was surprised by Ju Hyan's intent. And our protagonist directly proposed, "I'd appreciate it if you could broadcast this to any media outlets you can contact." Hearing this, Singarong felt she couldn't keep up with their pace anymore. "I thought you were just unusual, but you're crazier than I thought. Whatever, just do as you wish. See you later." Saying that, Singarong turned and left to find connections to leak the news. And after seeing her leave, Hejim also spoke up. "Ah, Ju Hyan, thanks for supporting me in the fight." "I supported you because I was certain you could win," Ju Hyan said confidently. Over here, the swordsmaster still had a few questions. "But why did you want to push the match back by 3 days?" "We need to blow things up as much as possible to draw more attention. While you prepare over the next 3 days, the news will spread," he said with a smile. Just like that, thanks to Singarong's help, the news quickly reached the reporters. And naturally, the media folks immediately rushed to buy HWA company to pry. "Please say something before the match with Mr. Artist. How do you feel about this match?" they shouted outside. But to ensure that Hejim could prepare her best for the battle, Ju Hyan and Su Ryan refused visitors. "What on earth? What did Garong do?" "She's pretty picky, so she only shows favor to people she genuinely likes," Su Ryan asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, our protagonist smiled and replied, "Oh, really? It's great that she likes me." Saying that, he also reflected on his true motive for deciding to support Hejim in the fight. Hejim has been recognized by a few holy spirits, but people still don't know her name. This will be a good opportunity to build a reputation for Hejim. And anyway, she's already completely ready. Ju Hyan thought to himself as he turned to look at the swordsmaster, slowly gathering static electricity around her body. And he felt completely confident in his collector. Kang Hejim will definitely become an even better collector than in her past life. I can't just chase after the past and stay in the same place like before. We need to catch up and surpass it, surpassing even her at her absolute best. This match is for that reason, he muttered to himself. Time passed quickly, and the day of the match arrived. At this point, the battle location was set somewhere resembling the Colosseum, and when people heard the news about the upcoming match, they rushed there in droves, packed like a festival. "So many people. This is no joke," Ju Hyan exclaimed while observing the crowd through the system screen. Meanwhile, Su Ryan beside him started letting out heavy sighs, which caught our protagonist off guard. "Su Ryan, are you nervous?" "Of course, is this a joke? What's with this crowd? And why are a ton of media outlets here to watch this match?" she screamed. Meanwhile, General Ju Hyan wasn't even sure what had happened. "Who knows, I just asked Singarong to spread the word." But seeing this massive reaction, that Yukayo Su guy must have spread it even more than expected. After all, storytelling battles and duels between collectors aren't ordinary events. People must have been looking forward to this, he explained calmly. Beside him, Su Ryan was trembling like she had a malaria fever from anxiety. Oh man, every time I'm nervous, my stomach starts gurgling. Do you need to use the restroom? The general asked cluelessly, driving her mad. How can you say that to a girl? It's just normal stomach ache. Back to Ju Hyun, though he wasn't anxious, seeing such a massive audience also made him think. Whatever, too many people came. There are plenty of guild members in the VIP seats and even famous collectors. I understand why Su Ryan has a stomach ache from nerves now. As if reading her master's mind, the little sword spirit Bikrion reassured him. You don't need to worry. I can't say I'm not worried, especially since this match isn't just mine, but the swords master's too. Ju Hyun thought as he turned to look at Hejim meditating nearby. And until there were only 3 minutes left before the match began, Hejim woke up. Seeing this, Ju Hyun spoke up and asked, Are you ready? Ready. Hejim replied calmly. Facing the swordsmaster's answer, Ju Hyun smiled and immediately gave her a flick on the head, leaving Hejim completely clueless. What was that? That hurts, she said, rubbing the bump on her head while tearing up. I did it on purpose. You're a bit less nervous now, aren't you? The general explained, and this action genuinely helped Hejim release her tension while simultaneously boosting her anger. You should have warned me. What's the point of a warning beforehand? Wait until you're stressed like this and you'll see, she said through gritted teeth. Then afterward, Hejim broke into a smile. Thank you. Just like that, before long, both Hejim and Yu Kyosu appeared on the arena stage. The contestants have entered. The Holy Spirits are thrilled for this match. The Holy Spirits hope the Swordsmaster wins. Number of Holy Spirits watching, 4,500. The stage is being generated. Following the announcement, the two of them noticed the surrounding scenery had turned into some sort of primeval forest. Before the two opponents could observe much, the announcement continued. I will explain the rules. The match ends when a contestant declares surrender or is unable to fight. All kinds of monsters will be on this fantasy battlefield, and you will receive points for defeating them. Depending on their level, monsters have different point values. If you defeat a boss-level monster on the battlefield, you'll receive the most points. This match lasts for 3 hours. After 3 hours, if there is no winner, the result will be based on points. Additionally, killing is strictly prohibited. If you break the rules, you will receive the harshest punishment based on the association's regulations. Now then, let the match begin, the referee excitedly declared, and the crowd started cheering enthusiastically for both. And right after the match started, a massive explosion echoed from inside the forest. Mr. Artist, he took down a huge monster right at the start of the match. He received 150 points, the host yelled, and the female fans started cheering for their idol over here. Look at you, Kyosu, you're doing great. Ignoring the girls, the male fans paid more attention to Hejim and looked surprised. Wait, what is the Swordsmaster doing? She's not doing anything, just standing there. Did she surrender? They gasped in shock upon seeing Hejim standing like a statue and doing nothing. But that was just because of their lack of knowledge. Because right at this moment, the moment Hejim opened her eyes again, a terrifying current of lightning began surging across her entire body. Turning back to Yu Kyosu, he suddenly heard a sound and turned around. What's that sound? Something is running this way, he wondered to himself, and before he could think any further, the Swordsmaster suddenly appeared right in front of him with godly speed, swinging her sword to attack. This blow forced the pretty boy to grit his teeth to defend himself. The Swordsmaster, she's targeting me instead of the monsters right from the start, he thought through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, the people outside saw the two fighters clash the moment the match started and went wild, screaming like crazy. What is happening? The Swordsmaster wants a direct fight with the artist, the host yelled. Next, following their gazes, the lightning surrounding Hejim's body converged and formed the phantom of a dragon heading straight for Yu Kyosu. And this Yu Kyosu didn't just stand there to take the hit. How dare you look down on me? The handsome guy shouted. At the same time, a formidable red aura burst forth from his body. But when compared to the Swordsmaster's lightning dragon, it was still way too weak. And under the pressure of this dragon, he couldn't maintain the scornful look he had 3 days ago. What is this? Where is this ridiculous power coming from? He wondered inwardly. But Hejim didn't want to let him find a countermeasure, so she instantly poured more force into her attack, forcing Yu Kyosu's entire body to sink downward. This caused the protective aura shielding him to shatter in an instant. Meanwhile, the audience outside watching the battle unfold looked at each other in utter bewilderment. What's this? The Swordsmaster is capable of this. I heard she was strong, but thinking she'd be this strong is a bit beyond expectations. Speaking of Hejim, she was currently overflowing with the joy of battle. This is exactly what I wanted. The feeling of crushing someone who looked down on me. The excitement of releasing suppressed strength and this freedom. So this is what Mr. Ju Hyun feels. Hejim thought as she swung her sword once more. The strike produced a wave of sword chi that cleanly slashed through all the surrounding trees, and it left a cut right across Yu Kyo-su's handsome face. Although the wound wasn't very large, it dealt massive psychological damage to Yu Kyo-su. At this point, his entire body began shaking like an epileptic fit as he screamed, "How dare you do that to my handsome face?" With that, he gritted his teeth and charged in to attack again. But with his thoughtless attack, the swordsmaster simply flicked her wrist and knocked his sword away, causing him to lose his footing and stumble backward. Next, before this puppy could regain his balance, Hejim immediately lunged forward and drove her knee straight into that handsome face. The knee strike caused his nosebleeds to gush out like a fountain. "Look at the artist!" Female fans cried out anxiously, seeing their idol's face about to need plastic surgery. Returning to Yu Kyo-su, he was now driven into a dead end. No, at this rate I'll lose. I can't lose my A-rank collector title. Thinking logically, if I stay calm, I can read her attacks. If I react in time, I'll have a chance, he thought, beginning to calm down and focus. Right now, Yu Kyo-su yelled inwardly upon seeing Hejim start her attack. He seized the opportunity to counterattack. But unfortunately, all actions of this artist were already within Hejim's predictions. The moment he charged, she slightly sidestepped to dodge. The girl even broke into a teasing smile, turning the face of this Yu Kyo-su completely purple. She's playing with me. I will never let this go, the idiot screamed before. Hejim gave him a direct punch to the face, sending him off to meet a dentist since his jaw had just vanished. But it still wasn't over. After Yu Kyo-su collapsed to the ground, Hejim didn't stop at all, instead unleashing countless thunderous punches like a punching machine. Her murderous expression during the attack scared both Ju Hyun and Su Ryun pale. The artist has no chance to fight back. He is completely helpless against the swordsmaster, the host yelled. Meanwhile, Yu Kyo-su's face was completely deformed under Hejim's attacks. "I sue," he weakly tried to say, surrender, but before he could speak, he took another punch to the face, forcing the unuttered words back down his throat. "She won't let me give up," Yu Kyo-su thought inwardly, and it seemed that due to taking too many beatings and having a deformed face, his Casanova trait seemed to have lost its effect on women. "What is this? I thought Yu Kyo-su was strong, but it looks like he's all talk. He was just confident because of his looks," they said with disgust. As for the host general, he was completely speechless at this point. "Well, the swordsmaster is strong, so the artist." Here, the host stalled completely because he didn't know how to phrase it properly. Meanwhile, shifting scenes to a corner of the arena, seeing their company's collector being tortured, his managers shouted, "Damn it, why aren't you stopping the match? We can't do that, the swordsmaster." She won't even let him say, "I give up," the woman beside them hurriedly replied. Returning to the battle, it seemed Hejim was tired of massaging this guy, so she started preparing a finisher. At this point, she was seen clasping both hands together and slamming them down hard, sending dirt and rocks flying into a thick cloud of dust. Waiting until the smoke cleared, Yu Kyo-su had officially passed out. "The match is over. The swordsmaster wins, deactivating the arena," the host hurriedly shouted. And the two of them were teleported back to the original battle zone. Speaking of Aga, she watched Hejim's match with a frowning face, revealing her true strength at the exact right moment. Quite clever, whoever gave her those instructions. "I wanted Kang Ju Hyun to fail, but now I'm just annoyed. I want to tear that guy's face off if I can. But if I act rashly, he'll use it against me. I need to act very carefully from now on. The final opportunity will come eventually," she muttered to reassure herself. Shifting scenes to Bai HWA Company's lounge. Seeing the swordsmaster return, Su Ryun cheerfully congratulated her. "Hejim, are you all right? You were amazing." The audience's reaction was shocking. "Hee, thanks," she beamed brightly. Meanwhile, our protagonist didn't hold back his praise for Hejim. "You were impressive, great job." "Thank you." She smiled with a face blooming like a flower. While the three of them were celebrating their victory, at the same time, a meeting among some high-ranking individuals was taking place. First, a man slammed his table and shouted, "We can't let this go on. If we leave the swordsmaster alone like this, we'll lose countless more mind realms. We have to do something." "But as long as she has everyone's attention, we can't touch her," someone reminded. "So we just have to leave her alone," another voice chimed in. Finally, seeing the tension, someone else reassured, "You guys are too impatient. Why? Just leave it be and they'll tear each other apart." This was Lim Gang-woo, a high-ranking collector of the Nemesis Guild. Faced with his indifferent attitude, the host spoke up. "Gang-woo, even if things here go against your wishes, you should focus on the meeting." The words didn't even register with him. "If this weren't the guild master's order, I would have left this place long ago. I don't like how they mess with mind realms as they please, and now they're trying to get rid of the swordsmaster." What am I expecting from a place where pigs squeal out of greed? The uncle thought in frustration. Time passed quickly. Shifting scenes back to by HWA Company, Su Ryan was checking the news. Breaking news, an unrivaled rookie, the Swordsmaster, has appeared. A collector who cleared numerous mind realms. Is this the start of a new era? An interview with the Swordsmaster will soon be published in Collector Magazine, blah blah. Reading this, Su Ryan happily cheered. Awesome! Everyone is talking about Hejim online. I hope you keep getting this famous, and there are countless requests coming to buy HWA management. Then we can really buy kimchi, Su Ryan, the Swordsmaster cheered. Perhaps food was the only thing on her mind. Finishing that, she noticed Ju Hyun's pensive look and asked, Ju Hyun, what are you thinking about? Over here, our protagonist had figured something out, stood up and said, I've decided. We should get another collector, he said calmly, but those words nearly made the two girls in front of him drop dead of shock. Sob, sob, so I've been abandoned. Abandoned? She cried, tears, causing Ju Hyun to scratch his head. Hejim, when did I abandon you? Liar, you said you only needed me, she wailed. Our protagonist immediately defended himself. When did I ever say that? Coming to that, he began reasoning with her. Hejim, the two of us can't go to mind realms forever. It's fine for now, but when we reach larger mind realms, it won't be feasible with just the two of us. Well, no rush. We've handled them so far, but that doesn't change the fact that one day we'll need to choose someone else. And wouldn't it be nice if you had a trainee? Since you've ranked up, you should be treated like a senior, he smiled. Hearing this, Hejim's eyes turned into cat eyes. Can't argue with that. I should look at this with the generosity of a senior, she said as her nostrils flared out. Meanwhile, Su Ryan asked, So who are you thinking of? I don't have a specific name in mind yet. Ju Hyun shook his head while pondering internally. Among verified collectors, there are two others called the Extraordinary Generation alongside the Swordsmaster, the Fire Knight and Bang Sang. The Fire Knight operates in the U.S., so it's pretty certain he has no contract with a storyteller. And I don't know Bang Sang's identity, so it's very hard to find them. What does Master think about using future knowledge to find someone? Bikrion reminded. Ju Hyun weighed his options and felt it was a bit difficult to find a satisfying candidate. There are too many candidates, but not right now. Some haven't awakened yet, while others have already been taken. But I can't just make a contract with an unknown collector. This is harder than I thought, he thought inwardly. Bikrion suddenly remembered something and said, Oh right, tomorrow is the collector graduation ceremony. That's the moment newly awakened collectors enter the recruitment market. What if we look for a rough diamond here? I'm sure there are rough diamonds who don't know they possess the ability yet, and no one remembers their names, he muttered. Then immediately after, a video call suddenly from a stranger was sent to Ju Hyun, surprising him. What's this? A video call? Who could it be? Ju Hyun said as he pressed accept. And right after, a face appeared on the screen. Hey, what's this? Is it running? Hey, can you hear me? I heard you'll soon be promoted to a high-ranking employee. That's right, Ju Hyun said awkwardly. What's with that expression? I thought of you and wondered what you were doing. Congratulations anyway, the guy said casually as if they were old friends. The two girls poked their heads in to ask Ju Hyun, Who is this? I've never met them before. Go away, please, he said, waving his hands to shoo the girls away like ducks. And after noticing the horns of the person on the opposite end, Ju Hyun suddenly recognized someone and exclaimed, You're that horned kid I met at the welcome place. Horned kid, my name is Alicia, the girl screamed in anger. To think someone so small could become pretty from her appearance. She must have turned into an individual, he thought to himself before speaking up. Anyway, nice to see you again. You're also from the storytelling office, right? How are you? Alicia smiled and boasted. I was lucky to be accepted into the branch and received help from the seniors. I'm working on a planet called Estella where swordsmanship and magic coexist. You got a great place, you must be doing fine, he smiled. HMPH, who do you think I am? Don't be surprised when you hear this. I've reached 500 viewers on my channel. I have a pretty good collector. He was known as the bad boy before contracting with me. He's top tier, she said proudly. Hearing this, our protagonist guessed who her collector was. Is he the type who's a noble or top baron ruling a territory? What? How do you know he's from a territory? She asked in surprise. However, she was even more surprised when Ju Hyun started spitting out a bunch of info. He used to be called the bad boy and brought a lot of trouble, but one day he suddenly woke up and became a new person, right? Everyone around him was shocked. His father, who used to pay him no mind, was overjoyed and asked, did he finally wake up? And the lady from a noble family engaged to him said, I can't believe it. He used to be chubby, but now lost weight and became very handsome. What? How do you know that well? Alicia yelled, then asked, Did you check the forum biography? Storytelling forum? Nah, I haven't visited in a while, Ju Hyun shook his head. If you have time, you should check it out. I think something weird is going on because of you. Anyway, I'm busy, so bye. Finished speaking, the demon girl hung up immediately. Her words made Ju Hyun a bit curious, so he immediately opened the forum to check. And just as Alicia said, the forum was buzzing about some recent events. Hey, did you know one of the regular storytellers did something crazy? A lot of people have been copying storyteller Kang Ju-hyun's method of abandoning his blessings and fighting alone to boost popularity. But one of them died. What? Really? Copying that? I knew some storytellers got hurt doing that, but dying is a first. Is there a video about it? I want to watch. At the end of the comment was a link, and our protagonist quickly clicked on it. When the video started playing, it showed the scene of two people, a storyteller and a collector, getting hammered by monsters. Help, what are you doing? Don't run, the collector screamed. However, his storyteller was too terrified to turn back and save the young man. Sit tight, try and figure it out yourself. You're a collector, you said we'd fight together? No. The young collector let out a scream before turning into food for the nearby slime. Meanwhile, our protagonist couldn't understand why some reckless fools would go this far just to boost their view counts. I didn't think it would turn out like this, but an accident really happened. He also began reading the next comments. This isn't something you should recklessly imitate, which is why I said giving up the blessing is suicide. Then why is storyteller Kang still fine? He must have prepared lots of plans. Look at how he fights. He's in a completely different league than us. Damn it, I gave up the blessing, bastard. Whoever gave up the blessing, good luck. Even if you want to, I don't think you can restore it. If you want to officially request restoration from the system, you at least need to be a branch manager to have a way back. Otherwise, all the bastards who hoped wrongly for this will face the consequences. Returning to Ju Hyun, he was now feeling somewhat pleased by the foolish actions of those guys. If you recklessly think this is an easy way to succeed, it'll backfire, but it's still a favorable outcome. People will look at me because of it once again. But anyway, a lot of people have given up their blessings. Do you think it'd be fun to watch a story about a storyteller enduring hell after giving up their blessing? Time passed quickly until the next day, when Ju Hyun prepared to go somewhere, making Hejim a bit worried. Ju Hyun, do you have to go alone? Yeah, there are still plenty of reporters and infobrokers waiting for you because of the duel with the artist. I need to resolve this as quickly as possible without being bothered by others. Please understand, I'll be right back. Saying that, Ju Hyun instantly activated his presence concealment skill and silently slipped outside, while the main entrance was being guarded by a group of reporters. And Ju Hyun's target this time was the collector's graduation ceremony. There are so many people, Baekryun said in astonishment, but Ju Hyun wasn't surprised by this sight. Well, the people here came to watch the ceremony, and I'm sure there are folks from major guilds here too, as well as some storytellers. There are so many competitors, can we even find anyone? And the major guilds already got the info, so they must know all the good collectors, Baekryun said anxiously. However, Ju Hyun didn't plan to search using the conventional method. HMPH, I'm not trying to look for proven individuals anyway. The initial guilds also wrote Hejim off as unrecruitable. Of course, the higher the rank, the more talent. Even if the nation has a great training program, it can't fully evaluate a person's capability. Shall we look for a collector now, then? She suggested, and the little spirit nodded. I can't judge a book by its cover, but let's go. Just like that, time gradually passed until late afternoon, when the pair still hadn't found anyone yet. Hey Kang Ju Hyun, haven't you found anyone you like yet? Everyone is leaving, the little spirit said dejectedly. Meanwhile, Ju Hyun was still intently observing the book floating above the crowd. All their colors are average. I was hopping for at least yellow, but isn't there anyone? He muttered. But right after that, Ju Hyun suddenly spotted something and hurried forward, causing the little spirit riding on his shoulder to tumble backward. Hey, Kang Ju Hyun, she shouted while immediately giving chase. No way, I misread it, he muttered, and right as he saw a figure ahead, he spoke up. Excuse me. 1 second, what is this? Ju Hyun thought blankly upon seeing a book emitting a rainbow light above this girl. A rainbow book? No, it's a rainbow bookshelf. As usual, a person only possesses one book, but she actually has so many. Does that mean infinite reincarnation or infinite transmigration? The more Ju Hyun thought about it, the more he broke out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, the girl on the opposite side saw his blank face and turned to leave, startling him back to reality. Excuse me for a moment. Hello. Nice to meet you. My name is Kang Ju Hyun and your name is, he said cordially. But answering this remark was a murderous glare. Get lost. If you bother me, I'll kill you. Speaking of Ju Hyun, upon hearing these words, not only was he not angry, but he actually felt overjoyed. Finally, Here's a top-tier regressor trying to do something here. Look, this is the thread where the Holy Spirit has led us to true love. Thinking about this, he cheerfully continued speaking. You must be a new collector who just finished the graduation ceremony, right? I'm Kang Ju-hyun, manager of Bai HWA Company. Bai Hwa's manager. So what business do you want to discuss with me? She asked coldly. I want to give you an invitation. Ahead, the girl saw that Ju-hyun only wanted to recruit her and refused. I'm busy, don't bother me anymore. Saying that, she directly turned to leave, but Ju-hyun hurriedly stopped her. It's just... Go away before I kill you, she threatened with an unblinking gaze. Finally, having no other choice, our protagonist had to let this prey walk away. Meanwhile, Baekryun, who had witnessed everything from start to finish, curiously asked, You're going this far for that girl? If you intended to hire her, she must be very talented, or you knew her through knowledge from the future. No, I don't know her at all, Ju-hyun said calmly. At the same time, he felt a bit puzzled inside. If she has a book like that, she ought to be very famous, but the way she acts doesn't match my memories from my past life. Could something have? Thinking about this, just managing to meet someone with such potential was already enough to make Ju-hyun feel happy. Let's go home now, Baekryun. I need to meet her next time. How? She didn't even bother telling her name when she left, the little spirit wondered. But Ju-hyun confidently said, Don't worry about that, we'll find her soon. As he said this, the book above the girl's head had already fallen into the god's hands. Returning to the Bai HWA management office, as soon as Ju-hyun returned, he immediately asked manager Su Ryan for a favor. Su Ryan, can you investigate someone named Kwon-jia from the recent training school? What? Kwon-jia? Is that someone you want to hire? She asked curiously, and Ju-hyun immediately nodded. That's right. Understood, then I'll investigate. Speaking of Ju-hyun, the reason he asked Su Ryan to investigate further was because finding information about Kwon-jia from just a book wasn't enough. And while he was still deep in thought, Hejim caught a whiff of something and asked, Kwon-jia, that's a woman's name, right? Well, she is a woman, Ju-hyun admitted. Right after his words, the sword empress started rolling on the floor and thrashing around like a dying fish. Seeing this behavior of hers, Ju-hyun finally couldn't help but explain. I didn't choose her because she's a woman. Choosing a female collector was just a coincidence. Returning to Su Ryan, it didn't take too long for her to find information about Kwon-jia, but after reading it, she was also stunned. Oh, found it, but Ju-hyun, do you really want to work with her? That's right, is there a problem? Ju-hyun replied, and she began looking at the info sheet and explaining. Out of 359 graduated collectors, she ranks 340th, and her training evaluation isn't very good either. Although she has high scores in monster combat skills, her personality and teamwork evaluations are terrible. On this end, hearing this, Ju-hyun hurried over to take a look and made an assessment. Looks like she had conflicts at the training school. That's right, she almost got expelled and couldn't graduate because of it. Looking at such high combat scores, she has talent, but based on the info here, Kwon-jia's personality is no joke. Rumors have spread so no one wants to hire her. Do you think that Kwon-jia is really a good fit here? Su Ryan asked back, and the protagonist remained firm in his thoughts. That's right. Saying that, he remembered Kwon-jia's multicolored bookshelf and thought, many books and glowing with a rainbow light. This girl has even more talent than Hejim. Are you going to recruit her right away? No need to rush. I'll approach her after the promotion ceremony. I'll be absent for a bit, Ju-hyun said calmly. What? Where are you going? Su Ryan asked curiously. But Ju-hyun didn't state it clearly, only saying there was someone he needed to meet. Seen shifting to a roadside store, this is a store with a very peculiar name. Wait in front of the door. That's not a name for a street food shop. Ju-hyun thought to himself and quickly went inside. Inside, a woman saw him appear and greeted him. Hello, are you Choi Do-jun's mother? He said calmly. The older woman asked back, how do you know my Do-jun? I'm the one who contacted you previously regarding your son's matter, Ju-hyun explained. Then, the older woman invited him to a table and talked properly. Do you know where my son is? I don't know. Ju-hyun shook his head and replied. However, upon hearing that, the older woman asked again, if you don't know where he is but know his name, then he's still alive, right? That's right. He's still alive, Ju-hyun affirmed. And this answer was nothing short of a sedative for her. I see, I'm so glad. What's your name, benefactor? My name is Kang Ju-hyun, and please don't call me things like benefactor. I'm simply a storyteller. I just came here because I was curious about Choi Do-jun's family. Hearing this, the older woman understood and said, a storyteller. But how did you hear about my son? Opposite her, upon hearing the question, Ju-hyun started spinning a tale. We storytellers travel to worlds other than Earth. Because of that, we catch wind of stories from different planets and dimensions. In reality, he didn't even know how Choi Do-jun was living in another dimension. The only thing he knew was that the guy was still alive and had returned to Earth during the apocalypse. He was quite pitiful now that I remember. But his personality is probably because his hometown turned into hell, meaning the woman in front of me probably passed away during the apocalypse, Ju Hyun deduced inwardly. Meanwhile, the older woman shared her own story. My Do-jun was very mature for his age. My husband passed away before he was born, so the boy grew up without a father, but he never made me sad. That's why I feel sorry for my child. No matter how mature a child is still a child. The boy should have what he wants, but I couldn't do anything for him. And when Do-jun went missing, I felt like the world was collapsing. As a mother, I couldn't do anything for my child and lost him. If Do-jun is alive, it would be better if he met good people and lived there. Even if he returns to a poor mother who owns a street food store, he won't be happy. She spoke as tears began to well up. Meanwhile, Ju Hyun heard this and blurted out, "No way, I understand you feel sorry for your child, but wanting your child to be happy over there is a no-go. I don't know what Choi Do-jun is thinking, but I'm sure he endured it while thinking of you." I said Choi Do-jun is alive, I didn't say he's happy. I believe you understand what I'm saying. Even with the power to pursue wealth and fame in another world, Choi Do-jun chose to return to Earth for only one important reason. Ju Hyun thought to himself, and then continued, "Just because you two are family. I'm sure Choi Do-jun is trying to see his family once again." Across from him, the older woman could no longer hold back her emotion and said, "You're right. We are family. Do-jun must really want to see me again. Thank you. Thanks to you, I realized my thoughts were so meaningless. Anyway, you seem to understand my Choi Do-jun very well." She spoke while wiping away her tears. And this question made Ju Hyun's heart skip a beat. "It's just, I heard about it from someone else." "I see, I was just wondering if Do-jun had friends," she smiled and said. And Ju Hyun had to admire a mother's instinct. "Looks like she figured something out. My mom was like that too. All mothers are perceptive. If you're okay with it, eat before." The older woman wanted to invite Ju Hyun to stay for a meal, but before she could finish her sentence, a shout rang out from behind. "Hey lady, we advise you to just sell the store." This voice belonged to three thugs, and naturally the older woman couldn't agree to this demand. "Who do you think you are to say that? That's our business. If you don't cooperate, we'll be sad. I have a customer." "Leave," the older woman shouted, and the thug continued to mock nonchalantly. "Customer, this store has customers." Finishing his sentence, he turned to threaten Ju Hyun. "Hey, get out of here if you don't want trouble." "I don't know if doing this will help him, but looking at her face, I should help out a bit," Ju Hyun muttered. Meanwhile, the thug's patience reached its limit. "What is this bastard babbling about? Get lost." Saying that, he flexed his fist and punched straight at Ju Hyun's face, and the result was unsurprising. Just a few seconds later, all three of them were tossed outside the door like ragged sacks. My hand, my hand. Damn it, he broke my leg. You lunatic, don't you know what happens if a collector attacks a normal citizen?" the thug screamed. And Ju Hyun teased back, "What if I'm not a collector? What? You think messing with us means you'll be safe?" This puppy continued threateningly without grasping the situation. "Do you guys all get taught the same theory? Why do you all say the exact same things?" Ju Hyun muttered as he dragged them into an empty, secluded alley. And then, to ensure these guys wouldn't come bother the older woman's shop again, he began his interrogation. "Spill the location of your office." "Why do you suddenly want to know our office? Regretting it now?" the blonde guy asked in surprise. However, the answer given to them wasn't what these folks expected. "Do you think I'm going to apologize for kicking your asses? Of course I can deal with you guys at the root." Speaking, he also began to suck the book on these guys' heads and check. "Let's see. Your office is at 72nd Street, cell VKP. Hearing this, these guys finally realized that Ju Hyun didn't have a normal identity and screamed, "You! Who sent you here? What are you going to do to us?" "I haven't figured out what to do with you yet. I won't do much. I'm just going to go to the office and vandalize it. Then I'll drop your name and say I found the office so easily thanks to you." The hero stated his intention, making the blonde guy's face sweat continuously. "What? Bastard, who do you think is going to believe your word? With your experience, you must know how they treat traitors, right?" Ju Hyun said coldly, making the blonde guy furious yet powerless. "You lunatic!" he yelled. "That's right, I like you." Next, he started using some spells to block the sound in this area. "If I block the sound here, it won't leak out. Thinking about the different language perk I got from awakening Bikrion is really handy like this," he thought inwardly, then returned to the older woman's store. Upon seeing his figure, she worriedly said, "Are you okay, those people?" I took care of them. Since I'm a storyteller, dealing with those guys is simple. Besides, they won't come back, so you don't worry." Saying that, he began creating an anti-trespassing engraving on the door to ensure the store's safety. And after finishing this, he cheerfully bid her farewell. "Then I'll be going." "Ah, yes, thank you very much." The older woman hurriedly bowed and said, "Now it's time to do other work," Ju Hyun muttered after leaving the store. Upon arriving at a new location, Yu Hyun was immediately screamed at by guards identifying him as an enemy. He stood casually in the middle of a room full of defeated individuals, while a nervous guard reported a single intruder. A new leader appeared demanding to know how he found them, and Yu Hyun casually replied that the subordinates outside tipped him off. Enraged, the man rushed to attack Yu Hyun with a weapon, roaring at his audacity. Yu Hyun easily dodged and kicked the attacker to the ground. He smirked, realizing the opponents were collectors, meaning a powerful force stood behind them. Seeing the chaos, Yu Hyun muttered that it seemed he had hooked a very big fish. On the leader's command, the remaining thugs yelled and charged at Yu Hyun. Yu Hyun easily fended off multiple attackers, at the same time as another rushed in with a knife. He calmly blocked the blade with his bare hand, just centimeters from his face. The attacker stared in absolute shock, trembling and wondering how this was possible. A phantom knight appeared behind Yu Hyun as he mocked the guy. Never seen a knight before. A system window popped up showing his combat knight title, and with enhanced strength, he punched the thug straight on. The guy flew backward, crashing to the floor while accomplices watched in terror. With a confident smile, Yu Hyun motioned for the rest to rush him all at once. Beside them, a scarred-faced man in a suit trembled in fear, clutching a briefcase. He watched in horror as Yu Hyun stood victorious over the fallen underlings. Pushed into a corner, the scarred man threatened Yu Hyun about the consequences of a collector harming civilians. But Yu Hyun found his hypocrisy hilarious. The guy stammered, realizing Yu Hyun knew full well they had no legal ground to use against him. His mind raced, concluding that Yu Hyun must be an extremely powerful underground contractor sent to kill him. The guy knelt down begging for mercy and offering resources, which Yu Hyun remarked was a fortunate misunderstanding. Yu Hyun coldly agreed, and the guy hurriedly handed over the briefcase. Inside were stacks of cash along with classified files. Reviewing the documents, Yu Hyun discovered a criminal organization colluding with the Hanwol family and another force. His expression darkened as he read the second name, Twilight Curtain Clan. He wondered why the Twilight Curtain Clan, which usually cooperated with the Pentagon, was meddling in real estate. His eyes widened when a shocking possibility dawned on him. He muttered, wondering if it was a mind realm. He deduced that a family might be monopolizing a hidden mind realm, unknown even to the government. Turning to the man, Yu Hyun demanded he open the nearby safe, but the guy firmly refused. Yu Hyun smirked, knowing that fierce refusal proved there was something important inside, and decided to handle it himself. Beep, he activated a skill. A support window popped up to relocate to the observation room, leaving the man dumbfounded. The safe vanished, and the guy panicked while Yu Hyun playfully said it was only fair if he wasn't left alone. The scarred man was utterly confused by that remark. Pow, Yu Hyun landed a punch, knocking the guy unconscious. In the observation room, Yu Hyun stood before the relocated safe. He remarked that its secure mechanical lock was meant to prevent hacking. Confident, he said with an engraver's ability it was no problem, and prepared to pick the lock. After opening the safe and seeing the documents inside, he realized the situation was far more serious than anticipated. Returning to the ruined office, the three thugs who got beaten up at the restaurant complained to their boss that they did nothing wrong. The scarred boss angrily scolded them, blaming their loose mouths for leading the crazy bastards straight to the headquarters. The scarred man trembled in terror upon hearing a familiar voice asking, "Is it this place?" A well-dressed man wearing an eye patch appeared with his bodyguards, introducing himself as the branch director who had heard the news. The director coldly asked the scarred man if it was true that only a single person had caused such a massive information leak. The scarred man nervously insisted that even though the intruder took the safe, he definitely couldn't open it, implying it was booby-trapped. He pointed at the three battered thugs, identifying them to the director as the ones who caused the incident. With a cold, "I see," the director contemptuously raised a finger. Blood splattered onto the scarred man's face, leaving him standing frozen in shock. The director had executed the three thugs, leaving their corpses on the floor while the scarred man watched in horror. Afterwards, he told the trembling scarred man that he would spare him this time due to his past good performance, causing him to stutter out thanks. The director asked for a description of the intruder, and the scarred man confidently began to recall. But his memory faltered as he realized with confusion that he couldn't picture the person's face at all. Even though he had spoken with him, the director deduced that the intruder had used an anti-recognition ability, marking him as a dangerous expert who would surely open the safe. He ordered an immediate evacuation of the area, threatening severe consequences for anyone who slipped up, and the scarred man hastily agreed. Inwardly, the director angrily wondered who dared to meddle in Sunset's affairs. The scene shifted to a tiny fairy-like spirit with white hair who let out a wow. With sparkling eyes, she looked up in admiration at a giant skyscraper, excitedly recognizing it as Celestial Body Inc. Walking with Yu Hyun, she asked about the armored people, and he explained they were tellers from the Guardian office, a different department from his. An explanation noted that Guardian tellers use special armor granting immense power, which the spirit likened to power armor. Yu Hyun added that the armor's power varies by rank, with the strongest ones potentially rivaling a first-generation god. From a high vantage point, a pair of murderous golden eyes watched Yu Hyun from the shadows. Down below, Yu Hyun suddenly stopped, sensing he was being watched. The little spirit loudly called out to Yu Hyun, urging him to hurry to the promotion ceremony, making him brush off the feeling. The scene focused on the towering headquarters of Celestial Body Inc. A pale blue-skinned man with long white hair smiled, recognizing the figure below as Kang Yu Hyun, amused that it had been a long time since someone so interesting appeared. The two men appeared in a split-screen image, connecting the observer and the observed. The blue-skinned man looked out over the city, hoping this young teller would bring an interesting story to their world. Inside, Yu Hyun shuddered and the spirit asked if he was worried. He denied it, but admitted he just felt someone watching again. The spirit confirmed his suspicion, admitting she also felt the gaze from the top of the tower but didn't say anything, shocking Yu Hyun. Realizing the gaze came from a high-ranking figure, Yu Hyun wondered about the person's identity. The observer was revealed to be the CEO of Celestial Body Inc., Juniwang Latpiat, one of the first-generation tellers sitting on a magnificent throne. Yu Hyun acknowledged the immense power of a first-generation teller, but reassured himself that, as an employee, he would be safe from the CEO's hostility. Deciding to temporarily brush aside his unease, he cheerfully continued on his way. The little spirit announced that the promotion ceremony was about to start, as they arrived at a luxurious hall. The host called for applause as the ceremony began, showing several people on stage, including a wolf-headed person. In the audience, a lizard man recognized Yu Hyun's presence, remarking on his meteoric promotion after abandoning his blessing. When the spirit pointed out that everyone was looking at him, Yu Hyun smiled, acknowledging that his dramatic promotion was drawing attention. Looking at the crowd, he reflected that achieving such status was impossible for his past self. He steadied his resolve, vowing to work even harder from now on. The spirit complained the ceremony was boring, but Yu Hyun brushed it off and urged a quick departure. He suddenly grabbed the spirit and ran, explaining they needed to escape before other departments rushed over to poach him. The spirit asked if he had a destination, and he confidently replied, of course, as they arrived at the records room. Inside the library-like room, the spirit complained about the stuffy air. Yu Hyun stopped, surprised to see someone already there. A friendly senior in a white robe warmly greeted Yu Hyun, saying it had been a month, and Yu Hyun responded. The senior congratulated Yu Hyun on his promotion, saying the rumor had spread far. Yu Hyun said he returned to fulfill an old promise, deciding he couldn't just call him elder anymore. He solemnly called the senior by name, Galiaz. The senior smiled, confirming he was indeed Galiaz. Yu Hyun was stunned, realizing this was Galiaz, the legendary guardian of the Dragon King. While the spirit confusedly asked what was going on, Yu Hyun began telling the story of the mixed world's long history, asking if she had heard of the divine dragon power Drayonica. Drayonica was a collection of divine dragon souls, and the 7 strongest among them were called the Dragon Kings. The Dragon Kings were born strong and grew increasingly powerful, perfectly suited to rule. However, one of the 7 kings was an exception. Sharuriel, the White Dragon King, was weak from the start, born fragile in both body and mind. Sharuriel was despised by his own kind because to them, weakness was a sin. Yet through great effort and the help of a teller, a creature despised by dragons, Sharuriel finally reached the position of Dragon King. Dragons despised tellers for merely standing outside and narrating, making any cooperation between them seem impossible. That teller's achievement was therefore unbelievable. He had turned a dragon into a protagonist, and that dragon ascended to the throne of a king. Because of this miracle, the teller was given the title of the Dragon King's guardian, and his name was revealed as Galiaz. Returning to the present, Galiaz noticed Yu Hyun's shocked reaction, brushing off the past as ancient history, and explaining he chose this quiet position to avoid going mad from running endlessly. Yu Hyun joked that perhaps he would retire here too, then laughed, admitting he had never even thought about retirement. Galias laughed at his own silly question, admitting Yu Hyun was still too busy pressing forward. Yu Hyun sincerely told the senior that he could do it too, making Galias momentarily stunned. With determination, Yu Hyun declared that age meant nothing. The moment passion burns bright is the greatest time of all. Galias listened closely, deeply touched by Yu Hyun's passionate words. A system notification warned that there were only 10 minutes left in the promotion ceremony. Realizing he had chatted for too long, Yu Hyun said he had to go, but promised to visit Elder Galias again. Galias smiled warmly, saying he looked forward to another interesting conversation. Yu Hyun laughed in response, enthusiastically agreeing, then peeked from behind the bookshelf. Yu Hyun noticed the path was clear and decided it was time to return to Earth. Suddenly, he sensed a presence and broke out in a cold sweat. Startled, he turned around to find a red-haired woman standing right in front of him. The woman wore a sharp suit, an eye patch, and a cape, crossing her arms with an aura of authority. She asked if he thought she had left, and as he realized there were still tellers around here, his eyes widened in shock at her reflection. He saw a glowing golden book floating near her. Realizing in astonishment that she must be a department head, she asked if he had a good relationship with Galias, and when he confirmed, she remarked that knowing the elder's name made him special. She connected the clues, realizing he was the rumored teller who got promoted in just a month, Kang Yu Hyun. Haha, she laughed, amused that the rumor was true, and introduced herself as Celestina. Celestina leaned in, asking if it was true that he abandoned his blessing to fight alongside his collector, and he confirmed. Celestina grabbed the startled Yu Hyun, praising his drive and complaining that modern tellers were all boringly uniform. She directly offered him a position in her department, but a confused Yu Hyun said he already belonged to the storytelling office. Celestina explained that she also belonged to the storytelling office, specifically the Celestial Department, leaving Yu Hyun stunned. The Celestial Department was revealed to be an elite group of top-tier, strictly selective tellers. It was described as a unique department where size is considered a measure of power. Yu Hyun wondered about the quick recruitment, but Celestina confidently asserted that, as a department head, she didn't just offer it to anyone. She solemnly repeated her offer, asking for his decision and promising to make it worth his while. Seeing him hesitate, she pressed on, pointing out that he was actually considering her offer after quickly turning down others. Yu Hyun admitted her department had fewer restrictions and suited him, but ultimately apologized and declined. He explained his decision to work alone, and Celestina listened thoughtfully. To his surprise, Celestina declared he had passed her test, remarking on his rare passion, and explained her connection with Galias. Yu Hyun confirmed he wouldn't change his mind about joining, but then suggested there was still another way for them to connect, arousing her curiosity. He boldly proposed she hire him as a freelancer, suggesting they could collaborate when needed, which she found quite bold. Celestina admitted that while she would reject anyone else, his bold proposal sounded interesting, and building a relationship with him was a good idea. She agreed but made it clear it had to be a two-way street, and Yu Hyun agreed, saying he also liked fair exchanges. They agreed to discuss the details later, and Yu Hyun asked to go see Galias once more. As he walked away, Celestina paused with a final thought. She warned him to be wary of the Pentagon on Earth, predicting they wouldn't leave a teller like him alone. Yu Hyun smiled knowingly as he thanked her for the advice. As Celestina walked away, Yu Hyun's expression turned cold as he swore inwardly to destroy the Pentagon with his own hands.